everybody, John Maddox here, coming at you with another late night logical, plausible, probable. We're gonna be having an open mic discussion. You never know where we might end up, but I will tell you this, before we're done, we will have put some Evos in their place, because when I'm finished, you done.
What's going on, everybody, on YouTube here this lovely evening on October the 3rd, 2021? We are going to have some fun, ladies and gentlemen, because after much of a long, such a long wait, such anticipation, and such begging by speed of sound of gravity, also known as pudding brain, to have some kind of recognition and appreciation by folks like myself, it has finally come due, ladies and gentlemen. The time has actually arrived as to where pudding brain has actually done something that actually necessitates a response, not a response, more a review, because number one, he once again misrepresented me, but which is usual. Number two, I really decided, since it's Sunday, we have a week coming up ahead of us, I might as well go ahead and inspire Pudding Brain and the gang to go and put together a bunch of timestamps of things that they can kind of sort of address in their weather report and not actually address the substance. They'll just refer to it and then claim they actually addressed it. So unlike them, I'm actually going to go through a very interesting conversation he had with a doctor of I think microbiology over in the UK, and on something I'd brought up a week or two ago on the mesh code. And it's very intriguing, ladies and gentlemen. I was listening to this earlier today and was contemplating, do I want to do a stream today? If I do, were there anything of interest? I don't necessarily want to immediately jump into an open mic. I need to actually, do something of relative substance. And, just lo and behold, I was like, I might as well listen to this, see what they got to say. And it was even better than I thought it was going to be. And so I knew immediately this is something to do this early evening. And then once it gets over, we'll kind of kick over into some open mic discussion, have some conversation, and who knows at what time of the night it will turn to dumpster fire, but this could be some good entertainment. So, for those of you who don't know, a couple weeks ago, I'd come across this paper, and we're talking about called the mesh code, and they're looking at the talon protein and how it operates as binary switches and is being able to store data and potentially be a communication mechanism. There's a plethora of potential use cases for this these proteins, and it could potentially explain a lot of different things. And you'll hear more about this in detail directly from the researcher himself here in a few moments. But one of the things I was very fascinated by was, in context of the overall debates that I've had many times here on YouTube with Evo atheists about how the code's not actually a code. And here we have a paper where they're talking about a binary code, machine code, and how it is being operated for data storage, potential memory, communication, a variety of potential use cases. And again, it's another one of those instances of, while they're just, biologists and researchers are finding new biological codes, the atheists on YouTube are still arguing over whether or not the baseline genetic code is actually a real code when they're, continue to keep finding all these new ones, right? Well, anyway, this is just too good, folks, and hopefully you'll get as much entertainment out of it as I did. I got some good chuckles, and we are going to get into this without further ado. And this is kind of the introduction. And the reason I was bringing this all up was you'll hear what Pudding Brain tries to connotate about the way I was presenting it versus the point that I was making. I really should have brought it up was, like I just said, there's multiple codes they're finding, and you guys are still arguing over whether or not the genetic code is actually a code.
After that, but I came up in programming and electronics, digital electronics, but I've always had a passion for and a background in organic chemistry, molecular biology, and the sciences. So I kept that on the back burner until around 2001, 2002. Then I got fairly serious about self-education. So most of what I do is trying to self-educate myself in molecular cell biology. And, I think I've done pretty good. But of course, when you self-educate, you never know where you're at. So anyway, but we run this atheism site that's primarily directed at pseudoscience in young Earth creationists. I don't know. Are you familiar with them?
No.
Okay. Young Earth creationism and fundamentalism is kind of a big deal in the United States, and there's a pile of them that are putting out a whole lot of misinformation about science, and they deny all of geology, half of physics, all of radiometric dating, all of evolution, and all of biology. So anyway, we end up in.
So, ladies and gentlemen, before we even get into this, obviously the dismissals that were just put forth by Pudding Brain either indicates that he's a stone cold misrepresenting liar, or he doesn't actually know any of the positions that are put forth by people like SFT and others, things that are agreed upon, disagreed upon, aspects that he has to, oh yeah, that totally makes sense, versus no, that's assumptions and inferences. They don't actually have foundational empirical evidence. And so just to make those claims in the context, which he's now going to indicate that the person who was mentioning his paper, i.e. me, somehow is like just dismissing all of science, is disingenuous at best, moronic, and stone cold liar at worst. But let's continue.
Fights with those guys quite often. And that was how I found you. One of them was talking about your paper, and he was talking about how many petabytes the brain stored, and then he said, and how code-like it was. And his whole idea is that the brain is a computer, or the brain in the cell is code and computer, and it was designed primarily by God, just exactly like man would design a computer program and would design, that sort of thing. So he had your paper on the screen, and I thought, oh my goodness, a new memory system, right? And I started listening to it, and of course, my first reaction was the same reaction I had to Roger Penrose and Stuart Hameroff. I don't know if you're familiar with their microtubules and quantum mechanics. My reaction was, I'm pretty skeptical, right? But then the further I looked into it and having a short conversation with you, I became, I saw something, and so I guess I would like to have a conversation about what I saw and what you think it is. So anyway, I'll let you introduce yourself.
Okay, yeah. So my name's Dr. Ben Galt. I'm a reader, which is the equivalent of a associate professor, based in the UK at the University of Kent, which is in Canterbury. And I research into a field called mechanobiology, trying to understand how cells can sense physical parameters, sense the environment, and use that to determine how they respond and how they behave.
Okay, you've been doing this Talon, am I pronouncing that right? Talon research for quite a while?
Yes. So I moved into, I started working on Talon in 2006, where I was hired by a guy called Dave Critchley at Leicester in the UK, and he was the big Talon guy at the time. And when we came to work on Talon, it was just seen as this essential adapter for how all our cells attach in the right place in the body,
right?
Helping to hold us in place. So when we started back then, we had no idea where we've ended up more recently with the mesh code theory, which I'll talk about probably over the next little bit of time. But we're very interested. This protein is really big. It's really conserved, like every single animal from slime mold and beyond, even all the way up to us. We've all got the same version of Talon, multiple Talons in some cases, but the same switch pattern, the same arrangement.
Okay, now, for clarification and disclaimer, I am in no way, shape, form, or fashion taking the position that Dr. Galt is stating that this is designed or evidence for an intelligent agent or anything of that nature. However, what I do find very interesting about what he just said was the conservation of this. So as you learn more about, he describes in more detail about what it's doing, make sure you keep in the back of your dome that this component of biological systems is very integral and from the evolutionary timeline going way back. And I believe these things have around 2,500 amino acids each. So these aren't like little small, easy to create proteins that, it's just a few things here or there. We're talking about extremely complex and very complicated and requiring a significant number of components of amino acids that are necessary for these things to even exist. And if people don't really want to grasp the significance of this from a evolutionary timeline perspective, well, I think you are just dismissing things that are extremely important and actually need to be addressed if you're actually making any kind of rational and coherent analysis of what you're having to account for here. Let's continue.
So for some reason, nature has kept this values this molecule highly because it's kept it so well conserved through time.
Yeah, that's probably the first thing that really struck me is the amount of conservation. I mean, there's something up there. And
so there's lots of these big adapter proteins, but over time they usually change their length. Some get a bit shorter, a bit longer. Because if it's just an adapter holding two ends, it doesn't really matter if it's that long, or that long. But here, each of the switches are in exactly the same order all the time. And throughout, even in slime molds, you can see the same 13 switches. So it's highly, highly conserved at all levels, from the amino acid level to the protein domain level to the function.
So at the level of just any tissue in your body, basically, how are those switches? What is the possibilities of mechanical memory, like for two cells, basically smushed together? What with pressure, like pressure in the body, that sort of thing.
Yes, so it's not the pressure in the body. Definitely, they've got sensors which will feel that. But what's interesting about the tailin is where it sits inside the cell. So it's probably worth just introducing that ever so slightly. So all the cells in our body, almost all, 99.99%, are attached to this protein-like meshwork, which looks called the extracellular matrix. It's like a meshwork, and all our cells attach onto it, and that holds us in the right place. There's a bit of feedback. Is that on my end or yours?
It could be on my end. I guess I can put
anyway, so they're all attached, and inside the cell we've got this the protein tailin, and it helps the cells attach, but then it also connects the adhesions. They're called adhesions, these things where our cells are attached. It couples them to the actin cytoskeleton, and the cytoskeleton is the key bit in this, because that's like actin and myosin. So in your muscles in your arm, the actin and myosins are arranged in a really ordered way to form muscles as we know it. But in every single one of our cells, and in every single cell going down to the slime molds and beyond, this actin myosin skeleton provides the cells with rigidity and the ability to generate forces and move things around within the cell. So tailin connected to this mechanical machine inside the cells. So the light bulb moment in terms of the Meshko theory came from some experiments we were doing where we found that these tailins got here we go. So if you look at figure 2 probably.
Are we at 2? We're at 1. Okay, 2.
Yeah. So at the top of this figure, this is what this tailin molecule looks like. And the bit which we're really interested in are these R1, R2, R3. These are the switches. So these 13 switches are what we discovered can switch between 2 different states. And that's shown in this panel B. And it's really nice because you can hold one of these switches, you can pull on it, and it will switch to the 1 state. And then you let go of it, and it will go back to the O state. So we can constantly switch these switches just by generating tiny little forces using the cell's contractile machinery.
Okay, so multiple things I want to address here real quick, folks. So obviously, he's already been describing how it's a structural protein, and it acts as an adapter between other types of proteins to create the overall structure. Then you get into what he's talking about now with the different switches and being able to go back between 0 and 1, so on, off, right? And you get the it's either or state. But the part that really needs to be significant to a lot of the Evo atheists out here who never want to pay attention is this is the equivalent of the voltage gate meter of in our systems, right? Of switching things from 0 and 1 and reading from 0 and 1. It's the exact same premise, but happening here in the physical switch. Anyway, we're going to continue on from here, but just something to keep in the back of your head as things are being described, that the point he's making when he says 1, he says alt as well, for that's 0 in English speak, but he's talking about them switching back between 0 and 1 or on, off. So we're going to continue on now.
So you can have a signal which comes to the cell, causes a contraction, and pulls and updates this switch pattern. And that was when we discovered these switches and then realized that they've got this capacity to serve as memory molecules, because the pattern of O's and 1s is stable as long as you're holding this molecule. So you can have a pattern of O11100 in the molecule, and it will last like that indefinitely as long as you can hold it still or stabilize the patterns with other molecules.
Okay, you're showing 12 bits of information here, basically. Is
Set
that
up to 12, yes.
The piece that I want to point out the significance of is, if you can hold it in this position and keep it stable, then you're able to maintain the on-off, the O1 pattern. So he's talking about what's happening, but he's not even getting into what is being necessary to make those actions stabilized. So you have other components that are necessary to control those actions, which obviously, if you're thinking about this from a big picture perspective, that's a whole nother layer of foresight you have to account for.
That's right.
Okay, so so I'm wondering so outside of the synapse or outside of neurons, what do we know about how this information would be used in other types of cells? Is there any, how coarse grained is that? How fine grained is that?
So
what kind of information?
This is where the notion that this might be some sort of machine code underpinning how we work, because these proteins are essential for holding.
And I can't let it go. This was the first reference to machine code. Ladies and gentlemen, do not let that slip. Keep that in the back of your dome. This is machine code, and we will continue on from now, but just keep in the back of your head that the next time you hear all of the Evo atheists argue about that there isn't even one that exists, here is yet another researcher who's talking about, that in this context, a different machine code than what I talk about oftentimes in terms of the genetic code, but it's there and has to be accounted for. And again, I am not suggesting that he is claiming that this means there's an intelligent agent that's necessary for it to exist. That's not what I'm arguing. Again, Evo atheists who never pay attention. I'm arguing that one exists. Actually, multiple exist. I think it's 44 exist that must be accounted for and can't just be glossed over as pure metaphor.
All of our cells into the correct places. And our initial work was on cancer cell migration and this process called metastasis, where cancer cells, when they're growing in a lump, can be quite sedentary, but then they become migratory and they suddenly start to crawl away. And there's specific triggers which drive that. And one of them is that the cancer gets stiffer. And that means when you're pulling on these switches, it's much easier for them to switch. So the cells start to run different programs. And our working hypothesis is that that's driven via these switches entailing. And we can show that because if we deliberately soften these switches, make them so they unfold much easier, we can simulate that sort of behavior. So one of the things that we do a lot of is to try and reprogram this molecule to make the cells have different properties.
So that would be one of the magic bullets we're looking for cancer to keep it from metastasis? Possibly.
We'll hopefully find the targets to do that, because we can't manipulate the tailing molecule. Well, we could. You can make drugs to do that, but we're doing it using mutations, introducing it ourselves. That would be hard to do. But if we can adjust the mechanical environment of the cells or normalize it somehow to stop this mechanical coding, this is called mechanotransduction. If we could tone it down a bit, we might be able to.
Folks, in case you missed what he just said, if we could make it less machine-like and we could control it a bit better, then we might be able to do X. But it's got all these other functions that are going on that we don't know how they work yet. So that wouldn't be as easy to do as we would like. I mean, like, if we figure out how the code works, then we might be able to, and we can also figure out how to modify the code, then we might be able to make it all work. But that's what we're trying to figure out right now. We're trying to figure out how to reprogram things. We're able to simulate some reprogramming, but we don't really have full understanding of it yet. I mean, folks, this is like somebody coming along and being like, I don't understand how XYZ language works and interacts with, this API. I need to figure that out. But then the next person coming along and saying neither the language nor the API nor the system that it's communicating with exists. And it's just a metaphor as you're trying to figure out what all of the syntax and logic rules are for controlling this programming. That's what's being argued, folks. This is hilarious. I love this. Like, this is great. Again, caveat for all the Evo atheists who never listen, and for the putting putting brain in the gang who talk about this. Folks, I'm issuing blatant caveats. Make sure you don't misrepresent me again when you're doing your reviews, folks.
Treat cancers in a new way by just reprogramming the cells back towards a more normal sedentary state. So yes, is the short answer, but it's slightly more complicated.
Okay, and still outside of the brain, if we're looking at morphogenesis,
yes,
embryogenesis, right? And we're looking at say we've got a epithelial sheet, and we're looking at how it breaks up and goes to mesenchymal cells and migrates, right?
Yeah.
But then there's also a possibility here of tissue type differentiation, in tissue lineages.
Yes.
And is it possible that this code is somehow involved in tissue differentiation?
Yes.
Type
that's really
differentiation.
good. That's actually one of the best pieces of evidence that this is a code which is underpinning that, because there's a beautiful experiment from Dennis Disher's.
This is some of the best evidence. This is actually a code. Oh my. It's a code, ladies and gentlemen.
Lab from a guy called Adam Engler about 15 years ago or something, where they take some stem cells, which could in principle differentiate into any type of cell type.
Right.
And they put them onto an extracellular matrix in a Petri dish. And the only thing they vary is the stiffness of the matrix that they put them on. So if you put them on something really, really soft, like jelly, then that stem cell will sense that and reprogram into a fat cell or a brain cell. If you put them onto something like glass, then the mechanical environment is very different. It's much stiffer, and that will cause them to differentiate into a bone cell. So a major driver of what the cells do and how they respond and which genes they read is dictated by the physical environment, and we believe it's these switches. But it's this whole mechanotransduction machinery inside the cell, which ultimately gives rise to that reprogramming and those different.
So what he's talking about now is that based on the external variables, then the switches and the code that is being expressed via the talin proteins can modify the expression of the underlying code and have significant relevance to the variation of the cell type. The cell type, folks. These ways talking about being controlled by these mechanical functions of the mechanical switches that are being the code that's being controlled in the talin proteins. This is amazing, folks. I don't care if you want to think this is evolved or this requires an intelligent agent. This is amazing. Anybody who just runs around claiming this is nothing but, random chemical reactions is not thinking clearly.
Genes
right.
on off.
So how much do we know about getting from the signal at the cell surface with these these talins are at the cell surface primarily, right?
On the bottom of the cells where they're attaching onto the underlying extracellular matrix. Yes.
Yeah, I think do we have a figure for that?
Yeah. So here, if you look on the right-hand side at the, you've got this bit which says ECM. That's the matrix. So all the cells are on this matrix, and then those little tiny blue and light blue V shapes. They're called integrins. They're like the hands of the cell. They will physically grab onto the extracellular matrix. And then talins that's just inside the cell, where it can couple those complexes to the cytoskeleton, which is shown in red. So this is the cell's musculature, the cell's contractile machinery in red and yellow.
So the ECM for viewers is the outside of the cell, extracellular matrix.
Yes.
And then the integrins are transmembrane structures.
Yes, very good. I should say.
And
the development of ECM was that like the transition from being unicellular to multicellular, you needed to they started to make cell-cell connections, but then they also started to lay down this extracellular matrix, which they can then grab onto, which can send instructions into the cell as well.
Okay. And then we have the talins connecting, and that's where you would end up with the signal. And do we know much about how the signal would then become either epigenetic or genetic expression?
Yes. So if you go to on this figure, the talins are all wired up there in this meshwork, and there's a meshwork of other proteins which have got these switches in. That's why I decided to call it a mesh code rather than a straight up talin code, because there's a meshwork of switches which make this code. But once this cell gets stimulated, it switches on the motors inside the cell, the myosin motors, which pull on this scaffold. And the idea is that signal comes in, pulls, and then it flicks these switches and changes the pattern. But if you scroll down to the next figure, I think it is.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you look on this left-hand side, the reason that these switches convert into a readout is because the reason that the switches, and the reason we discovered they were switches, is because each of those domains binds to different signaling molecules, and whether it's in the O state or in the 1 state. So in this top panel, I've drawn it with a green and orange and a yellow signaling molecule bound to those switches in the O state. But when you flick a switch, you don't just change the shape of the molecule, you also change the signaling complex, because you kick off the orange guy and you bring in the blue guy.
Right.
And that changes the signaling at that site. But also where it's interesting is that some of these signals which are bound to tailin are things like transcription factors and splicing factors. So when you kick these off, they then go towards the nucleus, and then they can start to change gene expression. And not just those, there's also a whole set of mechanosensitive transcription factors, like you might have come across YAP and TAS, and they go in depending on how much tension there is in the cytoskeleton. So all of these factors move around the cell depending on the mechanical linkages, and those mechanical linkages are all attached onto the tailins. So
okay, so ladies and gentlemen, you have probably heard me talk about signals being sent from sensors on the outside of the cell and different factors being shot down into the nucleus to modify the expression of different genes based on real-time data. Well, what do you think that Dr. Galt was just talking about? He was just describing exactly that, and how there's an external communication logic that's being executed in order to send these signals via transcription factors and other things into the nucleus to modify the expression. It's also significant in relation to splicing factors and a variety of other things that create what? Real-time variables based on dynamic needs that are being modified as an aspect of life. In order to be alive, you must have the ability to adapt and modify things in real time based on what is needed. And there must be signals in order to be sent and communication methods in order to execute the appropriate function that's needed, or a variation of that function that is hyper specified for a specific task. It's like the premise of saying, oh, I have a really tiny screwdriver that's a Phillips head. The screw I'm trying to tighten is a Phillips head, but it's very large. Therefore, I need to get a much bigger screwdriver. Otherwise, I will not be able to turn the screw, even though it's a Phillips head and it's a screwdriver. Like, this stuff is not that complicated to comprehend, yet it's something that Evo atheists seem incapable of grasping the significance of.
it's like a massive mechanical computer is how I.
Yeah. Yeah, that's from the standpoint of morphogenesis. That is beautiful. I mean, that is a rich bit of mechanism to look into.
Yeah,
because there's a whole lot of mystery on these cell lineages and how they differentiate, and how they
been done on that, and we're moving fast on the as a scientist, I would say, on how mechanical cues in conjunction with chemical cues and morphogens and signaling pathways all give rise to body plans and the formation of complex organisms.
Yes, yeah.
But it could, in the model 100% here, all distill down to a relatively simple set of rules in terms of the cytoskeleton and these switches changing the patterns and changing the cell's behavior. So each cell would have slightly different inputs and then reprogram to know what it's supposed to do. So
talks of machine code and things like that become that's kind of where my answers in atheism versus creationism comes into play, because that kind of talk is used over and over again for intelligent design. So there's that.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, that's only if you want to see it that way. Like, I don't know.
Right.
I think both on the atheist extreme end and the creationist extreme end, I think there's so much which is agreed on. It like, you can have a machine code which is just because if it's a binary patterning across the whole cell,
right,
it's a machine code, whether there's been a coder or whether it's just maybe the optimization, instead of being done by a coder or a programmer, is done by brute optimization efficiency as the main driver. So I think that's a bit of an artificial partisanship, really, if you ask me.
Okay, part of the reason I wasn't to go through this whole thing is so that the Evos won't claim that I cherry picked, even though they probably will, because they won't actually be able to make it through this. But if you heard what he said, he is not stating and is actually saying that, hey, if you want to go all the way to the machine code, there must be a coder. He thinks that's going too far. However, as you've heard, yet another PhD who's researching these things be like, well, no, it is one. And it's a mechanical computer and all this other kind of things. But obviously you can tell that Speed of Pudding is realizing, like, oh, crap, I wanted to have this conversation, but I'm actually giving plenty of potential support for my intelligent design enemies, I need to start issuing caveats and disclaimers and try to spin this back, which gets even worse as we go along. So just stay tuned to listening to Pudding Brain, slowly realizing that this is not actually supporting as much of his positions. Not saying that the researcher is claiming that my position and other folks is correct, but it is undermining the position that he and his ilk like to take on a regular basis, and claim that folks like myself are just completely misinterpreting what is even having to be addressed and accounted for, rather than the ontological and teleological arguments.
Yeah, it depends on where you want to take it.
But if you want to say where I want to sit on that spectrum, I would say that I pivot between the two, because there's certainly bits which are missing from like evolution from nothing is really hard for me to grasp, because well, from a cell I can imagine that you can build up complexity, but there's certain bits where you've got to capture something and then you've got to reproduce it, and certain bits where it might actually be unfavorable in the short term, but then longer term give rise to a favorable change. So it's hard.
Abiogenesis is, kind of the big bugaboo right now as far as how did all of this get started, that sort of thing. But the interesting thing here is what you hit upon is the equivalent of the genetic code, the trinucleotide genetic code for another type of molecule, these talons, right? With a possibility of a complex code. But then, drawing back, I'm going to be talking to. Are you familiar with Daniel Nicholson, Dr. Daniel Nicholson?
No.
He's a philosopher of science and biology, and also a molecular biologist. And he has written a paper called "Is the Cell a Machine?" And of course, he comes down on the idea that the cell is a machine. It's not machine-like. That it's more stochastic and statistical in nature. And if we look at the reality of what we got here, how many talon molecules do we have in the average cell, right?
Yeah.
Do we have a scope for that? I mean,
there's probably 100 in each adhesion. There's probably, I don't know, a few hundred adhesions in each cell. There's a lot. And like a machine, all of the computation we do, it's all been driven by efficiency and the need to become more efficient.
Right.
And maybe we just converge on the same solution because that is the most efficient way to do something.
Yeah.
Whether it would be created or happen to come by a random choice, I think both are total faith-based.
But if there were a statistical,
he literally just stated that they're both conclusions are faith-based. I love this guy. He's not taking it either side, just well, yeah, I mean, it's pretty crazy, something you have to account for. And either side of the equation, you're having to ultimately reach an inference to the best explanation, basically. And it's pretty funny to me that, obviously Pudding Brain, who's now in the side chat, is realizing he's begun to realize the significance of all this, and the fact that he was expecting this PhD to be completely on his side about a lot of the talking points. And no, I mean, it's not machine. And I think it's so funny how he's trying to insert Nicholson into this equation when you've got a guy who's describing it all as machine, and it gets worse for Pudding Brain as this goes along. But the fact that he's going to go back to the philosopher of biology, Nicholson, who claims it's not a machine and there's nothing machine-like in it when it is, and it's pretty funny. And look here, Pudding Brain, it says in the side chat, note, John, that the guy had never heard of YECs. Pudding Brain, I did note that. I actually pointed that out at the very beginning of this, because unlike you and your little gang of morons, I don't just do timestamp and then not actually play 2 seconds of something and then go off on a tangent and reconstruct, artificially reconstruct things that were said and not said, and put everything into your context. I've actually been issuing disclaimers throughout this entire thing for the express purpose of accounting for clown shows like you, who try to misconstrue things on a very regular basis. So you can take all of your little assertions and shove them.
A statistical tendency for a lot of these talon molecules to be in one state. And then, of course, you'd have fringe states, right? But overall, for signaling in the cell, what's going to affect genetic expression is going to depend on the statistics of how many of these signal molecules we have, right? So, I mean, it isn't quite real clean machine-like, but it's more statistical, because not every one of these talon molecules is going to have exactly the same code.
Well, I don't know, because my view of this, and I'm trying to publish a kind of follow-up, but is that there's probably within a cell, there's probably solutions to all of these switches and all of this cytoskelette and all of these different motor proteins where it balances out, and those balanced states are probably certain patterns, which is what we'd really like to try and prove. So, and that's where I think each individual tailin molecule is part of a big system. So at the end of the calculation, the patterns will be fixed across all of the tailins to give a proper solution. It's not explicitly dependent on each of these switches, because on any one switch being in, because the problem is, I saw a really nice talk a few years ago where they were talking about how you make a lung. It's a bit of a detour this, but it was this branching morphogenesis where the capillary goes, then it divides, and then it divides, and it divides. Right. And if you try and do that, the obvious one is it's like a fractal, because it keeps doubling and doubling and doubling. But you can't, if you try and run that as a simulation, as soon as it hits a little bit of gristle or hits a bit of noise, it just piles up and it becomes a horrible mess. So you can't rely on perfection. What you need to rely on is a solution which can tolerate imperfection. Right. And that's what the body does. The morphogenesis and the body plan and the brain all do so well, is that it's got this statistical component, but also that there's it can readjust if there's an issue, or to give a solution, is what I'm trying to say, probably. Yeah.
And that's kind of where the intersection of biosemiotics and information and biology is becoming a really interesting new way of looking at things. You know, we're looking at we're looking at a system. I was listening to Terrence Deacon. I don't know if you're familiar with him.
No.
Incredible person who has a very, very radical idea about biology that is making a whole lot of sense in this last decade. He wrote a book called Incomplete Nature, and he talks about how biological systems are robust because they are not machine-like, because they are not, because they are more statistical and stochastic in nature, and there are solutions in the space always, that can be found that would not be found if it was exactly precise.
So, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Pudding Brain is doubling down on his position that was just addressed by the good doctor on, well, yes, there's some stochastic aspects to it. Yes, it does have to be dynamic. Yes, it does have to be able to adapt on the fly, but it's still machine-like. And then here we go. Pudding Brain is doubling down, trying to insert this whole piece again. It's all just random again. Here we go.
So he pushes against precision, that sort of thing.
So I flip between these two, because now I'm at the state where I can imagine, based on these switches being part of these big networks of things, that I could imagine that as each cell jostles and tries to fit, that there's a unique solution to it, where every single molecule has got a specific shape, and within that you can have variation, because if one comes loose or goes into it, it'll readjust. But you basically got these little tiny interdependencies, which that's like in a city really, where the day-to-day bits of all the parts aren't necessarily tightly regulated, but across the whole of the city it works pretty nicely. And that would be what I would imagine across all of our cells in our body, where they're all working to the same plan, but it can really tolerate small unexpected changes,
perturbations, basically. Perturbations are just absorbed, right? Yeah, which is really, really interesting. I've been looking into the evolution of the liver, and the first thing I ran into is this tissue type, hepatocytes on each corner have sort of an actin structure on the corners that shape the cell into what it is. And my question was, how in the hell does that happen? and basically, so when you go from one corner to the middle of the cell, you have a variation, and this code that you're talking about is a possibility for that variation. Looking at the variation from along a cell membrane, how cell membranes are segmented, right? Yeah. And divided up so that the cell has a specialization on the surface, that sort of thing. And you have different, different receptors and all of that. Yeah. And this is really exciting to me, because this looks like the possibility of just unbelievable variation, right? Because of this code, that sort of thing. So
anyway, the tailings are just the one bit at the bottom of the cell, but it's connected to on the nuclear envelope. There's other things which have got similar switches, not as many, like the Nespins or the link complexes and all of these type of other switches. So you could easily imagine with some switches at the bottom and at the top, that as you push and pull on them, you can be updating across the whole length, across a big scale, across the cell. From the front of the cell, or the triangular actin structures, to under the cell where you've got these tailings where it's getting the nucleus on top. So you can easily imagine this incredible versatility in this system with these rules of how actin polymerizes and how these switches and proteins interact with it. So
and I was just reading a paper on contact points between organelles, like the Golgi apparatus, mitochondria, endoplasmic reticulum, and all of these contact points. And there again, actin and microtubules are involved in actually supporting these structures inside the cell. Because the question is, how does the Golgi apparatus assemble itself and stay that way? And then along this line, you have the possibility of this signaling architecture, coming from the surface, which is pretty cool.
I think my view is, like, a lot of what we know has been mapped out from a cell in culture. And so we learned so much about how it works, but the big missing piece of the cell in culture is it never makes.
Okay, folks, pay very close attention to what you're about to hear on the differentiation between what they're seeing in culture versus what is basically the in vivo versus in vitro differentiation that he's alluding to right here. So pay very close attention. I'm going to read by this just a second, and pay close attention.
My view is like a lot of what we know has been mapped out from a selling culture. And so we learned so much about how it works, but the big missing piece of the selling culture is it never makes all of the correct contacts with its neighbors.
Right.
It never gets to remake the matrix into the pattern it wants. So it never reaches a final state. So it always looks chaotic and dynamic and the organelles moving around. But I think in an actual tissue, these things are much more positioned, almost to the point, I think, where the cytoskeleton is ordered and it actually holds all of these organelles where it needs to be. Like in a synapse, you hold the mitochondria right there so they can be generating energy on tap right at that site.
Right.
So everything is, so I think it's not random or as chaotic as what people say, which is why I'm moving to a position where I probably disagree more with that Terence Deakin's position, that this is a mechanical computer, this is a machine. Just
Interesting. I don't know if y'all caught everything that he just said. It's rather important and significant. So a lot of the chaos and the disorder and it's just random molecules bumping into each other, all that kind of stuff, that doesn't really need to account for any kind of hierarchy and structure to the logic and the controls, so on and so forth. He's saying, well, a lot of that has been the positions based on what we're looking at in the culture where it's taken out of the system overall, which kind of makes sense. Like, hey, if you take a part out of a system, it's obviously not going to be working in the same manner as it would if you were inside the system. Like, this is not that complicated, folks. This is the exact same thing that we're referring to in relation to in vivo versus in vitro. And we're just now, really over the last decade, but significantly over the last 5 years, been able to develop the imaging technology that enables things to be able to be viewed in real time in the cell, in the organism, when it's being analyzed versus being taken out and only being looked at under the microscope. And to me, what this indicates is we're just going to continue to realize more and more of the significance of these different things that are being discovered, and a lot of the standard talking points from Pudding Brain and the gang and his ilk and general new atheist types that don't actually want to grasp the bigger picture is there's a lot of things from their standard positions and their the foundation for their dismissal of all the ID arguments, for example, are not even remotely solid in the way that they try to portray them to be. And moreover, it just continues to showcase how they don't actually go and research this stuff for themselves, look behind the curtain, and find out if their positions are actually tenable, or if these things that must be accounted for from an ontological perspective way more significant.
It's not made of metal and silicon, it's made of protein and fat.
Well, I think we'll all get along.
Oh yeah, that's the other part I forgot to. That was the other thing I forgot. I cut it off too soon. Let's listen to him one more time about what he says about what it's made. Still machines, just not made out of metal. Let's play that one more time.
Almost to the point, I think, where the cytoskeleton is ordered and it actually holds all of these organelles where it needs to be. Like in a synapse, you hold the mitochondria right there so they can be generating energy on tap right at that site.
Right.
So everything is, so I think it's not random or as chaotic as what people say, which is why I'm moving to a position where I probably disagree more with that Terence Deakin's position, that this is a mechanical computer, this is a machine. Just it's not made of metal and silicon, it's made of protein and fat.
Well, I think we'll all get along if we stick with stochastics.
Okay, so again, folks, how many times in debates that I have had, how many times have you heard it's not a machine, it's just chemicals. It's not code, it's just chemicals. Okay, so once again, even though I've shown this from paper after paper, we have another person who does the research who's like, what are y'all talking about? Like, it's just the medium that makes up the whatever's being discussed is different, but it still has the same end functional outcomes. Like, this is not that complicated, folks. This is very straightforward concepts and not that difficult. Oh, looks like Jerome is taking off. Have a great night, Jerome. Appreciate you joining us. Where is your... Got to go. Well, appreciate you swinging by and partaking in this. extravaganza. Hope to see you again soon. And make it back later. We should be getting into dumpster fire in the not too distant future. So if you want to come back and get involved in that, feel free to do so as well. And real quick, I'm having some issue with my internet. Hang on one second. Okay, looks like we're back. All right, here we go.
Statistical codes rather than precise, perfectly designed codes, that would be rigid and as long as it is statistical. But before we move on from that point, I want to mention one of the things that when you have a cell lineage, that is basically developing and moving along.
Good grief. Another example of pudding brain attempting to dismiss what he just heard and play damage control and defense of, well, it's not really, it's stochastic. It's not really, it'd be too rigid if it was a code. Like, dude, what the hell are we trying to do with our systems right now? We're making them dynamic as possible and how to be flexible. Like, and what do you think we're doing in our AI and machine learning systems? Like, to be able to have it's amazing. The defense of these guys is hilarious.
And it has endothelial to mesenchymal, blows apart, and then these tissues end up in like in the liver, it will end up in proximity of the heart, and the heart has an effect on it becoming a liver. If there's no heart, there's no liver developed, right? That sort of thing. But you also have cell history, and you may have hit upon the thing that gives the differentiating cell a bit of history about where it came from, but where it was before, right?
Yeah.
So you have a historical aspect to development, which would tell us why it doesn't work in the petri dish.
Yes, and the petri, it never comes into contact. It never reaches its end state, like its energy minimized state, because it's constantly moving. And the reason it looks so dynamic in that state is because it's constantly trying to feel and trying to work out what it's supposed to do.
Right.
And yeah, I'd say that these switches provide a way to encode memory on a relatively dynamic scale. But then because they're directly interacting via mechanotransduction, changing the genes, changing even the epigenetic marking of the genes. So you can encode something quite quick in a switch, which then leads to more long-lasting changes by reprogramming the actual which genes are available and which ones are tightly wrapped up in the nucleus. So I think there's different layers of memory in a cell, going right back, probably all the way back to the first cell. Like they're constantly updating and changing how they are. So yeah.
I've got I'm not sure what you want to do with YouTube and YouTube presence, which has kind of become a thing for a lot of scientists. Right. Get on YouTube and start to do some hangouts. But it would be fun to put you in the same room with Daniel Nicholson. The cell is not a machine, and kind of work some of that out, because there is something there. There is a solution to those two camps that is something new in between that I'm very, very interested in.
Yes.
And somehow the biosemiotics people are trying to nudge their way in and make sense about it all.
A machine, I'm not trying to say it's like a train or a steam train, or
right.
It's incredibly dynamic. It constantly disassembles and reassembles. So it's nothing like our mental image of a machine, but it happens with really high reproducibility. The same thing happens every single time. Because look at us, we fertilize that egg, and then 9 months later, here we are, 99% or 99.99% of the time. Every single thing unpacks in a beautifully ordered, logical way to give rise to us.
And that's where you would agree with Terence Deacon, and that he says, no matter how you perturb this system, it settles back into that groove. It goes in that groove over and over again. And so there's something pulling it back into the shape with itself. And he sees it as a dynamical system.
Well, all of the bits of it is just interdependencies, like little feedback loops. So at the adhesion, you've got these feedback loops, but then they're connected to other things further away. So the whole system is constantly self-correcting across different levels, from the individual proteins to the adhesions, to the linkages, to the cells, to the neighboring cells, across the whole tissue. The whole thing is with different levels of interdependence and interdependability, or whatever the word is. Like they're not, if you change them over in the top of your arm, your fingers aren't necessarily going to have a massive reaction, but overall, the whole system is constantly, it's all interdependent.
And he looks at it as.
So, and something that I was thinking about the other day was, in this whole context, was, for those of you too young, you won't remember this, but the Terminator 2 Judgment Day movie. You've got Arnold Schwarzenegger as the original Terminator model, up against the latest version, which can like reshape, it can make itself look like different people, change its voice, you stab it, it turns into a liquid, and go from liquid to solid, all those kind of things, right? So it's up against the original Terminator, which is much more rigid, doesn't have the ability to, do those kind of dynamic physiological shifts in real time, and is much more limited in its capacities. So what I find interesting about this is basically what you're hearing, and you've heard me talk about it, folks, and what we're discovering in science is that it turns out there is, on the molecular level, we've got much more of this dynamic modeling, shifting, change shape, can adapt on the fly, has the feedback loops to make the XYZ change, but it's all being controlled and has underlying information architecture, structure, and communication that's necessary for these things to be executed and to be pulled off. And instead of looking at it from the perspective I'm talking about in relation to the the comparison of the Terminator versus the original Terminator versus the upgrade in Terminator 2, somehow it's like no, that's evolution. There was no design required, which I find very fascinating. How, like, I don't think anybody ever make that argument in relation to the two robots, but because it's a biological system that follows the same underlying principles, somehow we can apply the same logic to it in terms of the necessity of its origin. It's very interesting to me. All right, let's continue.
Over many small overlapping dynamical systems, basically, that all end up together in these, like if you were to try to draw circles around it, you would have circles around the whole thing and circles in the middle and tiny circles and, just all these overlapping patterns. And it ends up being this self-correcting system, which he calls life, which is how he defines the difference between a living system and, say, some other system that's going to be a different one.
No, and I think, maybe I don't disagree with any of these people, and even the argument on the machine or not machine.
Yeah.
I'm not a big, it's a machine. It's got machine-like characteristics because of this very quantized, and the good thing about switches is that you can have a lot of stuff going on and you can have a lot of small changes, but at the end of the day, a switch is either in that state or it's in that state.
Right.
So it buffers against it. But and a good example is on tailing, there's two switches next door to each other, one which upregulates contractility and one which downregulates. So even if you kick off too much of one, it will turn up the contractility or down. So it can constantly be correcting. So the whole thing, it works out. So in some respects, going into this binary coding notion oversimplifies it because it's the signals which interact with the code, which is where the magic happens and where the variability occurs. But at the end of the day, it is all those switches which are coordinating that, in my view.
Yeah, I think a good term would be over reduces. Like I'm always looking for, I'm looking at one particular or two particular proteins interacting, and I'm coming up with this reductive pathway. And sometimes when you focus on this one pathway, you're over reducing, and you have to look at this wider thing. And there's this tension between the two because of course we know that proteins fit together and do this thing. So we know that we can reduce the mechanism to this pathway. Yet we're being told that this it isn't quite that pat. It's more stochastic and there's more bumps in the night than we're accepting when we over reduce something. So there's a tension between the two ideas.
And I hear in terms of these switches, then a single bit of a molecule will only be in one shape, and then if you exert force on it, it will change to a different shape. The proteins which interact with those two states, it changes the affinity, how strongly they bind by 1,000 times, whether it's in the one state or the other state. So ligands which bind to the O state bind, but as soon as you unfold it, there's no binding site for those anymore. And the same with the one which binds to the unfolded state. When it's folded, that binding site's not available. It's inside the domain. So you can change. You can have a protein-protein interaction, which is changing really with the same two proteins in close proximity, depending if the cell receives a signal which makes the contraction, which pulls to flick that switch. So it's really complicated. And this sort of notion of stochastic and these protein-protein interactions, yes, that's very over reductionist. But that's the trick. You take it down to a very reduced state. Like we do a lot of work in a test tube, protein-protein interactions. And then you can build it back up because you can take a protein-protein interaction, understand the interface, put a mutant in it so it no longer does that, and then look in a cell or look in even in an organoid or even in an animal and look what happens to that cell if that interaction is no longer possible. You take it down to the bare bones, like we only go as far as the individual proteins, you don't go down to the individual atoms or anything. But from building it down, reductionist, and then build it back together. So I think if you were to just stay on one level of explanation, I think you would be in trouble and you would get down dark alleys. But if you keep building it up and then looking where it fits across these different levels of explanation, then I think any single thing, whether you're looking solely in an animal or solely biochemically, as long as you're collaborating and transitioning between them, I think you can find useful stuff out.
Yeah, I look at, I guess when I dabble in the philosophy of physicalism, there's a reductive physicalism, and I contrast it with what I call constructive physicalism.
I don't know about you guys, but I find it hysterical that he says he dabbles in physicalism. The guy calls himself a strict materialist Buddhist. He is so hardcore of a physicalist. The word dabble is like he's trying to portray that I'm not actually this hardcore physicalist who rejects everything else and says nothing can possibly exist outside of the material world. Oh, I get so much entertainment from Pudding Brain, is the way he tries to act like he's not actually a crackpot trying to argue for nothing but atheism.
And basically, we're always looking, we understand reducing, but to truly understand what is happening, you have to construct and you have to move back in the other direction and bring these systems back into their totality and stuff.
And what's coming on really good at the minute is there's loads and loads of, and it's cheaper chips to sequence people now. So everyone who presents with a disease or a condition, sequence them, find what's gone, what the defective bit, and then you can do the biochemistry and you say, oh, it's because of this tailin no longer interacts correctly with kindling or whatever the mutation is. You can work it out, and then so you can learn a lot from that because you understand the nuts and bolts, and then you get a sequence which tells you one of the nuts is broken or not working properly.
Yeah.
So it's across all the layers, definitely.
Did you use the phrase cheap as chips?
Well, is that not a good phrase?
No, I love it. I love it.
Correct same sequence of human is like under £1,000 now. Like when they did the Human Genome Project, I don't know how many billions that cost, but now it's down to £1,000 and you can get a sequence of a person. So hospitals can just do that when you present. They even sequence your cancer.
I love it. I wrote it down. Cheap as chips. I like it.
Maybe that's an English term. I don't know.
Anyway, fish and chips.
You're steering very clear with the brain part.
Yeah. Okay. Now we're getting on to the brain part. So the problem I had, I look at the brain and mind as being a dynamical interaction with whatever's in the world right now in our body and all around us, basically. And I see that the brain and mind is pretty much driven by the external inputs to the brain, and that's sort of what drives it, right? And when I look at something like Penrose talking about quantum effects in microtubules, I'm very skeptical because it hashes out to you've got an axon and you've got a neuron and you've got 10,000 inputs or 1,000 inputs or whatever being summed into across the axon, the hillock, and where it actually fires the axon, and you end up with one bit of information on the other side to some degree, but it's not exactly a bit. It's more of an analog signal because you're going to have a certain amount of strength, right? But then you're going to the next neuron, and of course you have 10,000 other inputs on that one, on its dendrites. And when you talk about now, when the common man hears the word, that there's some sort of information in the synapse, they automatically think in terms of representation in the mind. Like somehow the mind has all of this data, all of this information that represents how my cup looks. This cup I call my red kitty qualia cup, or qualia. When I talk about consciousness, because I use it as an example of how we visualize stuff. But when I have this cup in front of you and you can see it visually, okay, it's one thing. But when I take it away and you're just imagining the cup, it's a very, very different world. So anyway, I tend to push back on this idea of eidetic representation in the mind. And then you come along and you try to topple it, and so what do we have in terms of, okay, but then there's this problem of what is it, post-tetanic potentiation, where when you run a spike train on a neuron, okay, it's very, very likely to remember that for some period of time. And if you run enough spike trains on the neuron, or on where the axon itself, the post-synaptic dendrite has, we can understand how that can remodel, but the presynaptic axon, basically, we weren't clear about how that could remodel. And what you have here is the possibility of seeing how it can remodel and how it can remember a spike train, or get temporal information along with the fact that the neuron just fired. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I would caution you when you talk to pop writers, about your theory, that you don't get pigeonholed into some sort of a weird representation of information in the brain in these codes, and that we look more.
I love how Pudding Brain is telling him how to communicate with publicists and such, when he doesn't even actually hold to the premise that there's actually code to be accounted for and data storage in that context. But then he's going to tell this guy how to represent his own research. I always find that very fascinating when I hear that from Evo atheists who are in full-scale damage control defense mode.
In terms of the dynamical system, what it is to be a mind in the world.
Yeah, the representation stuff and all of that, I tend to stay wide of, because how I'm viewing this is that this is just classical cell signaling, where you have one cell talking to another cell, it sends a signal, and it causes the contractility in the next cell, which just alters the pattern. So one cell, it just basically tapping it and telling the next cell to change. Because when you see something, you've got, I don't know how many optical nerves, lots of rods and cones feeding the signal in.
Right.
It's all just a binary set of information, but it just updates these patterns because that cell is wired up to a circuit of other cells, so it will send a signal into them, and then that one will react, and the whole thing will just constantly update and tune itself. The shapes of these molecules will change, but the big thing, and what we're really keen to prove, in a cancer cell, it's really clear that if we change the pattern of the tailing, we change the signaling of that cell. And we can stimulate the cell with signals and make it change its patterns. We can see all of that. That's fine. The trick is to see that in a synapse, and that's what we're currently doing at the minute. We want to try and prove that you get these shape changes across a synapse, which then changes the activity of that synapse, either up or down. And also the ones in close proximity and further afield, like what the actual rules are. Because we've got these memory molecules, we know we can show experimentally that we can write information into them because we can take a single molecule and write information into it. And we know that they're in the synapses. We know that they coordinate signaling. So the big bit missing is to show that they coordinate signaling as a function of their shape in a synapse. And that's what we're currently trying to do. Because
all right, so in case anybody missed this, he was just talking about how they can write information into the molecule, which therefore that information that's being written is being housed based on a three-dimensional structure of said molecule or molecules. So I think that for all the Evo atheists who run around, again, you don't have to claim, you don't have to concede that this means there was an intelligent agent that was necessary for it to exist. However, to continue the ongoing denial of its existence, honestly, folks, please just give it up already. Oh, and by the way, I think he's about to talk about how there's actually encoding that's happening in your retina before it gets sent to your brain, the images. So pay close attention.
once you know that, then you can constantly just build that this cell signaling, these cells all talking to each other, just updates them all. So you're just leveraging this mechanical computation across all of these different things. And all of the different inputs, when I see your nice pink cup and red cup, also I've got all of my own associations or whatever with a red cup. So all of that bears down on it at the same point. But that's because it triggers these circuits. I mean, I think it's just a relatively simple set of rules, and it doesn't require. I'm very skeptical about the quantum stuff, if I'm honest, because it's complex and it doesn't explain a simple case. Whereas here, you could imagine, and even in the case of a simple organism, you could be constantly updating. You could see this quite well, I think, and that's another thing which we're trying to do.
Okay, so when a neuron fires, when the axon basically fires onto across the synapse, there's an actual mechanical change in the cell membrane as a result of that firing?
Yes, so it's pretty well established. The cool thing about all of this is if you look back through the literature, I've just joined up a lot of dots, but there's when you stimulate a synapse, you get contractility of the cytoskeleton on the pre-side, and the contractility on the presynaptic side is required to cause the vesicular release. So that's what in this panel B, I try and suggest that you might be able to pull and release a switch and actually release a vesicle or trigger the vesicle release. But on the postsynaptic side, also it's well mapped out that the cytoskeleton changes when you stimulate a synapse, and the cytoskeleton changes as you stimulate a tailin in a normal cell. So we could start to build. So that's all well known. What's also really well known is that the ECM is essential for all of neuronal processes, and integrins are essential for that. So all of the long-term potentiation, all of the plasticity, and all of the stuff which everyone knows and loves are all explicitly dependent on integrins and the ECM, and they all drive changes in the cytoskeleton. So the bit here is that the bit in the middle, which is coordinating that, is this molecule which has got these switches which are able to capture that information in a really fast way and in a quantized way as well.
Yeah, like my neuroscience is from 10, 15 years ago, and it was sort of a big, it was a big thing about how the presynaptic neuron could rewire, and you have a solution here for both pre and postsynaptic reorganization, right? Depending on the reason I mentioned this book to you, Spikes, is because this is about the spike code in the brain, and it's done by a biophysicist and a couple of neuroscientists, and exploring the neural code basically. But when neurons rewire when they get certain spike trains, and these spike trains are extremely noisy. If you look at them, they don't make any sense until you start statistically looking at them, and then you start to find a thing like when you look at this cup. Okay, it's in one part of your visual field, now it's in another part of your visual field, but things stay constant. So there's a whole bunch of statistical noise reduction going on in your visual system.
But also in that, there's also quite a lot of what's becoming apparent is that a lot of that information is first encoded in the eye itself. So in the sensory part feeding into the nerves, and in the synapses connecting there's information and then that's talking to your brain. So in this model, you're constantly updating all of these synaptic points, all of these junctions where things come together with that latest information. And now, because I'm sort of even a bit primed that you might get your cup out again, I can start to think like I'm already sort of anticipating it almost. So they're ready, you see. So yeah, and it would be constantly being updated at all of the junctions, and even down to your muscular junctions, neuromuscular junctions. So that's
there's a lot. There's a lot being. I think his name is Jeffrey Hawkins. He does this stuff on AI in the brain, and he talks a great deal about how the cortex is basically a prediction machine. That it always wires across, like particularly at layer 1. There's always cross wiring. That basically when you see,
that would be useful here because the map of the cortex is beautiful.
What was that?
The figure 5 of this paper.
Oh, okay.
It's easy to scroll down to.
Figure 4. We'll go to figure 5. Okay, right here. Yep. Yeah.
So maybe that one, but even more so, figure 6, then the one of actually what the cortex looks like, because it's directly relevant to what you're about to say, I think.
Let's see if I can get a little more of that figure visible. Okay, that's figure 5.
Yeah, so that one's just the idea that once you do show me the red cup, my eyes detect that, but even in the eye, in the nerves and the synapses in my eye, they're still picking up and changing as a update, and then feeding into the circuitry of the brain, and the whole thing is constantly just updating this register. But go to figure 6, sorry, that's what I meant. I haven't read this paper for a while.
Okay, we're figure 6. Oh, right here. Yes, the brain.
Yes. So this is the cortex, what you're saying about the structure of it, and it's incredibly well ordered.
Yep. Yeah, and with these pyramidal cells, this layer 1 up here, I don't think you can see my cursor, but the very first layer at the top, there's all this cross connection going on between cortical columns, and then at the bottom, of course, we've got the thalamus, or the thalamocortical, or what is it, thalamic circuit, right? Basically, there's this feedback with the thalamus, but there's some incredible things that happen with the thalamus. When you first see the cup, you see your thalamus first recognizes red blots, and then it starts to work down and starts to through lateral inhibition, it starts to narrow down the focus to, oh, that's a cup, and oh, that's a coffee cup, and oh, that's the coffee cup that Speed was holding up 3 minutes ago. So there's this whole little perturbed circuit that hones in on what you're seeing very, very quickly, and of course it makes predictions. And then of course you've got the memory of just having seen it. Now, when you go to sleep tonight, you might even integrate my red kitty qualia cup into your long-term memory, and you will be plagued for the rest of your life with the memory of this cup.
I always remember it. That's right. And that's why I think there has to be an addressable read-write memory. You've got to be storing it in a very ordered fashion to be able to call it that quickly. If it was just a big network, a neural network, just it's all just whizzing around, it's very hard to imagine where that information resides. Whereas here, it would be physically written, and there would be some sort of allocation so that the hippocampus would know where in that it was. So when we simulate, immediately call the right memories, which then link to the inputs, and then over time, like you say, at night, then the body, your brain then makes that consistent with what you've got in the day, with what's already written, and updates it where required, and bins, like, loses the rest of the stuff you forget. It's really important, because otherwise you just get totally filled up.
Yeah, the hippocampus, I think, is a place where you're going to find the very quick read-write mechanisms. That are going to I always had a problem remembering Terrence Deacon's name for some reason. I can never remember his last name because I keep thinking it's some sort of a French last name, and it's not.
Yes.
And so
that's some other piece of information, and it steers you off after that. Yeah. So
I wrote it down last night on this pad I have here, and then of course I went over and started watching videos, and then I started watching something else or checking Netflix, and then I'm like, okay, Terrence, I forgot his last name again. So I walked over here to my computer, and as I was approaching this newsprint pad, all I did was glimpse the newsprint pad, and I remembered Deacon.
Yeah, no, it's amazing.
and that's the hippocampus, right?
I think it's just amazing how your brain works, how it brings in all this information. And I think there's a tendency for a lot of people to oversimplify it, like that, the amount of associations or the amount of information it's using at the same time to make that real in our world. But the cool thing about the mesh code theory and the hypothesis is if it's updating each of the synapses in those cortical columns, not only is it updating information, it's also updating the flow of traffic through them. So a bit like in the SD card on the left, when you call the information back, the flow of electricity comes as a function of the patterns of information. So when I was actually stuck in Germany when I made this association between what we've designed with SD cards and the Cortex. It was at the start of lockdown in March 2020, and I got locked in my room for 24 hours. So I was just doing some internet research into how these switches could be used. And I think it's incredible how similar our architecture is, where you have lots and lots of repeating with very repetitive architecture, but each one's addressable slightly differently. So I think, that's my view of the brain. And that would also imply that information is written into specific parts of the brain in a way that it can be rapidly recalled. Not that the picture of the red cup's written in one specific synapse, but the change in information is part of this mathematical representation, which is written into there, such that when it's called, the information comes through the circuitry and then appears in where I can use it. So
and then there's this.
So information is being archived in a specific format with addresses that can be encoded and decoded, can be passed through a circuit to be accessed. And that's pretty awesome. Oh, and there can be read write on the fly. It's dynamic. There's communication systems that are operating on a variety of levels in a very dynamic and hyper efficient way to modify outcomes in split seconds in order for life to exist. It's pretty amazing, folks. It's pretty amazing. Let's continue. Almost wrap it up here. And I just posted a link in the chat and pinned it up at the top. This is a couple more minutes, and then we'll open this up to discussion if people want to join.
this thing of you got like a mini cortical column. Joaquin Fuster is probably, he knows more about the cortex, I think, than any other man alive. He's a neuroscientist. And we have all these mini cortical columns, and I think we got I can't remember, about 30 million of them or something like that. I can't remember what the number. And anyway, they are used in more than one memory, depending on which cross associations are hit, right? And so you have the same thing, and every now and then it will leak, and you will think about one thing, and then all of a sudden you'll remember something, tangential, way out, just way
I
off
think
the
that
wall.
might also be by design as well, because it's the cross links and the crosses, the bringing together a piece of information, which is why we can do it laterally and so creatively, because we're not just locked on one solution. We bring in information, and a lot of it might turn out to be rubbish, but then you might make a linkage which might be useful.
Why we can think intuitively.
Yes, and it might be that all of our inputs, all of our senses, and all of our outputs, all of our muscles and stuff, is just linked by this calculation and mathematical representation, is what I try and describe in the paper, where your brain wires up during in utero into like a deep state. But then when you are born, well, even when you're still in the womb actually, but when you're born, all of the different inputs, whether you're in the desert or here in Kent or whatever, and what food you get and what you're taught, all wires up, and so you end up connecting all of your inputs and your outputs via this computation. And it's a mathematical representation is what we're talking about, written into these patterns of information. Written into the shapes of molecules.
As a 70-year-old, I find there's a lot of, particularly a 70-year-old trying to understand molecular cell biology. There are all these memory problems that you run into as you get older. And when young people accuse me of, oh, you're getting old and your memory's starting to go, I tell them, no, the problem I have is that my brain has a lot of information in it. It's full. Yours has nothing in it yet.
Yeah.
Basically, when you fill it up, you'll be able to start, actually understanding what I'm talking about. But so you got locked in your room for 24 hours and you came up with this?
I was supposed to go into a brain conference in Leibniz, and all of a sudden it was getting quite close to, and then the UK said come home, because it was just as it went really took off. So I stayed in my room until I could get the next flight home. So I missed the conference, but spent the whole session writing this. So it was very good. I mean,
yeah, I think locking scientists in a room for 24 hours is a good idea. You come up with a lot of new research that way.
Yeah, definitely. Just that time without distractions. Anyway.
Yep. Okay. So, I don't know. I don't think we disagree too much. I would just caution you on this, on how pop science is going to see information in the neuron. And the information that's in the neuron is not the kind of information that we would imagine it to be, like there's, some binary representation of this cup. That's not exactly what's happening. It's an entirely more dynamical system than that.
Yeah, dynamic. The whole thing's dynamic. And that's why as soon as I talk about it in there, like hypoxia, or when you die and these motors stop being dynamic and they stop updating or holding this information, that very quickly you start to, you can't regenerate, even though your brain is visually perfectly okay. The information's gone because it's lost its synchronization. So that's why you can't revive someone who's had hypoxia for too long, because the brain isn't functioning and it's not connecting inputs and outputs correctly.
Yep.
So and I think it does lead to a cool model for what's going on in sleep, that electrical activity is physically just updating these patterns, generating contractility, and pushing and pulling on these switches to update them to a meaningful, updated pattern. So.
This is amazing. Like I say, when I first heard it, I was like skeptical, and then I started reading your paper, and it's like, oh hell, this can solve a lot of problems. I mean, there's a lot to be learned here, and really looking forward to whatever you do next. So
yes, hopefully we can prove it. And if we can find one of these, the main thing we want to find at the minute is neuronal regulators, which are known to be important, which are interacting directly with these switches to try and correlate the wide body of existing knowledge with mechanical computation and mechanical memory. So that's what we're doing at the minute. That's how
you're gonna have to get some rats and mice and do a little in vivo observation. Hippocampus is where you're going to find your neurons that are going to be the most malleable.
Yes, although I think so far we've not done any. It's not involved. We've used half of a mouse's brain, one hemisphere, to try and find the new ligands, which is an experiment which we're doing at the minute. But most of it we can work out looking, because there's a lot to understand. But once we get these rules, we know the rules of a single memory molecule. So now we're looking at synapses in living synapses in culture to show that we can stimulate them and actually update these patterns. Long before we start to cut, I'm not a massive fan of animal studies for the sake of it, which a lot of this seems to be, where they're looking for what they're hoping to find. They don't know what. So at some point we'll need to go into that. But I think we can work out most of the rules before we go in.
Yeah, we want to thank that one mouse for his service, by the way.
And it was an offcut from a neuroscience lab who were using the other half for something else. So
he'd been in survey. He's a veteran.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're coming up a little past 1 hour, so we can end this here, and hopefully we can talk again soon. But
sure, this has been interesting.
But hang around, don't go away. I'm just going to end the recording. So, and I would say goodbye, cruel world. I'm in my recording, so goodbye, cruel world.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of this little review. I guess we'll have a open discussion here in a couple minutes. If people want to join, I've pinned the link in the chat. But for those of you made it through all this thing, I hope you really were paying attention and recognized, obviously, the defense and the damage control being done by pudding brain. I thought it was kind of funny at the end. He's like, oh, this could answer so many things, as he's trying to use all this as somehow an explanation for his physicalist worldview. It's pretty funny, the level of ongoing just propagation of the worldview while dismissing the underlying significance of different things that are being discovered, and then simultaneously claiming that they somehow support your positions. And even if it doesn't disprove your position, adamantly claiming in no way, shape, form, or fashion provides any level of credence in any manner to somebody else's position. We don't know how this works. We don't know how to explain its origin. However, we're going to claim that it has no relevance to the overarching necessity of an intelligent agent being necessary for the incredibly dynamic system that operates on a master level. It's kind of funny. So Sant Pao is asking, let's see, he says, what's your bench and deadlift? I saw you whining about men not being strong today. So I can still bench around 225. My back's been hurt, so I don't really do deadlifts anymore. I was doing like 350 to 4. When I was younger, I did a lot more, a lot more than that. But I could still squat or like 260, 270 somewhere there. I had knee surgery, so I can't do a bunch on that stuff. But so I got some pretty crazy grip strength. Got 160 pounds of pressure grip strength, which is about 40 pounds greater than the average male of my age. And yeah, I don't claim to be in ridiculous shape like I used to be, but I'm definitely not weak either. It's anyway. Oh man, look here. We got LPP's punching bag is joining. That's got to be Andrew. What's going on, Andrew?
Hello.
How are you?
Am I coming on okay?
Yeah, you're coming through just fine. Hang on a second. Seppow says, you don't do deadlifts? I thought real men deadlifted and squatted. So there's a lot of men who don't even go to the gym who are strong as hell. I'm not really sure what relevance that has to do anything, but since I hurt my back, I was told by the docs to not do deadlifts specifically for that strain. That doesn't mean that I don't do lat pull downs or a variety of other types of exercises specifically for that, nor do I never lift anything of weight. So I don't think that strength as specifically must be tied to a specific exercise action. And if that's going over your head, apparently you've never interacted with somebody who's country strong, because there's a hell of a lot of dudes out there that I've interacted with over the years who haven't seen a gym in 20 years, but could, if they sat down at a bench, would be able to lift a hell of a lot. But man, is this guy a moron? Now he's saying, I thought real strong men didn't listen to doctors. Okay, that's just borderline moronic. I don't even know what this guy is talking about. Let's just put this clown show on timeout, because obviously you're a really dumb. If you are a man, you're a really dumb man. If you think that when you get injured, people don't actually pay attention to that. But anyway, let's put him in timeout for a little bit. Anyway, what's going on, Andrew? How are you? And also, it's Angelo. Welcome to the stream, brother. How are you?
Yes, I'm fine. Thanks, John. Hi, Andrew. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, just people roboting for me for some reason. Not quite sure if that's just on my end.
No, I was hearing you coming through just fine.
Okay.
So, Andrew, is there anything, you were here first, is there anything you wanted to address, or are you just joining for the sake of joining?
I guess the latter. Not really into this code stuff, to be honest. But I just want to pick your brain on something else.
It's Angelo. Oh, it's Angelo. Nice. You're not actually Peter impersonating Andrew, or it's Angelo, are you?
No. No.
So, Chancellor, are you able to? Did you see the review, or had you already watched this this interview that Pudding Brain did, or was your first interaction?
Yeah, I watched part of it, and I watched almost entire interview earlier, and I an action in the side chat where I asked, what is the name guy? Doctor, let's check here. I forgot. Gold or so. Right? Dr. Gold, I think it was.
Yeah,
Let me check
Benjamin
here.
Gold. Yeah, that's his name.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So I asked him, Dr. Gold, do you agree that the cell is a city full of factories? And he answered, "Oh, Tangelo, it's a reasonable analogy."
Yeah, I mean that's
So I like that, you know.
Well, I was thinking about this in the other day in context of Nicholson's paper, which I read on why the cell is not a machine, and I was contemplating it, and like, you know what? I actually agree with Nicholson. The cell is not a machine. It's a factory. Actually, it's not even a factory. It's a city that's full of factories that are full of machines that are being expressed via the data that's stored on the DNA hard drive. That's actually what it actually it's the CPU and the hard drive, everything else in combined. But the it's like, you know what, fair enough. You don't want to call this the cell a machine, fair enough. It's more than just being relegated to a single machine.
Yeah, I wrote that in the side chat. You paraphrased quite similarly what I wrote. I said cells are cities full of factories that are full of machines that are made based on instructional information stored in DNA using a language composed of codon words which form a genetic code. Such things very obviously arise only from intelligence with foreknowledge, foresight, and intent.
Well, in any other context, I would have to agree with you completely. I mean, I don't know where the how people come to other conclusions other than being desperate for their worldview to not be fractured and the underlying necessity of a preceding creator being the most logical, plausible, and probable conclusion for the necessities of their existence. But, you know, hey, if you're desperate to avoid that, then you're going to come up with all sorts of creative explanations as to why you don't need to account for that, or maybe not even creative accounts. It's more of just a dismissal of the necessity of accounting for it and applying some kind of extreme outlier unknown law that has not yet been discovered to overcome all the evidence which would stand in its way and would lead to the intelligent creator you're referring to being necessary for, and that being the inference of the best explanation. But, you know, let's not actually address those kinds of things. Let's just dismiss them as a far outlier, extremist, crazy people who actually want to contemplate these sorts of things.
Silence.
But you know, there's always those. There's always the times when you can say that there's just a chance, and this clip always really sums it up.
So you're telling me there's a chance? Yeah!
Yeah. I streamed at his channel earlier. I asked Bengal, what came first, the signaling language, the information storage molecules, the signaling information and senders and receivers, or the signaling information transmitter? And then he answered here, well, Tangelo, good question. I am not sure. I think cells added complexity with the extra cellular matrix and switches, but how to get to a cell is harder to explain. So basically, he played the I don't know card here. But I mean, it is obvious that none of these things could emerge by evolution individually because they only work in a joint venture together.
Well, I think Dr. Gall was kind of referring to that, not in the context you were making it out to be, but in relation to the talon proteins. And he was mentioning the multiple other factors that are interacting with the talon proteins in order for the communication and the data transmission to occur. And it's like, yeah, they have the switches, but there's these other proteins that turn them on and off and enable the binding to take place and to do upregulation and downregulation based on which switches and the proximity of the different switches are, whether they're on or off, will upregulate and downregulate. But you still have to have those external factors already in place in order for those actions to take place. It's not just a completely random actions that's being executed. They're very hyper-specific mechanical functions.
Yeah, I gave actually a look at Dr. Gold's paper, Tallinn as a mechanosensitive signaling hub from 2018. Now, it's very interesting what he writes here. He says, cell adhesion to the extracellular matrix is fundamental to multicellular life. Deletion of major integrins or ECM proteins impairs the development and survival of multicellular organisms. So what does that mean, John? If you remove these proteins, then you cannot have development and survival of multicellular organisms. So this is a very fundamental protein, okay? And of course, if it is so fundamental, then it had to be there when the supposed transition from unicellular to multicellular organisms emerged. And I have studied that transition, and it is just one cell signaling, which is what these tallins are involved with. It's just one of the essential things that are required in order for you to have multicellularity. And I am mentioning 5 different things which must merge together. And that, of course, means interdependence, irreducible complexity. And where do we go from there? It means that evolution is not a capable and adequate explanation.
Well, I would tend to agree with you on that in conclusion, but obviously that those concepts get completely dismissed as having any kind of relevance to the. You're right. Oh, you're right, Otangelo. The current complexity would require that, but there was a simpler version in the past that you're not accounting for.
Yeah, that's a claim. But the problem here, John, is if you want to go from 1 to 2 cells, then you need at least that these 2 cells can communicate together. That's where the tallin proteins come into the picture. But you need also that these cells stick together. So, and if you don't have...
Hey, Otangelo, you're roboting, right?
Okay. So, yeah.
No, I get the point you're making, essentially there. For the audience, like what you're saying is that in order to have the multicellularity, you need the communication factors, which you need are things like what we're talking about now. And per the point that was being made in these papers, as well as referred to by Dr. Galt in the interview with Pudding Brain, is these things are highly conserved, all the way going all the way back from the evolutionary timeline perspective. So you're having to account for these components and these communication mechanisms, and therefore the external factors that utilize the talon proteins in order to conduct the functions and the switches to express the communication pathways. You have to account for all of those things going all the way back, which applies multiple layers of extreme complexity and improbability in order to account for something that's a fundamental component, as well as a non-plausible scenario to have just come into, especially when you're talking about something that's 2,500 amino acids long. I mean, that's a significant structure you're having to account for.
Big, yes, that's a big structure. And now he mentions in his paper, another science paper from 2013, Tallins and Kindlins, partners in integrin-mediated adhesion. Now look here, the kind of words that they use. Tallins and Kindlins, two families of firm domain proteins, bind the cytoplasmic tail of integrins, recruit cytoskeletal and signaling proteins involved in mechanotransduction, and synergize to activate integrin binding to extracellular ligands. Tallin mediates integrin activation. Rhium recruits tallin to the plasma membrane, whereas vinculin stabilizes tallin cell matrix junctions. Now see the words here. I joined them. Binding, synergizing to activate, mediating, activating, recruiting, stabilizing. These are all goal-oriented processes. Why and how would or could unguided evolutionary pressures that are neither goal-oriented or having foresight produce such complex, mechanistic, and information-based processes that show clearly that a higher order goal complexity is being achieved, namely producing the interaction of various cells together?
No, that's a very good points. I mean, on some level, obviously the usual defense mechanism that we'll hear from putting Bran in the gang tomorrow, since Andrew's here to do a report, is, oh well, you're cherry picking words and such. You're just utilizing different things. Oh man, we lost Jungle. Jungle, come back.
I guess in that case, now my. Go ahead.
Oh, the last thing is the words are used for a reason, because you're having to indicate the actions that are taking place, and at some point Evo atheists have got to begin to actually address these things, not just on the everything is metaphor, but actually the literal functions and mechanical functions that are taking place that must be accounted for on both a physical three-dimensional structure perspective as well as in a information and communications perspective. But real quick, Andrew, before you go ahead, Jungle, what's up, brother? How you doing? Welcome to the stream.
What's up, John? I've been noticing too that they'll deny science just to hold on to their belief in naturalism. So go ahead, continue.
Yeah, there's definitely a ongoing, desperation to avoid the obvious, is what I think. But that's just me. Andrew, we were trying to say something.
Yeah, I guess would now be a good time to ask my series of. So I think someone has to stay unmuted. Yeah, it would now be a good time to ask my series of questions for you, I think.
If it's about phylogeny, not interested.
Well, not really, but
okay. If you have something else you want to talk about, that's fine. But I'm done going over the same thing over and over with you. So if you want to go ahead and ask something else or discuss a different conversation, that's fine. But I'm not having another discussion about that in this context. So good.
Right. So you hold to a design hypothesis, but I don't necessarily know if you, because I guess there's a argument to be made or a distinction to be made between multiple designers and a common designer. And I guess my first question for you would be, do you think the designer would base, according to your hypothesis, would base it off of function, like in environmental circumstances?
Re-ask that question. I'm not really sure the relevance you're asking in relation to a common designer. Like, ask your question again.
Yeah, so like in relation to a common designer, do you think he would design in terms of shared function or a function based on environmental context?
Andrew, this is why I get really frustrated with atheists and evolutionary activists and such who don't understand the basics of like programming, for example. Like I view this kind of question as like, are you saying that they used PHP for all these different types of programs? Like, has any relevance to the question you're asking? Like, oh, cool. So I used a programming language that can do all sorts of different things and create all sorts of different functions. And some of them I've discussed with you before. I'm really getting irritated because I don't think you ever actually pay attention to the points that are made. So I can have a framework for a variety of systems, right? And there's all these core functions that I'm going to use in all sorts of different systems, because every single system that has a back end, for example, is going to have a login function. Well, why would I recreate the login function every single freaking time?
Well, that seems to suggest that the designer is limited in that case. Or
no,
I guess lazy, for lack of a better word.
No. No. Okay, so on one side, idiots like you claim that everything that you see is like, I wouldn't do it that way, or that seems too complicated, so on and so forth. But then on the flip side, when there's something that is more efficient and would be considered good design in terms of efficiency and not recreating the wheel every time, then that is somehow a limit on the design or the creator's perspective. That's so incoherent. Are you claiming?
I think that's the point I'm trying to make, though, is that it's not always based on efficiency. Sometimes it's based on contingency.
The thing is that
not everything is based on function or efficiency.
It's this realm, this created realm that's limited. It's not God that's limited. It's the limitations of this physical world, and God is using the same features, the same attributes of all the elements and chemicals to make all these different living organisms with different programming, different information, using the same system or many of the same systems, and some of them aren't even the same systems. Does it make sense?
Well, I mean, it doesn't really make sense if it's not for functional or efficiency basis.
Okay, like, why would you put the point that's being made in relation to the efficiency? Okay, why would I? Okay, let me put this in a different context. I am. Oh, this is so basic. I don't even know how to explain this. If I have a script that I can access from GitHub that has a function for XYZ, and it is already written in PHP, and whatever the system the overall application I'm creating is also in PHP, would it make sense for me to go and rewrite the exact same function in a different language, and then have to create an API to connect the same function but written in a different language, create an API to be able to connect that function into create a whole nother application over here that can run this one function, then create the API to connect this other function, that's other application that has this function over into my main one that is written in PHP? Or would it make more sense to incorporate this new function or this alternative function that's already written in PHP into my overall application that's also written in PHP? Which one makes more sense?
I guess the latter, but I don't think that's what we see in life.
Yeah,
okay. If literally everything is written in the same genetic code with very, very slight modifications, and there's one of the fundamental supposed arguments that you have for common design is the utilization of similar functions in the same code that are used across a plethora of organisms.
You mean common ancestry?
No, I'm talking about
you
the
said
functions.
Common design.
Okay, yeah, common ancestry, whatever. In terms of the common functions that are being
There's no
found
link.
across the board, which you claim are evidence in favor of common ancestry, and claim that it wouldn't be evidence of common design because they're the same function that are being used in the same code in an organism. That there's different applications of it, right? And by application, I'm talking about the overall body plan, the overall, or like the freaking bird versus the bear that have similar proteins in different aspects, but a whole bunch of different ones as well. It's the exact same logic as you have two completely different application. One of them is freaking Uber Eats, and the other one is Airbnb. Like, there could be a whole plethora of code that's either very, very close or the exact same in terms of the overall framework. But there's also going to be ridiculous amounts of code that are completely different. But you would never
So
argue
how
that
do you
there wasn't
distinguish that from common ancestry?
Oh God. Okay. This goes
How do you
back
know
to
there
what
is
is
such a thing?
this is your okay.
Because
In
you're
the
saying
concept,
different designs for
Andrew,
similar functions and similar designs for different
no,
functions. How do I
no, Andrew,
distinguish them?
Andrew, you're dancing, buddy. You're dancing. Okay. Originally, this was the reason I was bringing this whole concept up was in relation to your argument that if you had similar functions, that there would somehow be a evidence against the efficiency and a designer or a creator being ultimately limited. And I'm explaining to you.
Wait. No, I was saying similar functions, similar design would be evidence for design.
Dude, you've apparently forgotten what you started this off with. Initially, you were talking about how this would somehow be a limit. It would be evidence of a limit to a designer if they use the same thing. Why would they do that? That's a limit. And the point that I am making is that just because you have two different systems that have similar functions in some aspects, that has nothing to do with removing the necessity of the intelligent agent for them to exist or for them to be in play. Moreover, you had to have them available beforehand. If you're using the exact same framework, then that framework existed before you created the application. So, like, honestly, I think, man, I really don't think you even understand the point that I'm making about frameworks and the overall architecture of a system.
No, because you're not explaining it that very well, to be honest.
No, it's because I've told you about a bazillion times to go and research this, and we're going on over a year now. You never have you?
Yeah, but how about you proving common ancestry? There's no link between different organisms.
Well, we wouldn't expect there to be.
Well, but you have to prove it.
That's not how common ancestry works. It's not linking groups together. It's inclusive with inclusive ones.
You're assuming common ancestry, though, but you've never proved it.
Yeah, that's like saying if I assume that there's some kind of force pulling the apple to the earth, I can use that to make similar predictions. This is how that's how you test models. You assume that they're tentatively true, and then see, okay, does this work? Does this not work? And what we do is we assume that some kind of common ancestry model is there, and we see how consistent the evidence is with that in terms of like hierarchies and the congruency between different trees.
But the big problem is that it doesn't work. You can't switch from one organism to another. There's no mechanism.
That's irrelevant to the question at hand.
Well,
we're not talking about the mechanism.
Can I interject? Andrew, I have a question for you. Sure. Ever heard about ribonucleotide reductase?
You're picking up there. What was that?
Hey, Otangelo, I think you might need
ribonucleotide reductase.
Okay, it stopped now, but you might want to, when you get done talking this time, you might want to refresh your browser or something because it's getting pretty staticky. Go ahead.
Okay. Have you ever heard about ribonucleotide reductase enzymes?
Not that one in particular, no.
Okay, so this is an absolutely life essential enzymes which performs the reduction of RNA to DNA. Okay, in order to have DNA, life uses that enzyme. Now, the very interesting thing here, first of all, is that this enzyme had to merge prebiotically before life started in order to make DNA. Okay, but the second very interesting thing, Andrew, is that there are 3 different classes of that enzyme, and they have a completely different enzymatic mechanism to perform the same reduction, okay? And they work 3 completely different ways, but the function is the same.
Okay. Are you talking about like between the free domains of life?
No, I am talking that in different forms of life, either one or the second or the third ribonucleotide reductase is used.
Which forms of life specifically? Give me context here.
Yeah, I would have to research this because it is a lot of information. But the point here
Okay.
is
Well, how about you go do that,
that-
and then we can talk about it when you've done that.
well, you can basically use any of them to have the function. And there is no reason why there would be the 3 different mechanisms to perform the same action, to get the same result.
Well, I mean, like analogously, you have different structures performing the same function in terms of morphology. Like that's the point of convergent evolution, for example. So maybe it's due to that. I don't know. I'd have to do more research on that. Because without the context, I can't be sure if that's homoplastic or not.
What Andrew actually means is he won't actually go and research it because he doesn't actually go and look at anything that questions his his positions. But real quick, I'm going to for the audience, because I know that Evo atheists never actually listen. I'm going to use an example of my point about, and this actually also applies to the premise of that SFTF talks about in terms of the front-loaded genomes, right? The potential for a variety of different variations. So for anybody who's ever built a freaking website, this is such basic common sense. But okay, so this is actually I'm getting ready to build a website right now for myself, and I've been looking for different themes to use on WordPress. And this is one of the ones I'm considering, but it's called Big Hearts. But Big Hearts has a bunch of different pre-built options for a variety of different use cases that you're able to not only choose from, but you also can do a one-click install, because all the code that is necessary for these different variations of this overall theme that's operating on the WordPress content management system that's written in PHP and communicates with a MySQL database, and also has obviously the HTML, CSS files, the JavaScript, and the variety of plugins, so on and so forth, that are accessible. And then it's got a bunch of other plugins that are already pre-written to connect to a variety of other APIs of third-party systems that can engage, like for merchant processing and scheduling and calendar connections, all these different things you can incorporate. But they're all built on this same overarching framework, and you can easily find one, pick one that you want to customize. So in the context of if somebody went and did a code audit, 99% of the code on each one of these different variations is going to be the exact same. The fans of what's about it. However, if you were looking at them, you would never come to the conclusion, like these different ones, you would never come to the conclusion, let's say I customized the one on the right for something, or one on the left, picked one, right? And I held my content on it. And then somebody came along and said, oh, well, because they have the same code, that therefore one came from the other when they look at the modifications. Versus there having to be a pre-existing designer for both options that had created the overarching framework and utilized content management system and all the customizations.
I don't think that's quite the argument being made.
Andrew, I understand you don't think that's the argument being made, but you don't understand the point that's being made. You are
Yes,
a mental
you're
child
saying they're
who is
different. You're
desperate.
saying there are
Andrew,
similar
shut your mouth.
modules.
Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth, Andrew. I'm done with you, bro. I'm about to kick you because you just ignore the crap out of me every time you come on here. You never actually listen. You don't actually go and look at things for yourself. You reiterate the same freaking talking points and don't even comprehend, per your own admission and per your own admission that you don't even have the interest to go and look at it, the underlying necessities for all these points that you make, and then you just dismiss. So that's why I said this. I'm explaining this.
Here.
I'm explaining this for the audience because you don't grasp it. Now,
Well, I think I grasp it now.
We can actually test. We can actually test very easily, Andrew, if you are honest or not, with just one question: is it always is intelligence always required in order to make a recipe, to make a cake, or to make instructional assembly information to make a machine? This is a yes or no question.
Is it always? I guess so.
Oh, good. Excellent. We are on the same page here.
Okay.
That is exactly what we see in biology, Andrew, where DNA stores instructional assembly information to make proteins, which is like a recipe to make a cake. So equal
Well, I mean,
product,
that
equal
could explain
cost.
one aspect of it.
Then you also need intelligence to instantiate the information stored in DNA. Do you agree with that?
Sure, I'm perfectly fine with having that the origin of life, maybe.
So you are now becoming an intelligent design proponent?
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, no, you are not. Why not?
Because I don't have a good reason for that.
Yeah, because you're stupid. Yes, Andrew, you know why? You know why, Andrew? Because you are dishonest and you are stupid and you are an idiot.
Okay, are you going to actually let me respond to the arguments here?
No, you already gave the argument. You don't believe it, and we know what will come now. I'm also very impatient. I am also very impatient with you, Andrew. Honestly, I mean, you never learn. As John said, you never learn. What I explained to you is very obvious, and you deny it. This is dishonest.
Well, just because something is obvious doesn't mean it's true. You can have things that are very complex being true.
We are done, Andrew.
But you can't prove otherwise, though.
We are done.
Well, actually, to talk about LBB's point there, he was, if I'm understanding it correctly, he's saying there are certain modules that can be reused here, and you're going to have similar.
I have no patience for this stupidity here. Entertain this.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you're a bird, you have to have hollow bones, you have to have a different breathing system, and you have to have feathers, which nothing else has. You have to have a whole range of systems that other things don't need and don't have.
Right? Well, yes, but those are based on contingent patterns that are also found in those other things, are shared by all those things. So no, I wouldn't agree that they're completely different.
No, but what we're saying, the basic structure is the same. Like you say, a scale is basically the same base foundation for a feather, right?
Yeah, I guess developmentally, sure.
Well, now you're suggesting that a scale develops into a feather, but you have no evidence for that.
Well, we've morphed them in the lab, so I don't know what you're talking about there.
Have you ever seen?
You're stating that through random mutation we have successfully turned a scale into a feather?
Well, of course not by changing it randomly here and there. We've directed it through.
No, of course not.
I'm not.
Okay. So Andrew, this goes back to
Andrew.
So this goes back to my earlier point about, and this is why I get so irritated with you, is I can take a script that is a freaking contact form. And I can change the form fields. I can add and take away. I can allow for file uploads. You could even turn it into a payment gateway. There's something you're buying out of this. If you add a few extra, a few more lines of code, these systems, these like simulations stuff, they're being done like, oh, so if I started with X and then all of these things happened in the correct specific sequences in order to create all these additional functions, then this initial contact form, which is just first name, last name, phone number, email address, and a notes box, is now a thing that enables scheduling, and you can do add-on purchases and put in your credit card number, zip code, address, all these kind of things. To be like, well, if all of these changes happened, then simple contact form 1 goes into this hyper complex order form 2. Well, yeah, dude, anybody could do that. You could always come up with a freaking algorithm that allows for A to become B. But that doesn't mean that A could ever actually become B without the actions of an intelligent agent. Or a system
you're talking about
that enables you to write
parts of the code.
Answer what John just said.
Well, I'm trying to understand it correctly. So you're talking about modules of the code that are dependent on one another. Oh,
okay. The point that I was making is contact form A is, in this context, the scale. Okay. Contact form B is the feather.
Okay.
The scale has source code that's required for it, correct?
Right. Yeah. In terms of genes, yeah.
The feather also has source code that's required for it. Now, I can, just like if I was wanting to take contact form A and turn it into contact form B with all these additional functions, I might have similar overall structure for it because I'm going to have similar fields and whatnot. But then there's going to be all this extra stuff that must be in place in order for contact form B to exist. Nobody would ever claim that just because they have similar components up to a certain point, that means the other one could just magically turn into the other one without the actions of an intelligent agent.
That's what you have to.
That is what is being claimed in relation from a macro level. That is exactly what is being claimed by all of these pathways that are supposedly accounting for how scale became feather from an evolutionary perspective. That, oh, well, if all of these things, if these things just happened, this changed, and this got inserted here, and this got inserted here, and over time, then eventually all of the components that were necessary while this gene had been duplicated and was hanging out doing nothing, and eventually somehow add all these things up until it gained the new function.
So you're talking about some kind of irreducible complexity here?
No information.
No, Andrew, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the plausibility of and the inferences that are necessary for the arguments in the creation of these of contact form A scale turning into contact form B feather, and what would be required for that to happen, and saying just because I could come up with a pathway and create an algorithm to like make these things happen and have write the code be written to turn A into B, that doesn't mean that without my actions that A could ever become B. Nobody would ever make that argument, but that's exactly the argument that's being made in terms of evolutionary theory. That's exactly the argument.
Well, I think the argument there is being made in terms of when you claim that a structure is impossible to evolve through incremental steps. That's what the argument you gave is being made for, is to show that no, it's not impossible. You can have pathways that could lead to this. Is this the exact pathway that led to this structure? We don't know.
Andrew,
no, we already
obviously know. The point that I just made went completely over your head, dude. I literally just stated that I could come up with a hypothetical of how, if I wrote a script that was going to account for new data variables that came into play, to account for these, that theoretically you could have a script that would enable the additional lines of code that would be necessary to be written. You could come up with a hypothetical of how that could happen. That doesn't mean that the hypothetical is remotely plausible in terms of what actually has to have happened in order for A to become B. Not just because
no one's talking about plausibility here. Like I said, this is the claim of impossibility.
Yes,
No, that's not possible. The possibility just way out there.
Okay, right now the word that I'm using is plausibility. Okay, and this is where the whole aspects of things like the talon protein of this thing is. It's like 2,471, I think. Amino acids in length. Okay, so the probabilities and therefore the plausibility of that thing coming in just through random chance additions and mutations and such, it's like so far out there. It's not even nuts. I mean, it's just insane to even contemplate it from that context. So they're trying to come up with all these additional ways of how it could actually have happened, because they know that it's not plausible from a random chance perspective, even though that's one of the foundational pieces of evolutionary theory. Because there's just not enough. There's not enough actions. There's not enough chances. There's not enough chances for it to be accounted for from a random perspective.
Well, it seems they're ignoring a co-option perspective here, because you're assuming that there is a specific function in mind.
There's not enough
the elements working together.
in the universe. Do you understand? There's not enough actions in the universe for a chance like that to happen.
Again, that seems to be assuming that there's a specific function in mind.
Andrew, did you miss
all
the
the elements are building up.
Andrew, did you miss when I said I already accounted for having the thing be duplicated and just be chilling out there, hanging out in the genome, and then eventually gain the function, right? Did you miss that part? Where I already addressed this?
That's not what I'm talking about either. I'm talking about co-option, not duplication of parts or anything like that.
Are you suggesting that the co-option is not the result of, from the evolutionary theory perspective, you're saying that co-option does not result from the availability of something that can be turned into something else?
Well, sure. You can use different parts for different functions. Like you can, like the example I'm thinking of is you can use feathers, for example, to keep yourself warm. It doesn't have to be for flight initially. That's what I mean by co-option.
I understand that. You're saying you're still okay, dude. Okay. Are you claiming that the feather came from the scale? Yes or no?
As far as I can tell, yes.
Okay. You're now talking about end function of it, whether it be for warmth or for flight. I'm talking about the transition to where the feather for any function is possible. We're talking about the actual origination and creation and formation of the sequences that are necessary for the feather to even exist.
So you're talking about like a halfway step if it would be functional or not?
Whether you want to talk about half steps, I'm purely talking about the data that's necessary. Okay, all the regulatory factors that are necessary for a feather, a single feather, to exist. If you're claiming that it came from the scale source code, you still somehow have to transition scale source code into feather source code. There is no way around this. You ultimately have, at some point, regardless how much, whether you want to put giant amounts of time into it, whatever, that's irrelevant. You still somehow have to account for how scale source code became feather source code.
Well,
it's recognize this.
It's not.
That's
it's
what
not.
your claim is.
It's not about different regulatory genes, for example, and they have to be a specific way to make a scale, for example. They're not directing the process to make a scale. You can tweak them.
So it makes it even harder.
What? No, I'm saying you could tweak one without it affecting the others. You have this regulatory hierarchy, for example.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Andrew. I've already said that you could even have a duplicate that's hanging out, okay? And is slowly over time being modified, right? Through random mutations and additions and translocations.
No, I'm not talking about genes being duplicated, though. I'm talking about the same gene.
Even if you had a standby code and you were modifying the other one all the way through, there's still not enough time to make the alternate version.
Again, I'm not talking about having subfunctionalization or neofunctionalization or having standby codes, for example. I'm talking about the gene, the regulatory gene in question, being tweaked or enhanced or lowered in its expression, and that not affecting the other genes, some of which it regulates, some of which are regulating with it. It doesn't affect, like we can see
Uh,
this in Drosophila, for
I
example,
don't think
and other
you're
model
understanding.
organisms.
I don't think you're understanding the problem.
Okay, then it doesn't seem like the problem is really relevant here.
Yes, because you have to get here from there, and there's no possible way to get here from there, and everything was buried by the global flood anyways. They're all buried in the same sediment layers of the
Well,
same
we're not talking about the global
global
flood, so we're not going on that
catastrophe.
topic. We're talking about the genetics here, right? We're not talking about
they're all
theology.
buried together, right? They're all buried together.
Well,
So
we're talking
we
about
already
how
know
these
they
structures
existed at the same
could have
time.
evolved or how they couldn't have evolved. We're not talking about how the
Yeah,
fossils
because
were
we already
deposited.
covered that. Because we already covered that. That's why I'm saying we know they were all buried at the same time anyway.
Well, the problem with a global flood, as I've said before, is that it's the fossils are not deposited based on environment or based on
It's
body density or whatnot.
it's a matter. The global flood is a matter of fact. It's not a problem. It's a matter of fact.
Well, I'm stating a problem with the idea of a global flood. So
It's not
respond to
an
that.
idea. It's a matter of fact. That geology is the result of the global flood.
You're not responding to what I'm saying. I don't. Okay, let's say the fact, the model, whatever of a global flood. I'm saying there's a problem with it. All right, it doesn't
There's not a
explain.
problem with it. It's a matter of fact. It happened all
Would
over
you
the
like
whole
me to
world.
explain the problem?
It's not a problem. It's a matter of fact. But
If you're saying there is a worldwide flood and it's depositing all of these things at the same time underwater, what? How do you explain? Well, like for example, you find specific organisms in specific layers, all right? But you also have groups throughout the layers based on when they
it doesn't matter where they're found. It doesn't matter where they're found because they're all buried by the same catastrophe of the global flood.
you're not listening to what I'm saying.
You're not listening. They're the same layers, one on top of the other, by the same catastrophe.
Right.
So it
So
doesn't
why would
matter.
we find dinosaurs
It
above?
doesn't matter where they're found.
Well, so you're not going to even let me
The
finish?
rabbits didn't burrow under the sea floor. It doesn't matter where they're found. They were all buried by the same catastrophe.
Right. So you're assuming your conclusion to begin with.
No, because there's one sediment layer on top of the other over a mile deep everywhere around the world.
Right. And how do you know they were deposited at the same time?
Because they're consecutive water deposited sediment layers without significant erosion between the layers or bioturbation or anything.
Right. How does that explain the fact that you find specific fossils in specific layers without reference
I
to
already
how they were
told you it
deposited?
doesn't matter the order. They were all buried by the same flood catastrophe.
Right. And I'm saying there's a. Never mind.
They're going to be sorted. It doesn't matter. It's all the same global flood catastrophe that buried every single thing on that was living at the time on Earth, which was a totally different world before it was destroyed.
All right. So how about this? How do I test that model? Let's say it's true. How do I test it?
You go
What do I
and
expect to
look
find in the
at
layers?
the organisms that were living at the time of the global flood. That's what you do.
Oh, so now you're appealing to what was deposited, the fossils, and how they were organized? I thought that didn't
I'm
matter.
saying the organization, the order doesn't matter. They were all buried by the same catastrophe, flood event.
But then you were just saying how they were laid out. How are
I didn't say anything about how they're laid out. You keep on
Okay,
trying
so
to
what
come back
were you
with how
saying?
they're laid out.
Okay, so what were you saying about how the fossils would be able to test a global flood?
No, you go and see what was buried by the global flood. Then you could know what the world was like before it was destroyed by the global flood.
Right, but how do I test it? How do I know if it's right or wrong?
What do you mean test it? It's there. They're there for you as a witness to you, so you can see what was living at the time before the global flood.
for it to be a scientific idea, you need to have a way of seeing whether it's right or
No,
wrong.
we can see. You have to disprove the global flood, and you can't disprove the
No,
global flood.
no. You're the one making the claim that there's a
It's not a
global flood.
claim.
You have to back it up.
It's an
That's the burden of proof, buddy.
observation. It's an observation. It's also a historical event of known people
Right. Back
and
that
known
claim up.
civilizations from the time of the global flood. They all go back to the global flood.
Well,
Everybody.
people from those
ancestors.
historical records have been known to be, well, people aren't known for being scientifically accurate based on historical records. That's why eyewitness testimony isn't part of science.
No, but the record is there. The problem is that there's no record of human history before the global flood. That's what the problem is. It's not how accurate they were. They were there writing down the record, and there's nobody writing down a record before the global flood.
Yes, there are.
Show me a calendar, show me a record, show me a genealogy of something before the global flood.
Wait. So you specifically want a genealogy? I mean,
yeah, a genealogy, historical record, or DNA.
well, we have
You can
artifacts
use
from that
DNA.
time.
No, you have imagination of things that you think were before that time. You don't have an actual record. Because everything that you dig up is from before the global flood. I mean, is the result is built on top of the sediments that were laid down by the global flood. So everything you find is after the global flood.
Right, but this gets back to the question, how do we know the global flood is true?
It's a historical event, and everything that you see in geology, in the earth, is what is on top of the sediments deposited by the global flood.
Yeah, so you're basically just saying because it is so. I can't do anything with that.
No, it's the global flood precedes everything because it's below everything. Do you understand that?
Because all the layers were deposited, they were deposited in a global.
Because
I don't understand the point here.
Every ancient civilization, I know there's other people that understand it. Every ancient civilization is built on top of the sediments of the global flood.
Right, but I'm talking. I'm not talking about his. You're talking about. I think there's a disconnect here. You're talking about historical evidence. What I'm looking for is scientific evidence.
Ancient. This is what you can know. Okay, every ancient civilization is after the global flood. Besides, we know who they were anyways, and we know who their progenitors were. We know their names. We know the names of every ancient civilization that there is.
I guess most of them. I wouldn't say all of them, but
name all of them. Name one. Name one. Name an ancient civilization.
Okay,
so
I guess.
You don't even know what they were.
Well, I'm saying you can't know all historical civilizations that have been in the past because, well, you can find maybe most of them based on what you find in the.
Well, you've for example, you've heard of the Medes, right? Medes and Persians, right?
Yeah.
Okay, they're descended from Madai. You've heard of the Assyrians, right? The Assyrians.
From what?
Assyrians.
What was that?
The Medes are descended from Madai.
Okay, sure. I don't know much about history, so I'll take your word on that. Sure.
Yeah, and you can go through every single one of them. The Assyrians, you've heard of the Assyrians, right?
Yes.
The Assyrians are descendants of Asher. You've heard of the Elamites, right? The Elamites?
No.
Oh, okay. You've heard of the Arameans, right? The Arameans?
No.
Well, yeah, see, you don't even know what the ancient civilized. How about Thracians? How about the Greek Thracians? You've heard of the Thracians? The Greeks?
Yeah, I know the Greeks, yeah.
But not the Thracians.
No.
So you don't even know what the ancient civilizations were. How about Javans? All the sea peoples of Javan, all the Mediterranean sea people of Javan.
Sure.
How about Ashkenaz? You've heard of Ashkenaz?
What are you just gonna keep asking me for different civilizations?
I'm
Because
going
what's the
through
point
the
now?
list of every ancient civilization that there were. You've heard of Ashkenaz, right? You know who Ashkenaz is?
No,
But you've heard of Ashkenaz, right?
no,
You've never heard of Ashkenaz. How
no.
about
Yeah, I
How about
I'm not a
Ashkenazi?
big history person. Okay,
How about
I'm not looking into this
Ashkenazi?
stuff.
You've never heard of Ashkenazi?
No,
The Ashkenazi Jews? You never heard of them? Well, then it's pointless to talk to you if you don't even know that.
well, right. I think this is the disconnect here because you're talking about history. I'm trying to talk about natural history of science.
No,
So
this is science. This is science going back to the time of the global
no,
flood. We're talking
history
about
is not science.
everything going up to the time of the global flood.
You're
Ashkenaz is the son of Gomer, who is the son of Japheth, who is the son of Noah. The Ashkenazi took their name when they went up the Rhine River from the descendants of Ashkenaz, who is the R1A. His brother Riphath is the R1B in southern Europe. Gomer is the descendants of Gomer are the people in Europe today, to this day. They're descendants of Gomer. And if you study history, you should know that.
well. I don't study history. I've told you that lots of times. So
But you
It's
need
really
to.
it's really funny
Because-
that evolution is a historical science, but he doesn't study history. It's pretty funny. Real quick before we let you guys continue. So this was one of the reasons that I was making my point earlier. Is you've got feather region independent genes 218, scaled region independent genes 252. Feather development dependent genes 552. Scale dependent development dependent genes 641. I mean, you've got feather associated genes, including 12 transcription factors, 102. Associated genes 180, including 24 transcription factors. I mean, this is the kind of thing I'm talking about in terms of what has to be accounted for in this supposed A became B, no big deal. Like, you have to account for a ton of things. And it's like, cool, we made some modifications and we were able to get a little semblance. We were able to get a couple of the form fields to spring out of this scale. Like,
Right.
woo! Congratulations, guys. Is it the end function? No. Like,
And-
do you still have
but
to account for
everything-
all of the variations between them? Yes. Cool.
And-
so it's got
and
some similar structure, but then it's like heavily customized after that. Oh yeah. No, that's definitely no way, shape, form, or fashion would be indicative of the necessity of an intelligent agent whatsoever to write the source code. Go ahead,
And
Jungle.
what gets me is that all of these variations had to happen in the same time, in the same place, in the same organisms, all the thousands of different organisms, all at the same time, by chance. Which
But
is
it was
absurd.
but it was
can't even
over
have
millions of years. It didn't actually happen all at the same time. It
Yeah,
was
for
very,
one
very slow
feather,
process.
for one feather to evolve, which is not even enough time for one feather to evolve. But you had all these other variations of all the other animals, all in the same place, all at the same time. It's just nonsense. It's lunacy. They have to have their head checked. That's what I'm coming to the conclusion more and more. They have to have their head checked.
Yeah, well, I think that folks like Andrew just are desperate to avoid it. He's a kid who wants to feel like he has control of his understanding of the world and has allowed his, mostly phylogeny to become his wants to be his specialty, but he doesn't actually want to contemplate the big picture ramifications.
Yeah, so he's
all the
following
things he's putting forth.
He's following Aaron Ross' footsteps then, right?
Yeah.
Which didn't
it's
get
interesting how,
him anywhere. didn't get them anywhere, right? So
Yeah, it's amazing. I does see real quick. Cheryl just did a $5 super sticker. Appreciate you very much, Cheryl. Thank you for that. And then she says, let's see, flight, bristle, and down. Three different feathers with three different functions on the bird. Yep. And it's amazing how, like, this is why I get so frustrated with a lot of the online atheists and evos of, like, per their own admission, they won't actually go look at the underlying necessities for their hierarchy arguments to be made and to have validity. And it's like, okay, do you understand what would have to happen in order for your assumption to be true? No. But okay, so your assumption, you just accept that your assumption is true without actually going and addressing the plausibility of your assumption. Correct. And,
because somebody told them.
What? Like,
Somebody
and you're claiming
told them.
I'm the one that's clinging to faith here, when per
Yeah.
your own admission, you won't. Not only do you have no intention of looking into things, when the access to the information that's available to us is nuts. Like, we can go in. I mean, you've been doing a lot of studying yourself on even whether it be the ancient civilizations or the different families. I mean, there's always different things that can be addressed, and we can have very rapid access to the information. But then
if I can
folks
do
like
it,
you,
anybody,
me, Otangelo, or right, and folks like Otangelo, you, and SFT, and everybody that we actually go and look into this stuff, all we hear is you don't understand it. It's like, you just admitted you just admitted you don't understand what we were talking about. Like,
John,
you don't even understand the arguments that's being made, but we're the ones that don't understand things. It's hilarious. Go ahead, Otangelo.
John, I think we should start to be more intolerant with such ignorance that Andrew just displayed a little bit. You know? I mean, hey, what is there to that? What I explained to him?
Yeah, he's getting much more rigid, for sure.
Well, and it's not them so much as the people that they learn from. Those are the people that I want to have a conversation with. The teachers that are pushing this nonsense in the schools. They've been doing it for years, for decades.
George said
that students are not learning to think, because if they learn to think, then they would be easy discover that these teachings are just simply wrong.
Well, I would, or at least not the most plausible explanation. Whether or not you like, I hold. It's like, okay, if you want to continue to hold that your evolutionary theory is true or is the most plausible explanation, fine. But you can't, in my opinion, it's not remotely. There's no critical thinking that's gone into it if you're rejecting any alternatives out of hand, while simultaneously claiming that yours is proven beyond all doubt, when, per your own admission, you don't understand the underlying principles that have to be accounted for. Like, that is not a solid understanding of an argument at all. And the people, I make fun of the people on our side of the equation that make the same kind of arguments but can't back up their claims either. Like, I mean, my whole talking point is the difference between confidence and arrogance is being able to back up your bullshit. Like, if you can't, like, I'm not going to come into an arena if I have no understanding of the underlying principles at all. Like, I just won't even engage in the argument. And that's what I get so irritated by. But real quick, George Bond says, $10 super chat. Appreciate it, George. He says, changing a scale to an elongated scale is not a feather. I agree with you. I was going to say it earlier about the, hey, congratulations, you got a little bud to grow off of an alligator skin or whatever they did in their experiment. And it kind of started to elongate a little bit. Like, whoop-de-doo-dah. Like, you still have to account for the ridiculous amount of other necessities that are required for it to become a scale, or the scale to be the code that is a scale to become the code for a feather. And that's why I was trying to make the point about the stupid, dumbing it down in context of a freaking contact form. Like, it's not that complicated to me anyway to understand. Like, yes, cool, I added an additional field. It's a little bit more like this other one that's way more complicated. It has all these other factors that have to be, accounted for. That doesn't mean that it turned into it. Like, this is not that difficult comprehend, I think. But
I mean, something else, Sean. Have you seen the picture that I made of Speed to commemorate his constant mocking me with the Benny Hill song?
I haven't, but okay, yes, I did see that. I thought the other day when I saw that, I didn't realize that was you. I figured that was a Peter impersonating you. That's funny.
Yeah.
Yep, that's good old pudding. Well, it's just like in the interview we did that I reviewed. I mean, the guy's like, well, it's machine learning, it's more, you can't really account just for pure stochastic and statistical randomness and all this kind of stuff. And then the next thing, well, I think you need to be careful with what you say because it's very stochastic. It's like he just has been addressing why that doesn't account for everything. Yes, there can be some stochastic actions, but that's not it. That's not the only thing that is in play. Things are very precise and structured. This is what the research is showing. Oh, no. It's very statistical and stochastic. Come on, folks. Let's really start to be more coherent in the arguments and the talking points that are put forth. That's what I think. But I agree with you, Angela, in the context of the not being just not just acquiescing and being so tolerant of their positions.
Yeah, what was interesting today that the answer that Mr. Gold, I think, gave, he was very careful. He came up with, oh, we don't know yet. We have not figured it out. I mean, to us, it is obvious that these things need to come into existence altogether because individually, an information storage mechanism like a hard disk has no function. So if you don't have the intent to store information in it, why would you actually come up with a storage, with an information storage device? And the same thing goes with the language. Why would you invent a language if not to have communication afterwards? All right, and I mean, these things, they have to work together. And this is very obvious. And I mean, even a scientist, which should theoretically understand these things much better than a layman like you and me, should not have any difficulties to admit that intelligence is required. But to say, oh, we don't know yet, we're figuring it out, we are working on it. I mean, these excuses, it's just sad.
Well, I agree with you. I think on the flip side, there's another aspect of this. Use the word layman, and I honestly loathe that word. I reject the word layman especially in the modern era that we live in. Layman had much more significance when people did not have access to the information that separated the layman from the expert, and I made this point many times over the past 18 months. What was the original value proposition of the concept of the university? It was an aggregation of a library of information and human experts that had the knowledge. And the only way at the time for said information to be transmitted from one generation to the next was to be in that physical space and interacting with those very specific individuals one-on-one in like a personal setting, and personally being able to have access to the scrolls and then later on the books that housed said information. Fast forward to now, and we can access the quote-unquote library anytime we want of the information, either for very low cost or for, in many cases, free. We can watch lectures of the experts that are literally in the same context of a student who is physically in the classroom. And yet we're told that there's no way that we could understand the information. And in my opinion, all that comes down, the understanding comes down to whether the focus, the drive, and the intellect that's necessary to be able to comprehend it. And if you have all three of those, then my understanding may not be to the level of somebody else. But that doesn't mean that I do not have an understanding of it. And that is what irritates the fire out of me in a lot of these conversations that come along. It's like, oh, we're just going to dismiss everything and all your points and your understanding because you're a quote unquote layman. And it's like, so if I can explain a concept, argue a concept, look at the ramifications of a concept, the macro view of the concept, the interactions that are necessary for said actions to occur, and also think and contemplate different use cases of said function, then I'm not really sure how my mental standing has any differentiation between myself and somebody else who may have a piece of paper that says they've studied the exact same information. And that's just in the modern era, I dismiss it because guess what, folks? Some of the richest people and the most successful individuals on this planet did not finish college. And they created all sorts of stuff. And wait, actually, ladies and gentlemen, it really wasn't until the last 50 or so years that there weren't people who were experts in all sorts of things who didn't go to college or didn't get a PhD or all those different things. They stopped at the bachelor's degree or they got a master's or whatever. They never went on to all these other, additional, stamps of approval from the established academia. But nobody would ever argue. Many times they ended up getting, honorary PhDs later on. Why? Because they were proven beyond all doubt, in spite of the fact that they were before, quote unquote, laymen, that they understood X concept and were experts in it. And
but
anyway, enough of my diatribe. Go ahead, Angela.
But John, the problem is that even if you and me and other intelligent design creationism points do not have an academic degree, as soon as we actually understand the concepts, like what the genetic code is, then the issue isn't anymore about understanding it, because we have studied it with the scientific literature, we have read books on it, so we know what the evidence. The question is essentially philosophical. What do we do with that phenomenon? How do we explain the origin of the genetic code, for example? That is not a scientific, that is a philosophical question. And someone telling me, oh, because you don't have a science degree, you are not capable as similar to someone that actually has a science degree to discuss the topic on the same level and to come to the better case adequate explanation. That's just fallacious.
Well, absolutely. And what really pisses me off about it is, and this will be applicable to you as well, and also to Jungle. So like my professional background in tech, right? So one of my primary roles was figuring out what was needed. And since we were doing the vast majority of our projects were business to business, I had to, in a very short period of time, be able to comprehend and analyze and project an entire functional system from a software perspective that would be applicable to a specific industry niche. And I had to be able to understand it all very quickly and then be able to figure out things that very often the customer didn't even know that they needed or could be beneficial to them until I told them they were possible. And then they were like, oh man, that would be great, right? Oh, you can do that now? Kind of thing. Oh, wait, and then we would extrapolate out like potential applications and benefits to their business model based on a software application or a function inside of a software system we were going to create for them that would create a greater efficiency. But I had to know what was possible and be able to understand their business model in order to be able to even see the application of it. And same thing with you when you're creating machines for factories and different systems. Like you have to both understand the engineering and what's possible from a machine perspective and can be easily created and manufactured, and then understand what is necessary for that product, and then be able to see down the line of the variety of additional variables that must be accounted for on this product that's going to be manufactured, or this machine you have to build that you've never built before or designed to be built before.
Yes,
And
when it
Jungle,
comes,
like as a mechanic, he ran into many different types of engines and machines that he also had to figure out how they worked, and then be able to apply different principles of mechanics to those new systems he might not have seen before, but he knew it would have to be accounted, the different components that would be necessary for this thing to work, and be able to deduce what was wrong with it, so how he could fix it. Like, if you can do those types of principles, then being able to apply your intellect to other concepts, that's not exactly some, towering accomplishment to be able to do. It's a fundamental to who you are and your capabilities. That's why people like us get hired to do things, is because we do have those skills. And to claim that I can somehow not apply my IQ to other types of concepts just irritates the crap out of me. It's an insult to me for my own intelligence. And moreover, in my opinion, it just indicates the people making those accusations, I want to laugh at them, because it's like, are you so dumb that you don't have the ability to comprehend things? Is that why you project onto me that I could not understand this because you cannot? And that's what I feel like we're running into with all these folks. But anyway, my tangent's over. I yield. Go ahead, Tangela.
Well, John, I try to make analogies to simplify as much as possible the concepts of what we see in biology. That's why I asked when I called in at the line, and I asked Paolo Gia and J. Mike about the recipe, or it was Puck, I think, another guy. I asked them, do you think that the recipe to make a cake, when you see one, it was made by someone intelligent? Obviously. I mean, who would stop that? Right? So, and then when you make the analogy and explain that what we see in the genome, which is also instructional information to make a machine, is analogous, and then you ask, so do you understand that that information also requires intelligence? And they go, oh, it might be, I don't know, probably, well, it could randomly or natural. I mean, they come up with all that kind of stupid excuses, right? So, I mean, that's why I say, hey, this is dishonest. And I mean, I don't know if we should really call out these people so they make up call, or if we should just remain silent and leave them in their ignorance.
Well, I think I don't want to waste copious amounts of time on them. I think occasionally it's fun to call them. I mean, you have been, and I have been and Sal Cordova and others, for putting brain in the gang, one of us is usually the talking point, right? Like they're going to make fun of us on a daily basis. So I have been purposely not even engaging with them until this most recent this review I just did, because there wasn't really anything of substance to address. They trash talk and make fun and do those kind of things, but really it was like, okay, whatever. I don't really care, because most of the stuff they're regurgitating is not really that relevant to the underlying questions, or it's just the same talking point excuses. And
I have started
the last thing I was going to say is however, this interview we did with Dr. Benjamin Galt was very interesting, because for me the irony is that the points he was making undermine the ontological arguments that they make, that supposedly they dismiss and say that we don't even have to account for on our side of the equation, and the teleological arguments. He was creating a problem for them, even though he wasn't arguing in favor of a intelligent agent, and even said he wasn't. But same time was saying we do need to, well, these are things we have to account for,
But you see clearly, John, that for them it's absolutely at all about intelligent design or something else. It is completely irrelevant in their discussion. And it is with most of them. They don't even consider to ask these questions, Yeah, their focus is different, to investigate how these things operate, how they work, and so forth. But actually to ask the question if these things that they investigate are best explained by design. It doesn't come even into their mind, at least not at the big majority of them which work in the field, you know.
Yeah, they believe it and they go with it. Just whatever they're told,
Yeah,
they go
maybe
with it.
maybe they believe it, but in private, in going to church, they make the separation between their business and the profession and their faith and religion and beliefs.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. They think that belief has to do with religion, but belief has to do with everything that you do. Everything you do is based on belief, and everything you say is based on what you believe.
So, Peace Pie, thank you very much for your $20 super chat, and he's got a link to this video. And so, Peace, I saw you and who was it? Was it you and Bond? Or you and what? What's the takeaway? I forget who it was. Earlier, you guys were talking about wrenches. Well, thank you for your super chat and this great video. We're just going to play here real quick. And if you type, you should see a wrench next to your name. I appreciate that very much. Let's see what this is.
When applied to life and the random formation of large biomolecules, probability theory clarifies the limitations of chance as a creative agent on the primordial Earth. For example, what are the odds a single protein could form exclusively through the blind interactions of chemistry? Our target is one smaller than average molecule made from 150 amino acids, each a folded chain. Researchers have calculated that on the ancient Earth, the probability of success was 1 chance in 10 to the 164th power. That's one correctly sequenced protein chain for every 100 million trillion failed attempts. But despite these enormous odds, some theorists argue that given enough time, anything is possible. Okay, let's test the validity of this opinion. We'll begin by establishing an ideal environment for chemical evolution, an imaginary world that will provide chance with every opportunity to succeed. First, we stock the oceans to capacity. That means all the atoms on Earth, including its entire supply of carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen, and sulfur, are available to form 10 to the 41st complete sets of the 20 types of amino acids used to build proteins. Then we'll alter the laws of nature to protect these building blocks from the destructive rays of ultraviolet light and chemical contaminate the primordial soup. Now let's turn the
I don't know what you guys think about this so far, but I am liking this video already. I've seen this math before, but I'm liking the way they've done the video itself.
Yeah, I've seen it.
And see what happens. The amino acids start bonding furiously. In our experiment, an entire chain of 150 units self-assembles in only 1 second. Since all 20 types of amino acids are available, at the majority of sites, there is a 5% or 1 in 20 chance the correct molecule will align in the chain. If the sequencing is incorrect, the chain is immediately destroyed, and throughout the planet, 6,000 million billion trillion attempts will take place every minute. That means in 4.6 billion years, the oldest estimated age of the Earth, the number of chains that don't fold will exceed 10^58th power. It's a staggering total, but nowhere near 10 to the 164th, the trials necessary, on average, to build a protein of 150 amino acids by chance. So if undirected chemistry can't produce our coveted molecule during the entire history of the Earth, then how much time would have been needed? To find out, let's take a road trip. We'll start by erecting a bridge that spans the diameter of the observable universe, a distance of more than 90 billion light years. Then we'll place an amoeba on one end of the bridge. This single-cell organism will travel at the breakneck speed of 1 foot per year. It's off. While we wait for one protein to form, by chance, the amoeba slides along for more than 5 billion years to cross the entire universe and then return. But this race is just getting started. The amoeba takes off again, successfully reaches the far side of the cosmos, then heads back home. Yet not even one functional protein is anywhere in sight. For the next trip, we'll add a payload, a single atom. After inching its way another 500 billion trillion miles, the amoeba drops off its cargo. For more. Will it get back before our lucky protein forms? Absolutely. In fact, it will complete another 10 round trips, then 20, 100, 1,000. And there's still no sign of a usable molecule. The amoeba continues making trips until it has hauled off every atom on Earth. Then, all of the atoms in our solar system. Then, every planet and star in the Milky Way galaxy, one atom at a time. In fact, as we wait for one protein to self-assemble, the amoeba has so much time that moving at just 1 foot a year and carrying 1 atom per round trip, it will travel the entire universe more than 56 million times. That's how long it would take for chance to build one functional protein.
Now, suppose against all odds, chemical evolution produced our single functional protein. Would we have life? No. We'd have one protein, just a lifeless arrangement of amino acids. The simplest living cell we know has more than 300 different proteins. But protein...
And that's before. Hey, George, it's not giving me the option to let you in. Is your microphone on? It's saying your device is not connected, George. If you can hear me.
This is why I say they have to have their head examined. These people that are pushing evolution, they're just lunatics.
Well, I would agree with you on that. And the other thing is that they're, the comeback of like, you're accounting for simultaneous actions that can be happening. It's like, we're talking about the total number of possible actions that are available. Like, it doesn't matter if they're all happening at the same time or they're happening one after another. You still have enough chances to account for the improbability. And that's for even getting like the factors of what Eugene Cooney came up with. I think it was 1 in 10 to the 1018th power for just like the basic transcription translation factors. It's like, if that's where we're at, you can't even, like, we're talking about 1 in 10 to the 64th versus 1 in 10 to the 1018th. I mean, we're talking about having to move the entire universe. It's freaking nuts.
Proteins are only part of the...
Hey, again, George, if you can't hear me, it's not letting me. It says that device is not connected. If I gotta, you gotta give your microphone off trying to join you. Okay, good.
I mean, the absurdity of an amoeba traveling across from one end of the universe to the other is already absurd. And then it's got to carry every atom of the entire universe? Come on. How many times?
The story when you consider any actual cell. Remember, you're going to have carbohydrate complex sugars, nucleic acids, DNA and RNA, lipids, a whole variety of different chemicals which jointly constitute the living state. Those bits and pieces all have to be brought into the same microenvironment at the same moment in time.
Each chemical building block must then be assembled and organized into the network of molecular machines that will control every facet of life.
Exactly how hard it is to produce one molecular machine using nothing except atoms and energy. We can see that there's a profound problem because once you have one molecular machine, you don't have a living thing. These molecular machines need other molecular machines. And even if nature was capable of producing all the molecular machines necessary, that still wouldn't be enough. They have to all be together, all in this tiny little membrane-bound space that we call a cell.
From my understanding of what it takes to make a cell, it has to happen all at once. You can't do it one bit at a time because everything works together in a causal loop. The higher level of organization transcends the pieces. The spatial organization in the cell requires that molecule take place at the right time. The DNA is copied into RNA. The polymerase that does the copying has to find the right spot in the DNA to start copying. The RNA has to somehow hook up with ribosomes, which have to be in a particular place. And the proteins then that are made have to be going to a particular place. That's an awful lot to account for by random chance.
The probability that you would get them in the same space at the same time becomes beyond unimaginable. And the probability that you would get them within a membrane enclosure, like a cell, is the next best thing to impossible.
That was really good. I really like that. Thank you, Peace By. Thanks for sharing that. That was a very, very. I'm gonna figure out what they overall. Obviously, that's from a longer video. I'm gonna figure that out. That was very good. Yeah, it's interesting when you look at the, the fundamentals of what would have to be you have to account for, and they're just so staggering. And I think that so many of the folks we interact with think you only have to account for like these little, oh, it's only a few things at a time. It's like, yeah, even if you only have to account for one or two things at a time, you can't even account for one or two of the things like happening. And the empirical evidence is showing that you can't have them like without the actions of the intelligent agent. Like it's just becoming less and less plausible to think they somehow just poof happen. It doesn't matter how much time you apply to the system. And as we all know, many times the time factor works against you.
Yeah, and they were going by.
What was the size of the protein that they calculated?
150. 150.
The odds?
150, and that's a small one.
So I think that was a great illustration that the amoeba would have to go from one side of the universe to the other 56 million times. That would be the odds to get that protein with 150 amino acids. I mean, and then there are still atheists which ask me, well, is the possibility zero? And when I say no, then they say, okay, then there is a chance.
Well, folks,
how stupid is that?
Well, for anybody who wasn't around, this is one of the reasons I uploaded this little clip into my library here on StreamYard.
So you're telling me there's a chance? Yeah!
It's to me, it's like a very apropos to the response that you're talking about, Otangelo, of like, so you're telling me there's a chance? Like, dude, are you dumb or dumber? Which one are you? You know, like, are you Jeff Daniels or Jim Carrey? Like, seriously, this is just it gets me every time when they're like, oh yeah, so but hey, it happened, therefore the probability is 1 that it happened by chance. Like I'm not arguing that we don't exist.
But that's only one protein. It's a small protein.
It's small, and if you take average size of a bacterial protein, it's about 300 amino acids. And then you take the smallest bacteria, which is free living known, which is Pelagibacter, with 1,350 proteins. And then you think about the odds of 10 to the 722,000. And then you still think there is a chance. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, and that's before you get into the point you're making, Angela, I agree with, and it's like it's kind of where I was the point I was making earlier about the tailin protein. It's I'm pretty sure the number is 2,471 amino acids. So that obviously the video we just watched was about 150 amino acids. We're talking about 2,500. That's nuts. And then you look at stuff like the potassium ion channel. It's like 1,800 and something. And
even if you have that protein, John, so by itself it has no function. It works together with all the other parts together. It is like a clock, you know.
It's a small part.
It's just a small piece of the total of the entire engine. And I have studied the complexity to make the cell shape, and also the differentiation of cells in a multicellular organism. And the complexity is staggering. There are dozens and dozens of different mechanisms that are in play. And that is usually simply not considered and ignored. And there are over about 20 different things that have to be considered in order to make different cells.
Why don't they teach this in school? What's wrong with these educators? There's something wrong with them.
Well, because evolution is the hero on the block, so anything else cannot be teachable.
Yeah, but it should be illegal. That should be illegal. That's a belief. It's a faith. It should be illegal. It should be banned.
Yeah. Well, I am in favor that all the possibilities are exposed and children can make up their mind on their own.
Yeah. But I mean, as far as educating, like I have in my avatar here, is prove it. Before you teach it, prove it. It's not even proven. They're teaching it to kids.
Yeah, yeah, it's true. It's not proven.
You know, you got to teach facts. Why don't they teach these facts to the kids? You know, that's if you want to teach something, that's an education, because those are facts. But this nonsense of evolution is
Yeah,
lunacy.
the struggle is spiritual. But you know what I have come more and more to ask atheists is let us suppose that the God of the Bible would prove himself to you. And it would be proven that everything which is in the Bible is true, and in the New Testament and the entire story in the Gospels is true. Would you prefer to continue to live autonomously to God as if you wouldn't know about his existence, or would you actually surrender, acknowledge him as Lord and Savior, receive him, and then be born again and start following him? And you know, usually the answer is, oh, I would have many different questions, and God would have to do a lot of explaining to me and things like that. So you see, the problem isn't just about the evidence. It's that people, they want to live independently and autonomously to him. And that is the real reason why so many people simply or turn a blind eye to the knowledge.
Yeah, it's emotional response. It's not even an intellectual response.
Well, I agree with you. And one of the things in the
an issue, it's of moral and will. Morality and will, this is the real factor which is play for someone either accepting or denying God. Maybe evidence can help. If someone is open and is not in a state of denial, then evidence like we presented, of course, it can help for someone to acknowledge God and start following him. But it isn't the key issue.
Yeah. Well, what they usually say is people like Otangel and John can't possibly know more than the scientists who, you know, push evolution. But
yeah, these
we
are
just showed right
cheap
here.
excuses. I hear it all the time.
Well, I think
Yeah, we
one of the
just
things that
showed
I find
right here
interesting.
that they're not as smart. Go ahead, John.
Well, one of the things that I always find interesting about the, you know, and you kind of alluded to this, Otangelo, of, well, what if God showed his existence, right? And they like, well, he hasn't, so I don't have to believe. And I'm like, well, you dismiss everything about the evidence. And this is a case in point. So we're going to watch a short video on the potassium ion channel and the voltage gates, and then how they work, right? And I'm like, if you don't think this is indicative of a genius designer, I don't know what would convince you.
When the cell membrane is at its resting membrane potential, the activation gates of the voltage-gated sodium ion channels are closed and the inactivation gates are open. Voltage-gated potassium ion channels are closed. Depolarization is initiated by a stimulus which makes the membrane potential more positive, causing the voltage-gated sodium ion channels to start to open. As threshold is reached, many sodium channels open. Sodium ions diffuse across the membrane, causing depolarization. Voltage-gated potassium ion channels also begin to open, but more slowly. Therefore, depolarization occurs because more sodium ions diffuse into the cell than potassium ions diffuse out of it. As the membrane potential approaches maximum depolarization, the inactivation gates of the voltage-gated sodium ion channels begin to close, and the diffusion of sodium ions decreases. The potassium ion channels remain open, and potassium ions continue to diffuse out of the cell. The increased potassium ion permeability lasts slightly longer than the time required to bring the membrane potential back to its resting level. The extra efflux of potassium ions causes the membrane potential to become slightly more negative than the resting value. After the voltage-gated potassium ion channels close, the active transport of sodium and potassium ions reestablishes the resting membrane potential.
I mean, that's a very simplified version of what's actually happening, right? And all the the different reserve functions of the different ions and like little pouches, and I mean, there's like, oh, the voltage gates. Like, there's voltage gates, folks. I mean, if you don't think about, like, it's nothing like our technology. Are you suggesting that we don't have voltage gates in some of our tech? I mean, Angela, you work on this kind of stuff. Are you like, are there no kind of voltage sensors in any kind of modern human-made machinery? Am I missing something?
Yeah, I have an argument here about that, John, and that is there are 4 essential channels in neurons. If one is missing, nerve cells and neurons cannot operate and create action potentials, and there would be no multicellular organisms on Earth. Essential means they are irreducible and interdependent. They are Na+, K+, ATPase, voltage-gated ion channels, voltage-gated potassium channels, and voltage-gated calcium channels. So all 4, they are essential. And the science papers which I quote, I can put the link afterwards in the side chat, they say they have essential roles. For example, the first one, it is therefore essential for electrical activity in nerve cells. The second, they have a crucial role in excitable cells such as neuronal and muscle tissues. And the third one, voltage-gated potassium channels play an essential role in controlling cellular excitability in the nervous system. And the fourth also is a key transducer of membrane potential changes. So all 4 are necessary. So individually, they have no function in neurons and in nerve cells. They need to work in a joint venture together. That means they are irreducibly complex. And that is, of course, a prime evidence for design.
Well, agreed. And I think the point you're making with the calcium channels as well, has made me think about some of the animations I've watched in relation to like muscle function and contraction. I mean, that process is amazing, and all the different interdependent parts that all work in order just to create the contraction motion that we take for granted.
Yeah.
Whether it be for your flexing your finger or your bicep, or doing a bench press or a squat or a deadlift or whatever, you're like walking up some stairs. I mean, the amount of coordination that is necessary is so incredible. Like, we don't even think about it. Like the billions of cells that are working in synchronicity in order to do something as simple as taking a step. A single step is so incredibly complicated and intricate. Like, it's just that's why I get so irritated with these idiots when they say, like, it's just chemical reactions. I'm like, that's what you think is happening? That's it? It's why I've started, and I guess kind of the point you're making earlier, Angel, like, starting to dismiss some of them. If that's the position you're going to take, is it's no big deal, you're a joke. I can't take you seriously. You're living in fantasy land.
That's why I got so irritated tonight with Andrew, because you masticate the argument for them, you make it clear as for a 6-year-old, and he comes and, it depends, I don't know, I have to study, and all these stupid excuses, That's why I think it is a complete waste of time to keep entertaining these guys.
Yeah, I have some discussions sometimes in text with some of these people when they come and question me, and finally they give up and they say, "Oh, come to my channel, have a discussion sometime." I said, "No, you come to my channel." But I mean, I'll go through everything. I'll explain everything. I'll explain genealogies. I'll explain history. I'll explain, all kinds of stuff. And then they just give up and go away,
Well, I think part of this stems from the fact that there's been such an aggressive move to equate anything other than evolutionary theory in the conventional sense as the equivalent of flat Earth. And it's like, I think from their perspective, they don't care. It's like, no, I don't care how coherent their argument is. They're the equivalent of flat earthers. Therefore, nothing they're saying could possibly be true, even though they make it sound good. It's like, okay, if that's the perspective you're coming from, when I'm arguing from a much more technical standpoint than you are, atheist, Evo atheist, which one of us is the equivalent of the flat earther?
Right. It's the conclusion that you have from the observation that is important. If your conclusion is not based on any observation, which is what evolution is, then you have a problem. And we who stand by creation have all the evidence on our side because all the evidence is of creation.
Well, exactly. And to me, it's like, okay, so you don't think that a, 4,000 line of code function creating itself, you don't think that's the equivalent of saying that there's a wall of ice around the flat earth? Like, you don't see the similarity of the incredulity that's being put forth by the position that's being taken. So there's a magic ice wall around the planet that nobody ever is able to see because there's a coordination between all of the governments to never be able to see it. Right. But you think that millions of lines of code can write themselves. I mean, which one of it's like almost like the flat earther is more coherent and more realistic than the Evos, in my opinion.
It's a belief in magical matter. I keep trying to explain to them. They believe in magical matter that does things it can't do.
Well, what's funny too is a lot of the more modern, let's say even post neo-Darwinists, they're recognizing that natural selection doesn't account for all this stuff, and that their theories are not actually accounting for what has to be accounted for. But then the idiots that we deal with on YouTube are running around claiming that all those things are answered, and we're the ones that are nuts for claiming that natural selection can't account for all this, when there's papers that talk about how, from Evo Devos, that say that natural selection doesn't account for all of this.
So don't they have an alternative theory, like theory 2 or 3 or 4, or something to explain as a new evolutionary theory?
Well, I mean, there's extended the EES, is it EES? Yeah. There's multiple different add-ons that are happening, but they still don't count for everything.
Right, punctuated equilibrium. What's that supposed
to be? There's more and more, hypothetical explanations that don't actually have any empirical evidence. Yeah, and the irony for me is some of their, the new hypotheticals have less underlying empirical foundation than even neo-Darwinism, and yet it's being put forth more and more that somehow all these questions have been answered, and it's like, no, they have not. And if you like the example I was given earlier about the WordPress themes, they could have 6, 7, 10 different variations pre-programmed that you could turn on and turn off. Like, we see this. That same premise exists inside of genomes. We see this happen, and by frame shifts and stuff, you can see an entirely new plan be expressed, or not entirely new, but a variation on the root plan be expressed. But as we know all about the cascade problems and all the interdependencies of the regulatory factors and all this kind of stuff, cool, we have something new happening, or what we, from our perspective, is new. But in my opinion, from when you actually look at it on the root level, you have to have already accounted for this. Already had to be pre-programmed in order to allow for this level of shift. Now, can there be dynamics to the system and slight modifications inside of sub-functions? Absolutely. But that doesn't mean that the overarching system doesn't have to be already accounted for in the from a preceding perspective. And I don't know. To me, it doesn't. To me, I don't really care if you want to apply millions and billions of years or 6,000 years. Either one, it is more, in my opinion, is more rational to conclude that things were pre-programmed rather than developed from scratch. That's just me.
Yeah, but they seem shocked when I tell them that no part of evolution was ever substantiated. It seems like a shock to them because they thought it was, they thought it was a fact.
Well, it depends. If you're talking about adaptation and small changes, then yes, that is a fact. But or speciation of second degree, that is a fact. But when it comes to common ancestry and the tree of life, that all life forms descend from one common ancestor, that is a fairy tale story.
Right. So what I say, that you're using the same word for two different things that are very, very different. You can't use the same word evolution for evolution that you use for variation adaptation, which is not evolution. It's a part of the genome. It's a part of the existing set of information, and alterations, changes, and entropy of the information that's already there. It's not evolution. It's an adaptation. It's a variation that's already programmed into the genome, which is not evolution. So you can't use evolution for the same two things because it's a bait and switch. One is evolution, the other is not. That's my
So just to give you here, do you see that the trochlea here, that pulley, which makes that angle of the curve here? What function would that pulley have on its own without the nerve? Make that thing here.
No, that's a very good point. I mean, I agree with you. I mean, there's some. I mean, let's just be honest. There are so many things that if you look at it, it's like, can you potentially come up with some random hypothetical of how it might have possibly been? Well, it's like, yeah, there was something I could have used that paperclip for that wasn't to hold paper. Like, that doesn't mean that the paperclip that's formed into a paperclip wasn't created to be a paperclip just because you could unfold it and use it for something else. You still have to account for how it got folded up into the form of a paperclip. And people don't want to ever talk about that, as it's so obnoxious. What's up, Candace? How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Candace, you're on mute.
Doing well. Doing well. No, I just wish to say hi to Jungle because it's been a while since last time I saw him. So yeah, no, I'm just joining. You guys can go on with whatever you guys were talking about.
Hello, Candace. I've been AWOL. Sorry about that. I've been working, actually.
I see how it is. So I disappear for months, and Candace never says, "Oh, you've been AWOL," and then I come back, and she joins the stream and doesn't say anything about it, and then says something to Jungle. You know what? I think she's mad that I didn't respond to her email, and is now ignoring me. I think that's what's happening. But by the way, no. I did.
Yeah, go on.
I'm messing with you, Candace. I'm messing with you. By the way, I saw I saw your email earlier today, actually, and so yeah, I would agree with you that woman did look a little bit scary.
Well, okay, good. But now, like you literally said it, and everybody know that I sent you an email. But yeah, cool.
Well, yeah, okay, I didn't say what was in. I didn't say what was in the email.
I'm sorry?
I didn't say what was in the email, just that you had sent me an email.
Yeah, I did. And I figured sometimes some of you guys are really busy, so I don't expect everybody to having to respond to me right away. Sometimes I just felt like I felt inspired to send emails to different people that I met via the debate community to talk about my personal testimonials, and I don't expect people to write me back right away, so it's all good. Yeah. And
I appreciate that.
Especially during the break time of my work, so that's why I'm just joining, and also because I figured that a lot of topics you talk about is actually pretty difficult, and yeah, so I figure it's pretty interesting, and you definitely pick have picked my 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 brain a lot, and so that's why I figure I would join. Yeah, sorry, but I don't mean to interrupt. So please continue with whatever you guys were talking about. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate that, and you're always, like I said, you're always welcome. Let's see what else says. I got your email a ways back, Candace. I haven't replied because my life is foobar at the moment, so I'm not in my zone. My apologies.
Oh yeah, I was going to say actually, if I look at my email right now, I don't know who's written me, who hasn't written me, or anything. So if somebody wrote me, I wouldn't even know. But I don't think anybody did
Yeah, I
anyway.
check my email. Hey, Pudding Brain, you are actually Speed of Sound of Gravity, Answers in Atheism. You have so many names. You're welcome to join the stream if you want to. I mean, let you come in. It's not a big deal if you want to join.
Yeah, I haven't talked to him in a while. Last time I talked to him, I think, was when we had a debate discussion, whatever. Pretty much.
I mean, I'm fine with having a conversation. I mean, one of the reasons I never join Speed's streams is because usually there's that moron Peter shows up, and I refuse. I told Gur Mania the same thing. Like,
Peter.
I refuse to go in. I refuse to go in any stream when that guy's around, or he's going to join, because he is so obnoxious. It's like there's no point. It just even if you're having like a coherent conversation, having a real discussion, a back and forth dialogue, he comes in, it just completely turns into a dumpster fire, and it's like no point of engaging with him, and so obnoxious.
Yes, I agree. And now he calls me constantly a liar because I went recently to the Discord channel and had a normal chat with Darth Dawkins, and he thinks because of that I'm a liar. And he calls me out on it. I mean, I said, why am I a liar? Because I am talking to Darth Dawkins? What's the problem?
Yeah, Darth's interesting character for sure. I mean, I think I heard some of that interaction you had with him. Was that when you like read some email from was that the same day as like him and Smokey went at
it? Yeah, recently I did read some emails from Smokey saying, but I had various interactions on Discord when he was in the room. So,
well, I guess where I was going with that is if Peter is saying
he tries to
saying that you're a liar and they weren't talking with Darth when it's on Tom Rabbit's channel of you talking with Darth relatively recently.
But I was
lying if it's literally recorded.
John, what happened is this: I was on Ger's channel, and there was Lori and Peter, and we had a good conversation. And Lori was saying that when I started to go on Discord and having interactions with Art, that I became much more obnoxious afterwards, and started to name call people and so forth. And I said, well, I've done that 2-3 times maybe, and maybe it's not a good route to go, but I don't think it is because of Darth Dawkins. And at no moment did I say that I wouldn't have any interaction with him anymore. And for some reason, they think maybe that was what I was conveying or saying, and that is not true. And then afterwards, I was on the Discord with Art, and Tom Rabbit did put it on his channel, and then Peter started to calling me out and saying that I'm a liar because I said something to him and Lori, and then I did something else. They asked him, hey, what did I lie about? And he said, oh, it's on the stream. Hey, but I'm asking you, I want to know what concretely did I lie about? And he wasn't able actually to say, and I'm still waiting until now that he actually points out what I actually lied about. And I mean, does he want to control me with whom I have interactions? I mean, this is the reason why I didn't talk to Darth for 3 months, because he wanted that I wouldn't have a debate with J.L. Warren. And I said, I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not going to do that. just because J.L. Warren said lies about him, and so he thought that I should be have solidarity with him, and because of him, I should deny to have that debate with J.L. Warren. They said, "Hey, that's not what I'm gonna do." So he kicked me out from the room, and then for 3 months I did have no interaction with him anymore. And then, I mean, it seems that Peter and Laurie, they wanted the same. They would actually stop to talk to Darth Dawkins because I had that interaction with these two guys. I mean, what the heck? I am a grown up. I'm 55 years old. I'm not a kid that obeys what others think that I should do.
Well, I think some of that stems from let's just be real, a significant percentage of the hardcore atheists on YouTube are all suffering, not all, but a good portion of them are suffering from low self-esteem and lack of self-confidence. Like, let's just be honest. There is a heck of a lot of there is some serious levels of projection.
I said to Peter on Discord, "Hey, what you're doing is kindergarten," and I blocked him. I mean, enough is enough,
But if I believe such nonsense as evolution, I would feel bad about myself too.
Yeah,
I'd have low self-esteem. I would, think, because your actions determine how you feel. What you do, whether or not you.
I agree with John that whenever Peter or Leo are in the stream, it comes to overtalk and it comes to shitstorm. Almost every time.
Well, with
they
Leo,
have no discipline whatsoever.
With Leo, it's a toss-up. Usually Leo is pretty good for like maybe 30 minutes. And pretty rational overall. And then at some point, usually about his third or fourth beer, he goes, "You're right." It turns into complete overtalk, shouting session, and there's absolutely no point in continuing to engage. But before that, he's actually he can be pretty good to talk to. But after that, it's over. It's like there's absolutely no point.
And if you let him talk for 3, 4, 5 minutes in a row, and when he ends and you want to respond, you say 2 sentences, and he will immediately interrupt you when he disagrees with anything that's.
No, that's very true. I saw that little interaction you had with him the other day when you kept asking him to stop. I think it was on Gur's channel, maybe. Stop interrupting you. And then, I'd say you're one of the people who I think is full-scale nut job idiot, and that is that Lisa woman. That chick is completely imbecilic. I mean,
I like her. I like her.
No, really? That woman I cannot stand that woman.
Yeah, John, I am sympathetic with her, And Smokey was in the stream last night, and Smokey called her out and say you are stupid and things and that, and I said no, Lisa, you are very intelligent. The only thing that I have with you is that you don't accept and trust the Bible. I don't think it makes sense, John, to criticize in that way and to put people down. I mean, even if we think that, many people think that maybe about me. I don't know, but yeah.
Well, there's 2 things. Okay, so I agree with you. Just in general, you shouldn't just walk around and be like, "You're an idiot." Like, I'm not saying you should do that, but when you have individuals who very, very loudly both pontificate about their degree or bachelor's degree in psychology or psychiatry, whatever it was, psychology, but then can't even comprehend extreme basics of both philosophy, science, etc., and then simultaneously questions your intelligence while admitting they don't understand what you're talking about. Like, that's an idiot. And
yeah.
If you don't at some point can't grasp that you're a little bit slow, then you're just real slow, or you're an arrogant person. And it's like, for me, like, do I claim to be the smartest person in the world? No. Do I claim to know everything? Absolutely not. Do I know that I am smarter than the average person? Yes. Do I know more than the average person on some topics? Absolutely. Does that mean I think I know everything? Absolutely not. But then the projection level from the insecure atheist will be LPP thinks he knows everything. And it's like, I just said I don't know everything. No, you think you know everything. Okay, you're an arrogant asshole, LPP. I just admitted I don't know everything. Like, what are you talking about? You're projecting your own insecurities onto me and your own projections onto me. You're projecting your own self onto me, not the other way around. It's hilarious. What's up, Jamie? Welcome to stream, man. How you doing?
Good. Do you think sometimes I have this issue where, like, if you're trying to convince somebody of your position or something, I have this problem with seems like there's a lot of this that goes around, and maybe I'm misinterpreting it, but I have a problem with wanting to convince, like, bullying somebody into a point of view where they don't really understand it, but like they want to be like part of the club, or they want to they get kind of pushed into it or bullied into it. I mean, that I have no joy in that. If it were to be me that would, convince somebody that way, that just seems problematic because there's no foundation to that sort of thing. What do you think about that? Do you think that happens? I mean, like praise, for instance, goes like flip-flop. Is that because he gets pressured into it?
Well, potentially. And I'm not suggesting that we should be trying to pressure people into a belief. That's not what I'm saying. I would take the position that if you make the attempts to explain something to somebody in a very piecemeal perspective, dumb it down, make a plethora of attempts from different angles to help somebody understand it. And
I definitely
then
think
they either are categorically refusing to do so, to understand it or to accept it or to even consider the premises. Then the conclusion I reach is either you're an idiot or you're a stubborn fool or you're a stubborn idiot. And
that's like the opposite end of the spectrum.
Right. And if you're the latter of the two, or the second two, then after those attempts have been made, then the bullying from a sense of like, I'm going to use you as an example to others, right? I'm going to make fun of you. I'm going to attempt to showcase how moronic you are so that other people will begin to recognize your own stupidity rather than accept your positions as truth, because they're necessarily dumb, but they just don't understand. They don't know how stupid your position is, because very often these individuals we're referring to put things forth with such confidence, even though they don't even know what the hell they're talking about. And it's like Dillahunty and his stupid Enigma machine point. It's like he said that with such extreme confidence to completely debunk the entire premise that Otangelo was putting forth in relation to the translation book analogy. And he's like, I completely debunk this in 2 words, Enigma machine. And it's like, dude, you clearly, if you're making that argument, you obviously don't even know how an Enigma machine works, because it actually proves Otangelo's point, you freaking idiot. But all the people in chat and in the comments of that all were raging about how he just completely annihilated Otangelo's point. And then T-Jump does the exact same thing in a variety of ways as well.
Is this the machine that coded messages during World War I or II that probably programmed but could kind of code it by itself with the algorithm or something?
Well, actually, the Enigma machine was invented before World War II, but it was used in World War II. But
was that the one from Navajo?
They worked on trying to crack it. It's very difficult because it's random, right? So here's the thing. So you have the alphabets that are already in play, and then you type in the message, and then as you're typing in the message that you're wanting to say, then it runs it through a algorithm and a function in the machine that then randomly assigns new alphabet characters to those the letters of the words that you're inputting. And then if you have the decryption key, then you're able to run that message back through the Enigma machine through that key, and then it translates it back into the appropriate syntax layout of the language is being encrypted. So the reason, there's many reasons why the whole it debunks Petangela's point is just so ridiculous. Like, number one, you have to have the source alphabet already accounted for, or otherwise there's nothing to freaking encrypt. You have to have the words accounted for, otherwise there's nothing to encrypt. You have to have an intelligent agent that is inputting the words that are now going to be encrypted by this machine. And then on the flip side of it, if you run them back through with the appropriate decryption key, you still have to have an intelligent agent that can then interpret what has now been projected back through the encryption device, or the decryption in this context. And it's like, you're claiming that something that actually showcases that, that's before you even account for the design of the machine itself. That has to have the knowledge programmed into it of what the alphabets are in the first place. Like, to argue that somehow indicates there's no necessity for an intelligent agent, like I said, it just showcases you don't know what the hell you're talking about and what it is. But anyway, enough of my tangent about it just, ugh. I was so blown away when I heard that.
No,
What's up, Super Redeemed Energy? How you doing?
Hey, man, I just wanted to see if my phone was working, see if my mic's on.
Yep, it's working, coming through good, actually.
Dude,
what's going on with you? Anything you want to... have you been having issues with it?
I wanted to rebound off of your point, actually. Early on in your streams, when you would have interactions with atheists, did it occur to you, like whenever you were doing your line of questioning, did it occur early on to you that they honestly have no idea what you're talking about?
With some, yes. With others, it was they understand the concepts but are denying that they are applicable. And then
that's
for
go ahead, I'm sorry.
And then for a gigantic portion of them, and this is what it took me about. I don't think I really understood that this was the commonality rather than the rarity, what I'm about to say, which was that a gigantic percentage of people, including folks who are quote unquote programmers and coders in like modern, like higher level language software, don't actually understand the underlying fundamentals of information communication theory. And because our technology has reached such a point where they don't have to know a lot of these principles in order to be able to write higher level language code, that they're not being able to realize the underlying components about, like, machine code and such, because they've never interacted with it. They don't even understand the concepts and what is actually having to be executed inside of your computer to execute the higher level language code that they've written or that's being utilized. Or when you think about the aspect of the drag and drop systems that we have now, where you can like grab a little function, drag it into your dashboard, and organize different things the way you look at it. And they're like, oh, it's not that complicated. It's like, dude, there's 20,000 lines of code behind each one of those little functions you're using. That kind of thing, right? They're not even thinking about those premises, let alone what is having to be happened in the case in point. So a couple weeks ago, or a week and a half ago maybe now, I was having an interaction, I think on your stream. We're talking about it was with Jason Torn, the PhD climate scientist, and he was going on and on about how interpreted languages like Python are not actually compiled. And I'm like, dude, every language at some stage is compiled. And he kept playing, no, interpreted languages aren't. And it's like, dude, you don't even understand what you're talking about. I understand that there's actions happening in the virtual machine that translates the higher level language, in this case Python, into bytecode, and then the entire program you've written is not necessarily compiled like a C program would be, all initially, in totality, and compiled into machine code. But with interpreted languages, ultimately the bytecode translated created by the virtual machine is ultimately going to be compiled into machine code using usually a just-in-time compiler, a JIT, that is going to be expressing that command function. But ultimately, whether it's a interpreted language or compiled language, ultimately they all have to be compiled into machine code at some point. But those concepts it took me a long time to get back to your original question. It took me a long time to grasp that a gigantic percentage of people were not were not truly comprehending the underlying necessities that I had become aware of, and was one of the reasons for me. It was like, oh wow, my mind is being blown, and I now find this way more interesting than human tech and all the stuff I'd been doing for a decade in software. I suddenly realized, like, wow, this is way freaking cooler than all this other stuff I've been learning about. This is nuts, but it uses the same principles. And that's my long-winded answer to your question. But there's those who understand and yet refuse to recognize the applicability. There's those who don't even understand what you're talking about and just reject any semblance of wanting to understand. And that's like an Andrew. And then those who just, like a Jeffrey Williams, who want to cling to the premise of it's just metaphor, and therefore they don't actually have to address what it is, even though they recognize the ramifications if what you're saying is true.
But even after you explain it to them and they still don't understand, then what?
Well, even predating like me finding your channel, that it's the overarching theme I see with atheists is that their threshold for truth is so low on anything other than God. Not like their willingness to accept just about anything. The threshold is just so low.
Well, I would definitely agree with you on that. I mean, the acceptance of things that I tell you, the thing that really has blown me away has been and this correlates with your point, is the adamant acceptance of consensus. That gets me every time. Like, well, I just go with consensus. Consensus. It's like, is your knowledge of history and the fact that consensus has been disproven so many times, and then ultimately the folks who are the most dogmatic are the ones who are laughed at from a historic perspective. Are you missing this? Like, it's last night, let me pull this up real quick. The Machiavellian quote that I read. Let's see. So apropos, it must be considered that there is nothing more difficult to carry out, nor more doubtful of success, nor more dangerous to handle than to initiate a new order of things. For the reformer has enemies in all those who profit by the old order, and only lukewarm defenders in all those who would profit by the new order. This lukewarmness arises partially for fear of their adversaries, who have the laws in their favor, and partly from the incredulity of men who do not truly believe in anything new until they have had actual experience of it. And I think that the atheists, at least the modern new atheists on YouTube, fully are epitomized by what I just read. I don't know what you guys think about that.
Okay, guys, I'm leaving the stream, so thank you, John, for having me.
Oh, you're always welcome, Otangelo. You have a great night, brother.
Peace out, Otangelo.
Bye-bye. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
So yeah, this inability to change, that's a big thing. If it's not being taught, and you're teaching contrary to what is being taught, then there's a huge resistance to that, and that's why evolution is getting, there's such a resistance to change or even accept the idea that evolution might be just a baseless belief with no evidence whatsoever.
Well, I think the blurring of the lines too. Like, so do I argue, for me, my perspective, do I argue that adaptation is not in play? Absolutely not. I think that adaptation is totally done. I mean, I think we witness it. I think we also witness it in quasi real time. Like, we see adaptation happening all over the place, but it's from modification, like execution of pre-existing function, or slight modification of existing function that's being done dynamically in a controlled fashion. Like, that is dramatically different than what's being postulated by the evolutionist. I mean, like, it's totally different. Like,
Even a
we're saying that the
mutation.
modifications, yes, but it's not the same as what you're arguing at all. But then you're the one that's claiming that I'm the one who's not believing in adaptation. It's hilarious.
Right, but even a mutation is a mutation of an existing function. You know, even that is part of the design of what was already there. It's not making anything new. It's just altering what's already there. That's what people don't get. And it's not nearly as effective as or it doesn't change nearly as much as what variation does. And adaptation, responding to the environment, epigenetics, and all that stuff has a greater effect than mutations ever had. And it's all part of the design.
No, I would
That's
definitely agree
why.
with you on that. Hey, by the way, I would definitely
That's
agree with you
why.
on what you said
That's
there,
why they
Joey.
have problems. That's why they have problem with evolution. They want to change. They come up with a new idea or a new teaching of evolution.
So, Super Redeemed Dell says, "Do I detect a bit of a Southern accent in Redeemed?"
Oh, absolutely. I'm about 2 blocks away from the beach in southern Mississippi.
Okay, you down by Biloxi or
Yep.
where you at?
Yep, just
okay.
right in that neighborhood.
Oh man, look here! We got George has finally gotten his microphone to work. What's up, George? How are you, sir?
Oh, good. Thanks, John. It was amazing. I got this new earphone, and I don't know why it wouldn't connect. It used to connect well with the other one, but anyway, I got it going.
Well, that's good. Welcome to the stream. How's have you had pizza today? I mean, so folks, if you don't realize this, George thinks it's funny to A, give me very generous super chats, which I greatly appreciate, and B, usually put them towards like the ice cream and pizza fund or strawberry. I mean, a variety of things, which I greatly appreciate. But he also is usually going and having great pizza, well, at least attempting to have good pizza shenanigans with his buddies, but it's getting a little more difficult these days in Australia, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I haven't been for a pizza with my friends for 2.5 months now. And John, I have to thank you for all those links you keep sending me, because I don't really watch the mainstream media, so I get all my news from you.
Well, I tell you what's fascinating, George. I have been so if you do a like Melbourne protests search on YouTube, I don't know if you've done this, if you've like seen this, but every single thing that shows up for like, you can keep scrolling. Every single thing will be from a mainstream media channel. Everything. And
like I said, I don't watch the mainstream media. They're all one way, like everywhere else, by the way. I rely on the independents to get all the stuff that I want to watch.
Oh, for sure. What I've found very interesting in all that is like when I'll go and look at the news story from Melbourne, for example, of yesterday, they will say nothing about the videos I've seen that were published from yesterday from the independents you're referring to. Or they will, if they do something that's similar, the way it's portrayed is in many cases the polar opposite of what I've watched from multiple different sources. There were people on the ground and watching it from first person perspective. And then we hear the news media and saying the exact opposite. And I'm just like, this is
creative editing.
There you go.
They actually select pieces of video, and they add their own. Like they'll select one specific part where maybe someone's had a bit to drink, and then they generalize and say they're all drunks, and make that analogy that this is nothing more than just people that have drank too much, and they're just venting their frustration out on everyone else. But Yeah, look, I had a conversation with a friend of mine, one of my pizza friends of mine, about the COVID stuff, and maybe I shouldn't talk about this, by the way. Sorry, no, I won't go there. Yeah, I was interested in some of the conversations we were having in the chat about the scales to feather. You know, I remember Snake was right, brought this up at I can't remember which video it was, but he mentioned that they demonstrated how scales can be turned into feathers. So I did a bit of research, and as you know, and many others do as well, all they did was they managed to get the scale into an elongated scale, and everything else was imagination. You know, look, we've created an elongated scale, therefore it can turn into a feather. Ridiculous.
Well, and some of those experiments too have been like, we inserted a gene sequence into exposition that we know works in feathers. So we inserted this code sequence into the scale factors that are necessary. And then what you're talking about, like, we got this little bubble to like grow. It's like, so you copied and pasted code from one function into another function. And then you're being like, oh my goodness, we're seeing the function that we copied and pasted being expressed. Oh my goodness. And like, you thought there was going to be a different outcome? I'm like, why would you not think this is what's going to happen? And this is why I get so irritated with folks when you're like, okay, if I cut and paste this code from, this linear position and I put it further up, and then I access the file, and then I wonder why function 12 is now where above function 2, because that's where I copied and pasted it. And then I said, I don't know how that could happen. Are you an idiot? Like, why would you think this is anything other than what would happen? Why is this proof of supposed proof of evolution and such? It blows me away every time.
Yeah, I mean, do you excuse me? I just had a drink of water and it went down the wrong way. But it was interesting when Tangelo was having that conversation with Andrew about the analogies, and he agreed to two parts. And just to use a Maddoxism, I call it the DRD syndrome. And it's effectively deny, reject, dismiss, DRD. And that's all they do. It doesn't matter what evidence we show them or what they agree to. At the end of it, they'll always deny, reject, or dismiss it. So I don't know why we actually spend so much time with these blokes, because they never listen. Even when it's right in front of their eyes, they'll deny it.
Well, that's very true, and I think I would say that some of the brainwashed people that we were talking about, both in relation to the Evo atheism as well as the stuff that's happening in Canada and here in the United States and Australia and such, I think it's the exact same type of blind mindset of anyone who doesn't recognize the totalitarian takeovers that are happening around the globe. And like, oh no, they all have our best interests in heart. They just want to keep us safe. Really? Like, that's your conclusion as you're watching people be beaten for sitting down? Like I think I sent you this one, George. The teachers and the nurses, all the females that were at that park sitting down, social distancing. Every single one of them was wearing a mask, holding a sign, and they're sitting down, not even saying anything, and they end up getting arrested and like told they were being uncooperative and like thrown, like pushed over and all this kind of stuff. It's like, and then it was being framed as they were being uncooperative and causing all these problems and stuff. I'm like, how do you come to the conclusion that a bunch of females who are sitting down, not moving, how are they being a danger to society? Honestly. Like,
yeah, it reminds
no rational conclusion
me.
You can reach on that.
Yeah, it reminds me of the brown shirts in Nazi Germany. I'm not sure how many people in the chat and what their age group is, but that's exactly what the brown shirts were doing. So our police force is acting like what was happening in Nazi Germany in the 1930s and 40s. So yeah, welcome to the New World Order.
What boggles my mind, there's a contract in Australia for a quarantine camp that won't be completed until the year 2024. So they have no intentions of letting up anytime soon.
Well, yeah, believe it or not, there was an instance where our Premier of Victoria, which is the state, had made an agreement with China, which the federal government didn't know anything about. So you have to wonder, how can, a state Premier make a strategic, I think it was a memorandum of understanding with China, and not the federal government knowing anything about it. So there's some shifty things happening here that, I don't know whether we'll ever know what the details of those dealings were, but we obviously get a lot of funding from China to do a lot of the infrastructure improvements in Victoria. And I'm wondering how much in debt we are or we're going to be, say, in the next 10 years or so. I know every country in the world is suffering from a debt crisis, and that's probably one of the goals, is to bankrupt every country in the world. And I think they call it the Great Reset.
Well, yeah, they do. And that's anybody who thinks that's not the inevitable outcome of what's happening right now around the globe. I'm like, you can't turn off gigantic portions of the global economy and then not think there's not going to be massive bankruptcies. I mean, and defaults. It's guaranteed, especially when you're not, instead of being, okay, fine, you might last longer if you reduce your spending. All of the governments around the world are increasing spending. I mean, to me, it's like, okay, think about this, folks. Let's say you have a job and you make $100,000 a year. And then your boss says, hey, I'm now only going to pay you $50,000. And then you say, awesome. I'm now going to act like I'm making $200,000 and go spend it.
Yeah.
You would be, and then be like, a year later, people being like, oh, you're in court and you're being sued by all of your creditors. And they say, you're in court and your honor, I had no idea I wasn't gonna be able to pay. and the lawyers for the creditors are like, so judge, he had a reduction in his pay, and then he started buying boats and going on trips and going to the jeweler and, bought new TVs and all this other kind of stuff. And then told us he still was making 100,000 when he was only making 50,000. Does anybody in this room think that person would not be considered a fraudulent con artist?
Yeah, John, what worries me is, the world's economy is so closely knitted to the American economy. And, if America goes down, it's going to send shockwaves everywhere, and everyone's going to feel it. I'm getting worried because I think your debt is what, in the trillions now?
Oh, our debt is 30 trillion now.
Oh, that's huge.
Well,
they just can't keep printing money.
No, they can't. And here's the other thing, George, is that most people don't realize is, okay, so the quote unquote debt is 30 trillion. It's a shade under, it's about to hit it. But the unfunded liabilities is 200 trillion.
Oh,
that's the unfunded liabilities. So for those who don't know this, the GDP of the planet prior to 2019, the GDP of the planet was like 84 trillion. For the entire planet was 84 trillion. Okay, so US debt 30 trillion, right, just under. Unfunded liabilities 200 trillion. Okay, almost 3x well, like what, 2.7 or whatever it is, x the entire GDP. The GDP of the entire planet is the unfunded liabilities of the United States. So I mean, it's like at this point, the collapse is inevitable, and it will be unlike any other collapse ever in history because nothing's ever been this big. to collapse. And I mean, we're insane. And Patrick's talking about, like, he says, I remember when I was in 7th grade, the national debt was 4.5 trillion during Reagan years. I'm like, that's a lot of money. Yeah, and to put it in context of how fast it's grown is, I believe the national debt was like 9 trillion when Barack Obama took office. And now we're about to crack 30 trillion. And when Trump took office, I think we were at 21, maybe, something like that. Because, I mean, one of the things that got me so pissed off last year about all the madness of spending and such was, I know in 2020, the United States spent $6 trillion. And I remember doing the math, and I think that came out to, I think it was just under $60,000 per household in the United States. And we were being told to be happy with the, oh, you got a check for $1,500. You need a little stimulus check. Like, you need to feel very, appreciative for this money. That's why we're spending all these trillions of dollars. And I'm like, you know what? If all this premise of like shutting down the economy to stop the, flatten the curve and all that crap was true, and you're going to spend $6 trillion, why didn't you write me a check for $50,000 and say, take the rest of the year off until we solve this problem? Because I would have been like, sweet, let's do that. Hey, let's temporarily suspend all mortgage payments and debt payments, all that kind of stuff. It's not going to affect your credit. Here's 50 grand. Just chill out and some of the essentials, and we're going to get through this. But now we're at, like, they're getting ready to spend another $3.5 trillion. I mean, it's like, we're so doomed. It's gonna be bad. But
yeah, I'm getting worried. I'm trying to spend as much cash as I possibly can, because I don't think it'll be worth much in the near future if it continues to do this.
No, are you thinking about? We're, by the way, our debt's at 28.8 trillion. So we're up at 29. Are you thinking about? Are you buying like physical assets, George?
Well, I have most of my money invested in shares and companies, mining companies, energy, those sort of things. But I've got a substantial cash balance, which really at the moment you're only earning like I think 0.2 to 0.3% interest, which is next to nothing, which is worse than the inflation rate. And if they continue to spend like they are, that's not going to be worth. It won't have the purchasing power that it has today, for example. So it's not worthwhile to keep money in the bank anymore. And I think if interest rates go in the negative like they have in other countries, well, that pretty much encourages everyone to spend rather than save.
Well, true. Hey, George, sidebar, George, if I forget about this. I don't know, as an Australian, you might not be eligible for this, but I know there are a couple of banks here in the United States. I was looking at this for my dad actually recently, that they've got some specific money market checking accounts that are paying as long as you maintain a minimum balance of 20K, which, if you're putting sizable money, that's not a big deal, right? And you get 3.3% APY. And obviously way better than because what best rate I was able to find for my dad here in the States, like normal accounts, was like 0.8, and most of them, as you said, were like 0.3 to 0.5. And then I found these company that's 3.3% as long as you maintain the $20,000 balance. And they had a couple other provisions, but wasn't too shabby.
Compare that with, say, about 10 years or so, John, when I first retired, there was a specific bank here in Melbourne that was actually paying 7.5%. That is unheard of.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get that kind of return in the share market.
Nope. That's very good. It really is amazing how things have changed. And to your point about the negative rates, I mean, that's like now the standard in Europe is negative rates.
Yeah, that's Japan, it's the same.
Yeah, it's staggering to to think about of just the reduction. And I'm very, to your point on some of the corrections and such, I'm getting rather concerned about the inevitable market corrections that have to happen. And it has to happen at some point in the not too distant future.
Yep.
Because
I mean, to use a well-known Australianism, the shit is going to hit the fan soon, and you have to be ready for it.
George, do you have any solar power or anything like that?
I do, Jungle. I actually installed solar panels about 20 odd years ago because they made us very attractive for us. We got rebates as well as any power that we actually exported. We were paid like 3 to 4 times the going rate. So it made it worthwhile for me. So I put in a 3.5 kilowatt system, and you know, our average use here is about 12 kilowatt hours in the day, and I actually generate around 18 to 20 on a good sunny day. So to be honest with you, I haven't paid an electricity bill for the last 20 years.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
So, but George, are you gonna, with all the madness happening, are you going to buy the batteries now?
Well, I'm thinking about it, John. I was actually thinking of waiting till they come down, but I may have to accelerate that decision because based on what's going on, I think we may have to be self-sufficient in a lot of areas, not just you know, the power, but food as well. I mean, as you know, and I've told you before, we've got a substantial vegetable garden outside, and we eat a lot of our food straight from the garden into the plate. So yeah, but you still need the other things like milk and bread and things like that. But I think we're okay in terms of self-sufficiency.
Right. I have a 48-volt system, and I have 2 48-volt batteries, and then I have a bunch of lead acid batteries, 48 volts. But I want to get one more 48-volt battery. Then that way I can store and use it through the night as much as I need.
Look, I was able to convince one of my cousins who's a doctor. He actually put a 12 kilowatt system on his roof, and batteries as well. So if things get really worse, I can always move in with him. He built a humongous house, a 60 square house for effectively four people, 2 of them and their 2 kids.
Yeah.
Well, George, the question though is he more or less than 5 kilometers from your house, or are you up to 10?
Well, no, we're up to 15 now, John. They've been generous. 15.
Oh man, ladies and gentlemen, in Australia, you're now allowed to travel about 8 miles from your house without being arrested or giving a ticket for
that's about
unjustified.
Well, that's what happens when you have the Sabbath for every day. No, you can't leave your house. You can only walk so far, right? That's horrible.
Okay, Jamie's about to play something. What are we watching, Jamie?
Oh, George, I wanted to see if George could do this here in Australia. This guy's from Alaska.
Estimates this cabbage to be a whopping 35 pounds. How big is that, you ask? Well, it would take 6 to 8 grocery store-sized heads to match just one of these gargantuans.
This is a leek, a little bit larger than you would normally see.
A little larger? That's a freak leek compared to the ones in my garden. So how does John grow humongous vegetables that, believe it or not, aren't stringy and taste delicious? They seem to agree it's the sun.
No. That's a myth. It's a fallacy. They would be growing all these giant vegetables up in Norway and Sweden and Finland. And do you ever hear of anything? No, sirree, Bob. So I rest my case on that one.
John claims the secret is not the sun above, but the earth below.
Oh, the secret is all in the soil. It's like as if the soil is like their stomach. If you put the right foods into your stomach, you can then become like Arnold Schwarzenegger. That's what happens with these plants.
You don't have to dig very deep to see that John's plants are extremely well nourished.
Ah, here we go. There we are. Now, that's some leak.
Hey, John, how about leaking the secret of big veggies? Like these Brussels sprouts, which last year grew to be the size of apples.
Notice on the leaves themselves, the glossiness of the leaves, this glossiness is a type of wax. That wax is where the plants can actually resist bugs from eating them. Slugs don't seem to like my plants, and aphids, many bugs. They just, they go next door.
I get it. Plants that don't have to fight off pests or diseases, like this humongous 46-pound celery, can put their energy into growing bigger.
There's enough Swiss chard here for a little meal for a big dinosaur.
Thanks, Mom.
I would estimate that is at least over 60, maybe 70 pounds, because I have grown a 70-pounder before. This is a big plant. Here we have a zucchini. This is about 35 pounds, and you kids out there, if you are fed up with growing some pumpkins, how about growing a nice big zucchini for a change?
Sounds great. And in addition to that trick, John says if you maximize the soil's potential, it'll maximize the plant's potential. So how does John feed the soil?
Now here is the secret to my success. Compost tea.
It's a special gourmet recipe John's been working on for years. With just the right combination of compost, micronutrients, and bacteria. A little bit goes a long way.
It's the equivalent to about maybe 500 to 1,000 pounds of compost.
Essentially, he's turbocharged his compost, and with it, everything else in his garden.
What happens in the soil is everything is stimulated with all the microorganisms to such a high point that they will give that plant the maximum food for its production. Here we have some carrots.
And more food for the soil means bigger, tastier, healthier veggies.
That's pretty nice carrot.
These monsters are not just for show. They also make for good eating.
Zucchini bread, leaking potato soup, fried zucchini, good soup, zucchini this, good stew, zucchini that, stir fry, zucchini soup. Oh boy, just give me more.
You know, there's one more way to tell that John's plants are ultra healthy. It's by their Brix level, or the amount of sugar they contain. You see, in the grocery store, most veggies have a Brix level of between, say 6 and 10, whereas John's measure in at a whopping 20.
Now we're ready to make compost tea.
And to do that, you'll need a 5-gallon bucket, a diffuser, some air hoses, and an air pump. After attaching all those pieces together, drop it in the bucket and turn it on.
Look at all those little micro bubbles coming up.
The air John is pumping into the water encourages the growth of millions of good or aerobic bacteria.
First we need to do is put in a small amount of compost. We will say for this amount, about 8 cups of compost.
Look at this beautiful compost. Into the bubbling bucket it goes. Now, John has his own special blend of ingredients he adds, which contains, among other things, simple sugars. The tea brews for 24 hours. Then John mixes 5 parts water to 1 part tea.
The reason why it's called tea is because it looks like tea, but it doesn't act like tea.
Then he applies the liquid 2 ways, straight into the soil or on the leaves.
Soil is nicely wetted down, and this is what will cause a biofilm. This will protect the plant from diseases and insects.
Now, for John, bigger veggies isn't always the goal, but a bigger bounty is.
This is where I'm going to have more fun than you can ever imagine.
John's a huge potato fan, and to guarantee a large yield, he sprayed the leaves and soil of each plant.
This is one plant now. Believe me, this is one hill, one plant.
So how many potatoes can you get from one plant?
Here we come into the mother lode. Still going down for the deeper boys down here. Now you can understand why I have so much fun. I mean, it just never seems to end. Isn't that?
That's my favorite too. Digging potatoes.
That's it. No more. Here we've got, it's got to be about 40 potatoes. Good 40 potatoes in this plant.
Hard to believe 40 potatoes from one plant. But that's the benefit of compost tea, even in Alaska's rugged climate. Growing bigger, healthier, record-breaking veggies is one secret John Evans wants the world to know.
Is that a radish?
Probably a beetroot. Yeah.
That man's some
Good
livestock.
grief.
Can you believe that? He's in Alaska
so-
too.
Okay, so put the link to that video in the chat, side chat, please. People are asking, but man, I need to figure that out because most potato plants are only expected to bring like 5 to 7 potatoes.
Yeah,
you got 40 from one plant. One of the reasons I know this, I was thinking about this in terms of like how much land I need to try and acquire, and I was thinking about, I googled this like maybe a week ago, of like how much space you need per plant and what's the average yield per plant. I was they're doing the math of like how many plants I would need for myself, my daughter, my parents, and trying to like extrapolate out the amount of acres I would need. The 40 per plant. Good grief. I mean,
potatoes are so cheap there, you can't really profit off of it growing them. But
I wasn't thinking about it from a selling perspective, more of a shit hits the fan survival perspective.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, for sure. But it's not just the compost tea. Like to get them that big, like he's showing off there, is you got to like order the right seeds because they've been kind of bred to produce larger fruit too. So he's growing. I'm pretty sure he's growing like people sell them, like people who have big vegetables like that will sell you their seeds, and they're more obviously going to be more expensive, right? But once you've grown a crop, you're good to go, on your own. But they might charge a couple bucks a seed or something, maybe at the most. That's what it used to be anyway. But to get them like that, you're going to need that, and then also what he's doing. If you can do that with, you take like cedar chips, pretty ground up cedar chips, and you put them all over, like large piles. After about 5 to 7 years, like that first set, and you just put some in. If you have enough property, like every year, put another batch of it in separate areas. That'll really boost your soil too. Once it's broken down, if you use it too soon, it'll suck the nitrogen out of the soil that your plants need. So you don't want to do that. But yeah, you can use it as a mulch too. But yep, I love growing plants.
Jamie, one of the things you can also do if you have a worm farm where you put all your kitchen scraps, etc., the worms actually excrete a liquid, and if you collect that liquid, make sure though you dilute it because it's very, very strong. If you just pour it on the plants, it'll burn them. You dilute it in a container and you water them with them. It's the perfect fertilizer.
I think that's maybe what kind of compost he's using. Like, I don't know if there's special worms like the red earthworms or whatever. Like my yard had, from where I moved from, had so many, and you could tell.
I had tiger worms.
Are those better?
Yeah, they're big mothers. And the reason why they're tiger worms, obviously they have like a darkish and lightish stripe along the length of their body. But
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would gather them from my yard and put them in near my compost pile, and then I'd have like different sections of it, and then you can tell when it's the worm poop. Basically, it's like really fine and pretty consistent. At least the worms I had, and that stuff was amazing. You just add a little bit to your soil or whatever. That's what I would do. Yeah, pretty amazing.
Yeah, we grow those things. We just planted onion actually, but leek, garlic, parsley, oregano. We just planted lettuce as well. But we've got a heap of, I don't know if you know what Jerusalem artichokes are.
Yeah.
But they grow underground. It's like a ginger almost, the bulb when you take it out of the ground. But that's quite nutritious as well. And that takes very little effort to grow. You just put it in the ground, walk away, and you come back a couple of months later, and there's like hundreds of them. Yeah, it's also healthy, by the way. So there's nothing wrong with a bit of, you put a bit of sweat into digging up your garden, and spend a little time watering it and hoeing it, and I think you'll be rewarded for it.
Well, it's kind of interesting to me how, in modern society, the premise of having assets that can replicate themselves, and the value proposition of it is, well, both the return has been mitigated to some extent, but then the average person, especially those living in the urban environments, almost views it as a negative, right? Like, hey, idiot, you have land and you have, in this context, potato plants, for example, right? That can replicate themselves. Like, I think modern humans just kind of forget about this. Like, oh, I've got my cell phone. Like, if your cell phone could replicate itself and then you could sell yourself, like your smartphone, that would be awesome, right? Like, sweet. But then when you think, to me, when you like really start to understand the underlying, root technologies that are available in inside of plants and such, and all the things we're now recognizing about biotech, it's kind of taking on an entirely new context for me, anyway. Of like, this is insane what God created. The self-replicating asset.
They're saying buffalo is pretty profitable. Even in Brazil, they're raising buffalo.
Yeah, what was I going to say? Yeah, with the way
that's why Jamie moved to Idaho, because he's going to go become a buffalo hunter. That's what's happening right now.
That'd be tight. A lot of people actually have like those. What do they call those things from like South America? Those that you can take their wool. They're like what do you call it? Llamas?
Llamas, alpacas, something.
Alpacas. That's what they are. Yep, alpacas. I guess they're decent and they're pretty sturdy. But you really couldn't grow vegetables like that except for a personal garden or maybe like a farmer's market type of thing. But even then, it's not very practical. But man, I guess. Well, I don't know how many of those. You guys aren't most of our vegetables and fruits today not even likely to have been. Aren't those bred in history into existence essentially?
I only buy heirloom seeds, Jamie. Heirloom seeds are the original ones, so they're not the new strains. Yeah. But can I just give a plug? I put in an order. I've purchased some before, but I put in an order for a hoodie and a singlet from John's merchandise store. Good quality at a reasonable price. There you go, John. You'll be a millionaire in no time.
I've got the God Infinity one.
Yeah, that's the one I got, and I think I got the original code one.
Yeah, that's a cool one too. I like the God one, and they're well made.
Well, I appreciate that. Appreciate the plug, and so the quality, like the fabric quality, came through well.
Yes, yeah. I put in an order yesterday, so I haven't received the latest order yet, but hopefully in the next 3 to 4 weeks, I probably will.
Yeah, it's screen print. It's screen print, but which is it's just regular screen print, but which is fine, and the sweatshirts aren't like chintzy or anything. They're a regular nice hoodie sweater.
Well, that's good. Yeah, I've been thinking about which one I'm going to order for myself, because I don't know if I told you this, George. One of the things I'm trying to pick a good spot to do is do a change my mind type concept, but challenging atheists basically, and stream it. I was trying to find a good spot to set up and get permission, but then it dawned on me the other day that there's a park here in Nashville called it's the Centennial Park, but there's a full scale replica of the Greek Parthenon that's been built there, and on the weekends it actually gets quite a bit of foot traffic. So I'm thinking about setting up a little booth and get some cameras and such, and some signage and whatnot, and challenge some atheists to come over and whether or not what's more plausible, theism or atheism, something to that effect. And as it's starting to get a little bit cooler, I'm debating on which sweatshirt I'm going to get for it. I think it'll be fun to do.
You better have a security guard.
Yeah, it's 44 Magnum.
Well, hey, so George, in as of July 4th, ironic date pick that was picked, as of July 4th of 2021, the constitutional carry law went into effect in Tennessee. So not only am I allowed to carry weapons, I do not have to have a permit, and so I can be armed to the gills if I want to.
You can carry a pistol with no permit.
Yep.
It doesn't have to. It can be not visible and be a pistol. And
open carry or concealed, no permit required. As long as you are lawfully, like as long as you're not one of a demographic that is lawfully excluded, so like felons, things of that nature. You're over the age of 21, or
what if you're a Mandela fella?
I have no idea. But it's actually kind of interesting. They have some restrictions that are nebulous on long guns, but pistols, you're totally within your constitutional rights with no permit required. It used to be so prior to this in Tennessee, you could basically, we have a extended castle doctrine was prior to, you could have it in your car and you didn't have to have the bullet separate or anything like that. You could have the gun anywhere in your vehicle, but you weren't allowed to take it outside of your vehicle except for needing to use it for defense of others, yourself, because basically, like I said, extended castle doctrine. Your car was an extension of your property, basically. But then, if you wanted to have it outside prior to July 4th, you had to have a permit. But it was nice.
Well, that's convenient.
Can I just correct somebody in the chat? I think it was Richard Madsen. Heirloom spelled HEIRLOOM. That's the heirloom seed I was talking about.
Yeah, the the ones that are not GMO or under the
correct
under whatsoever it's called, that company, Satan's Workshop or whatever. No, what is it called?
Monsanto? Is it Monsanto?
Yeah. I've heard. So I know heirloom seeds are good, but the ones that Guy are using were actually I don't know if they're heirloom or not. I think they usually are, but they're they've been bred naturally, and then the largest vegetables are then taken, and then those seeds are planted, kind of thing, and then then they plant those, and then take the biggest fruits from that crop, and they keep working it over until they get these bigger specimens or whatever. And then apparently whatever, that's how I was told anyway. And then people,
one of the things you can gauge the health of the soil is by when you're digging it, just count the number of worms you find. The more worms you find, the healthier the soil.
Yeah, it's you can get those little test kits, at least here or back in Seattle area. I would buy the little test kits, and you could check the pH, and you can send it off and also to some department or whatever for the state or whatever, and they'll tell you what percentage of loam and sand and mineral content and stuff too. Even it's just a couple bucks.
So I grew up.
Yeah,
your point about worms, George. So I grew up in England, but in the Fens, and that was the land where I grew up is grade 1 agricultural land. It's some of the most fertile in the world. And your point about the worms, when I was a kid, there was farmers fields butted up to my backyard, and I used to go. Of course, as a little kid, I used to go out there and dig in the mud and stuff. That was fun. But the amount of the worms were everywhere, and they were huge worms too. Not just I see these little here in the States. I see these little ones going around. In England, where I was in England, they were gigantic, and and also the soil was pitch black. But part of where that came from was the Fens were actually a bog up until I think either late 1700s, early 1800s, and they actually hired some Dutch engineers to come over and create all of these dikes and ditches and barricades and such, and they were able to drain off the bog, and then you had basically untouched land that had been farmed for hundreds of years, and so all the nutrients just been building up, and now it's like some of the most fertile soil in the world, and the yields from the crops were I as a kid I took it for granted. I'd go next door to the farmer's barn and we go buy back 20 pounds 50 pounds of potatoes, come back over, and I didn't really appreciate how good they tasted until I came back for college, and I was like, man, the corn tastes a little bland and the potatoes like yeah. And I was used to this like just vibrant flavors and such and all these vegetables that I took for granted, like I said, as a kid, because of the soil.
Oh yeah, there's nothing like picking your veggies straight out of your garden and putting them on your plate. And by the way, don't the birds love it when you dig up your garden? I've noticed as soon as I dig up the garden, there's probably 20, 30 birds going through the soil searching for the worms.
Oh yeah, the robins come down every morning in my other place. I had so many worms. Yeah, if it's black, the darker the better, and then you could smell it. And if you had compost, if it didn't smell rotten or whatever, you knew it was ready or whatever. It smelled kind of sweet.
Yeah, people take so many of those things for granted, like the fact that the interdependencies, like, hey, the robins are eating the worms, but the worms are helping to fertilize the soil, which is growing the food. And I mean, just the cycles are incredible. I think in the context of the the Evo discussions and the atheists and whatnot, it's like the cyclical aspects of all of these ecosystem cycles, and the fact that ecosystems, like the interdependencies of all of them, it's like they just want to just gloss over the necessities, right, of all these things working in coordination, not just the individual organism, but the entirety of the ecosystem. And what I find very ironic is they want to argue that like the environmental pressures are what caused the evolution of new functions and such. It's like you wouldn't have any function without the pre-existing system, period. And you're claiming that new functions came from the systems that don't exist yet? Like that, to me, that doesn't make any sense. And just I have a hard time taking it seriously.
Don't the evolutionists use the advent of agriculture as the reason for the population growth?
Yep.
I mean, why did it take them so long to figure it out?
Yeah, that's one of my favorite questions. 200,000 years, they had the same brain size as we do. And they're dying off like crazy, apparently, staying at around 10,000 population bottleneck or whatever. And it takes them 190,000 years with the same size brains we have as they're like brutally dying and starving to invent agriculture. That just makes no sense whatsoever.
Exactly. Exactly.
Well, one of the things I find interesting too in that line with that is, even though the cities and the civilizations weren't as obviously as massive as we're experiencing now, the basically from the majority of recorded history, you have sizable civilizations, that just appear, and suddenly there's gigantic, relatively massive. I mean, some of the cities, like the Aztecs and the Incas and the Mayans and the Sumerians and the Babylonians, like those were not exactly tiny. Like
are those post-flood or pre-flood? That's the question. I'd say they're post-flood, actually. I used to think they were pre-flood, but I think most of the pre-flood civilizations were probably totally wiped out, or they're buried, or they're in the ocean now, I suspect. But what do you guys think?
Most of what we see is post-flood.
I think your point about potentially being underwater is a very we're both buried and or underwater is probably a pretty reasonable conclusion. And the thing that I find so funny about all the talking points of like, we have discovered not a single speck of evidence for XYZ, And it's like, guys, are you actually going to try and like with a straight face tell me that we know like everything that's under in the ocean, in the bottom of the ocean? Because I'm pretty damn sure that we weren't even able to go to the bottom of the ocean until the last 30 years.
Yeah.
So
James Cameron's the man.
Right.
Well, it's what bugs me is I love Rob, but he'll say something like, "There's zero evidence for a global flood," and I go, "Zero, Rob?" And he goes, "Yeah, zero." And I'm just like, "Come on, dude." It's just like, I love you, brother.
They have to say that, Jamie. Like they can't even admit to one piece, because even one piece, then that guarantees that there was a global flood. So they have to say zero.
It's all evidence of the global flood. Everything.
What a sad position to be in. You have to hold your position. You have to just deny. Like the other night when Smokey was trying to defend a local flood or whatever. It's just like, dude, here's the thing. Problem I have with it. Like, I still consider older people, brothers and sisters. I just think they're terribly wrong. But I get the weight of the world on your chest, and you don't want to look foolish or whatever. And there's a lot of work that's been done and written. A lot of it's nonsense. A lot of it isn't necessarily nonsense, but knowledge has been built off of it, I would say. But people don't understand that models are not necessarily facts, and it's not like every person that goes to school and takes the standard model like came to that conclusion on their own. They were taught in that paradigm, and they write and do research based in that paradigm. So it's not like, the way people talk about it just is really irritating. But when Smokey was defending that, it was just like, if you can make the text say that is a local flood, then you can make the Bible say, I'm exaggerating, but you could say anything. It just totally ruins the clarity of scripture, the perspicuity or whatever. Maybe that's the wrong term, but it just, if you can make it that loose, how could you ever know anything that it's saying?
Well, one of the things I find so entertaining about both the atheist and the old earth or theistic evolutionist perspective of like things like the heat problem. I'm like, hang on. You think that there's somehow a plausible explanation for undirected abiogenesis and the improbabilities of that, yet you're firmly hold that it's totally reasonable that somehow that will be explained. But on the same token, you argue that there is no explanation for the heat problem, even though there's been multiple things put forth that could potentially be hypotheticals, which they claim the only thing they have to come up with to explain abiogenesis is a hypothetical that could be possible.
Then it's debunked. We're debunked. If with one potential model that's just totally ad hoc, then we get we'll do the same thing, and it's like, oh, that's arbitrary. Or if we have multiple models, you hear, oh, you guys don't even have a model. It's like, dude, no, multiple models are good. Okay. That's how science works. But yeah, don't pretend like you're one hypothetical with really zero evidence. It's just like philosophical, debunks our model. I do think we should try to be more careful in like categorizing different ideas or models into because certain kinds of arguments, and maybe I'm just an idiot and everybody recognizes it, but there are arguments that are like defeaters to a paradigm, like that cold slab argument or whatever, that demands an answer, or it seems like a defeating argument to me, or arguments like that or whatever. I guess
magnetism is definitely a old Earth killer.
You're talking about the Earth's magnetic field?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And
yeah, we're doing
we've all seen George do tons of streams on that. Go ahead, George. Sorry.
Yeah, we're doing a stream on the magnetic field. I think later this week.
By the way, folks, anybody who's watching now or in the future, George and SFT and Matt and everybody, and oh man, brain freeze. Professor McEwen?
McQueen.
They've done a plethora of streams on the flood topic and different models, different issues, and some great conversation on that. So make sure you go over to SFT's channel to check those out.
Yeah. Did McQueen do? I saw a preview or whatever for McQueen doing something on the magnetic field. But would you guys think? I would say there's good and there's better and worse versions of the magnetic field argument. I think it's one of those ones where you have to be careful what you project about it. But I do think it is a good argument. Not that it really matters what my opinion is, but would you, when you kind of categorize that a little differently than say like that cold slab argument, because potentially you could posit that the magnetic field flipped, or you could posit that it fluctuates in some way. I mean, there's some constraint to that, I think, from the evidence, but I would say that's a great argument. But at the same time, it's not the same as say like the cold slab thing seems to me is like there's like really, I can't imagine what you could possibly come up with, or like like the folded mountains and things like that. They seem like it's really like just impossible to really answer from an older paradigm. I don't know.
But Jamie, the secular camp can't explain how the magnetic field actually initiated, whereas creationists can. And Dr. Humphreys actually has explained it, and because of his model, he was able to do predictive predictions on other planets' magnetic fields as well. So our model can explain more things than the secular one can. They rely on the dynamo theory, where they rely on hot matter moving up and down in the inner core and outer core to create that electricity. But you have to ask, well, how did it first start?
Yeah, and then how can it die down and raise back up again, and what would cause that? That seems insane. Like not.
Well, what I find one of the things I find so interesting about that premise we're talking about now is like, aren't you basically arguing that we have a perpetual motion machine that's creating this going on? Like, okay, so it's slowing down and the usable energy is dissipating, but then somehow it revs itself back. It recharges itself.
Isn't it like rising and then it condenses or cools and then would like sink back down or something? Perhaps something causes it to rise and fall, but that would doesn't seem like you could get a sudden burst and like why would it reverse? Like I'm very ignorant on the subject, but it does.
They have the reversals on the sun. The sun.
Yeah, every 11 years it happens on the sun.
Oh, right.
They do have magnetic flips.
What's that about? How does that happen, I wonder?
Well, I don't know, to be honest. I don't know completely how it happens or why it happens. But
I was going to guess they needed to probably connect it to the cycles of the sun that they've pretty much shown or something, but I bet you it doesn't fit. What's the deal with the I know Hovind used to say like at the mid-Atlantic ridge, the magnetic field looks like it was flipping. He was claiming that they kind of just were looking at stronger and weaker magnetic fields, and then they just kind of like set a baseline just kind of arbitrarily to make, and then said one side is negative or flipped. But he would say, I don't know if that's legit or not. I don't know if
Jamie, I'm not going to tell you all the answers, but you'll need to tune in. I think it's on Thursday for you guys. But Professor McQueen is going to actually explain that particular part of it that you just asked. So tune in and you'll find out what Professor McQueen has to say.
For sure. It seems to me that
call a teaser.
Yeah, it was a good setup there. Teed it up for you. Well, it seems to me like if there is like evidence that that's going on at the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, then it seems like something had to been going on with majorly going on either way with the whatever causes the magnetic field is disrupted during the flood.
At the time of the rift, something was going on, but that's apparently not happening today.
Oh, George, I got to tell you this. This is in Ken. I think Dr. Kenny Rhodes brought it up in his last Young Earth Creationist debate. Who was he debating? I forget for sure. Was it Matt Powell maybe? And this is one I brought up like a year ago when I found it from BioLogos, and I think I sent it to CRI and AGI, and I think I talked to Standing about it. I can't remember if he tried to do a response to it or not. I don't think he did. At least I didn't see it. But to me, it's a big problem for our model, and that is Kenny. I didn't even talk to Kenny about it, and he brought it up in the debate, and I thought it was a good. That was one I would bring up if I was old Earth that I've seen, anyways. But it's a short little bit about the Hawaiian Islands and how it seems that it seems to fit the the hydroplate theory, but it's you see the island chains, right? Like the big island of Hawaii, and then a bunch of chains coming off of it, like the Earth crust shifted over this spot, and that this, strangely enough, the spot, which would be coming up from like at least the inner part of the Earth, doesn't move, but so it's like lava's coming up as the Earth is shifting, right? The crust is shifting in a certain direction, and an island will start, and then it shifts. Seems like it shifted more, and then the next island, and then they can correlate it with the coral growth on each island, and it correlates with the movement of the crust and how big each one is. And anyways, I'll send you the link. So the problem is trying to make that happen quickly, I guess, or whatever, because of these chain, right, moving in that direction. And there's other evidence to show that, like, I know like Walt Brown's theory actually can help explain that, because his model suggests there was like a major shift in a short period of time in that same direction, as evidenced by other large geographic features on the face of the Earth, you know, where certain kinds of stretching and compressions have taken place. But so that's interesting.
Relative. Quickly is kind of relative, though, right?
Well, I mean, with it, yeah, that's true. But I think his idea is that the crust would have had to shift and it's slowed down because it's not still moving like it would have had to, and that kind of explains the mammoth thing.
That's a possibility.
You know?
That's a possibility.
The cold areas, and why there's like frozen mammoths and other warm climate creatures seem to be flash frozen, etc. And that all fits with geographic things like the Hawaiian Island thing.
Well, I got a good thing to throw into the mix, is that I believe that the continents broke apart 100 years after the global flood. What do you guys think about that?
You'd have to ask Peleg.
Yeah, Peleg. Because he was named Peleg because of the Earth broke apart, and then people started speaking different languages because everybody's all went to their own families and stuff, started speaking their own languages.
Isn't there a contention amongst scholars on whether the spreading apart of the nations is more to do with the geographic locations of the separate language peoples, and if it's more to do with the land or the people themselves?
Jamie, it doesn't say the peoples or the nations separate. It says the Earth divided.
Jamie, on your lava, the Hawaiian Islands, I mean, I think there are two types of lava flows. There's a high viscosity and a low viscosity lava. But I'm not sure if you're aware of the island of Surtsey. That entire island was formed in a matter of a decade.
Oh, okay. Well, the video that I'm speaking of that he showed it's like 2 minutes long. It talks about layers of coral reef growth on these proto islands and islands that are all moving in the direction of the shift of the crust, I guess. And then they claim to correlate that with dating techniques of the different layers. But there's ways of dealing with that. I'd like to see the data on that, see how how precise it is or whatever, and how many ways they tried to do that. But it's fairly it's got a good graphic with it. I don't know I think we should face the harder questions when they come up, but it's up to you, John.
4,000 years is a long time. It's not a short time.
There's been a lot of research on the Great Barrier Reef, on the growth rate of the corals there, and it fits the global flood model perfectly. So I don't without sort of seeing the details of what you're talking about, Jamie, I really don't know exactly what they're talking about. But where can I find this?
Spot. There you
This
go.
argument.
The crust eventually melting. It's very short. If you want to watch it here, I'll play it.
Oh, okay.
Offer a fascinating natural laboratory to test young Earth and old Earth models, including the reliability of radiometric dating.
Just.
Clear expectations that can be compared with what we actually find in nature. The Hawaiian Islands and Emperor seamounts formed as a result of the Earth's crust moving over a semi-stationary hotspot deep in the Earth's mantle. The hotspot heats and expands the crust, eventually melting conduits to the surface and building a volcano on the seafloor. As the crust moves, the source of lava is cut off from the older volcano, and a new one begins to form. Away from the hotspot, crust shrinks, making the island sink, a process called subsidence. The islands also begin to erode, and reefs grow up around the edge, building up layers to stay where sunlight still reaches. According to the old Earth model, this process has been going on for a very long time, maybe sometimes slower or faster, but spread over many millions of years. According to the flood geology, or young Earth model, these islands and seamounts all formed in just a few years, maybe in as little as a single year after the start of Noah's flood. These different models lead to very different expectations in terms of the degree of erosion from one island to the next, the degree of subsidence, reef thickness, and fossils, and what should be expected when rocks from each island are radiometrically dated. We'll start with the flood geology model. Flood geologists argue that when Genesis says the floodgates of the deep opened up, that this is a reference to the crust rupturing at the start of the flood and beginning to move tens of miles per hour. In this view, the hotspot began sometime after the beginning of the flood and was extremely active, bursting to the surface and forming one volcano after the other in rapid sequence. With most of the islands formed at nearly the same time, the crust should have cooled at about the same rate, so each island should have experienced about the same amount of subsidence. Each island should also have experienced about the same amount of erosion and growth of reefs around the edges. And if we look closely at the fossil reef organisms, we should find the same kinds on all the islands since they were all forming at about the same time in the ocean. Now let's consider the old Earth model. Radiometric dating of rocks from many of these islands and seamounts indicates steadily increasing ages up to about 80 million years. Islands formed over millions of years lead to very different expectations. Slow movement of the crust over millions of years should result in large differences in the degree of erosion, the amount of subsidence, reef thickness, and reef fossils. So what do we find? We'll start by looking at a series of islands along the Hawaiian island chain. At the big one in Hawaii, we see what an actively growing volcanic island looks like, followed by more and more eroded islands. Considering subsidence, the Hawaiian Islands are still mostly above water, but as we continue up through the Emperor seamounts, they dip below the surface. The ocean crust sits lower and lower until near the end, where the tops of the former islands are under nearly a mile of water. Reef thickness also increases with age and subsidence as reefs add layers to keep within the photic zone. At Midway Island, researchers drilled through 1,000 feet of reef limestone before reaching volcanic rock. In addition to measuring thickness, fossil reef species were identified in core samples. The species change with depth, with many of those at the bottom found nowhere on Earth alive today. In each case, the evidence fits old Earth expectations. But it gets even better. Young Earth advocates insist that there is no way to tell whether radiometric dating really works. But this is not true. We can conduct a simple test using the islands again. Many of the islands and seamounts shown have been radiometrically dated. The ages grow older from 0 near the big island of Hawaii to a maximum of 80 million years for the oldest seamount. If we measure the distance along the chain and divide by the oldest age, we'll calculate an average speed of the crust over the hotspot. 3,700 miles is roughly 235 million inches. Dividing this many inches by 80 million years gives an average speed of about 2.9 inches per year. If we want to know how much variation in speed there may have been over time, we can measure the distance between individual islands or seamounts and differences in age to calculate the speed over shorter time intervals. When we do this, we get speeds that range from about 2.6 to 3.6 inches per year, suggesting a pretty steady rate over the last 80 million years. We can actually measure the rate of plate movement today in real time using the same GPS technology that allows us to track the speed of a vehicle on the highway.
Stations set up on land bounce signals off satellites which can measure the speed of shifting tectonic plates. Which brings us to the test. If radiometric datings are correct, we should find that the current measured speed of the Pacific Plate at Hawaii is within the range of 2.6 to 3.6 inches per year. On the other hand, if the radiometric datings are way off, the measured speed should be nowhere close to the calculated rates. So what do we find? The measured speed of the Pacific Plate over the Hawaiian hotspot today is averaging 3.1 inches per year. Testing doesn't get much better than this. God has given us some amazing tools to test and verify our understanding of Earth history.
Yeah.
Well, a couple of things there. I mean, the island of Surtsey is a volcanic island. Its size eroded to 50% within 50 years. So erosion can happen very quickly. And I noticed they talked about millions of years of erosion, but even the secular rates of erosion suggest that the entire Earth's landscape would erode down to sea level in just 12 million years. And they've estimated even the rockiest mountains would erode down within 40 million years. So
1 millimeter per 1,000 years.
Oh no, it's actually six centimeters per 1,000 years of erosion rate. That's the average rate. That's been known since Darwin's day. Even one of the geologists in Darwin's day actually calculated that particular erosion rate.
Yeah. 1 millimeter per 1,000 years would be giving them the slowest measured rates, like say on a granite outcropping or something. It's how I remember it, but I'd have to look it up. But yeah, you said average, right? Erosion.
Yeah. I mean, you look at Jamie. You look at Surtsey is a volcanic island. It eroded to 50% of its size within 50 years. So erosion can happen very quickly.
Yeah, I'm not convinced those other islands that are like kind of off the edge, off the end of the Hawaiian ones are even necessarily related. I just the angle and the way that looked, I was suspicious of that.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you put a link to that somewhere, I'll grab it and I'll send it to Professor McQueen to have a look at, and he can probably touch on it. If not in our stream this week, maybe in one of the other streams.
The one I just put in is not the right one. It's that vegetable one. I'll have to get it again, but yeah, I'll put it in there next year.
Peace and respect, everyone.
Hi, Richard.
What's up, Richard? Welcome to the stream. Shalom.
Shalom. Thank you very much. I came in because I don't know near enough, but I know a few things about a few things that you guys are talking about here. Isn't the entirety of the argument really based on the biblical text and not necessarily on science in the first place? And that's what's forming our presuppositions?
Well, can I talk about, say, the magnetic field, okay? The way that Dr. Humphreys actually determined the Earth's magnetic field as well as other planets. He started off with the assumption that when God created Earth, it would have been created perfectly, and he looked at individual water molecules, because the Bible says that the Earth was made from water, out of water, okay? So what he proposed was each individual water molecule, if it was aligned in a specific way, with each one having a specific amount of electrical current and therefore a magnetic field, he totaled that up and was able to calculate the magnetic fields not only of Earth but of other planets, and they were verified by I forget the spacecraft. I think it was Messenger or Voyager, one of those. And surely, when you consider, and everyone knows this, that the measure of science is the gold standard of science is predictions. Okay, and what better prediction can you have than the predictions of magnetic fields of other planets? When you consider that with the secular model, they were like hundreds of thousands of factors out in terms of the magnetic field measurements.
Wait, doesn't that just mean that the strong nuclear force is consistent?
No,
we already know that the strong nuclear force is consistent.
But why did secular science couldn't get the magnetic fields correct for the other planets?
Because they add other things in that aren't necessary and can't work in the actual reality. That's why they get conflicting problems.
So which model is better though, Richard? Is it Richard?
Yes.
So which model is better? The creationist model, which has been proven correct through predictions, or the secular model that was, I think, I'm just going by memory now, I think about 200,000 factors out.
Okay, well, you know,
it is an impressive prediction.
Scale one outshines the other, and I have no argument against that. But I really would like to get back to the text and ask the question I was trying to ask you. Anyone, I don't know your stances on all of this actually, but if I could go back to the text and what it has to say, you brought up the word creation there. Have you ever troubled yourself or anyone here to look into the word creation and what that means?
Yeah, what's your point?
Well, it seems obvious and we take it for granted what creation means there, but there's actually two separate kinds of creating something. And there's no overlap there. Although a creation could involve both kinds of the word creation. But the Bible has a specific word creation there. It means to reform or repurpose something. So I would bring up what is logically plausible and possible. If I said that I found a nothing and the nothing was void of area distinctions in life, either I'm being very, very redundant or it's nonsensical, because there can't be any kind of life or lack of area distinctions in a nothing. So I don't think God was being redundant there when he says that the earth was void. Unless you want to say that it both existed and didn't exist simultaneously, which also doesn't make any sense. So the only logical thing to come to is that it did exist but was void of life.
So, yeah.
Which is why the word would be repurposed right there.
Well, yeah, before life was made, it was formless and void before life was
right.
made.
Right. Okay, so it didn't not exist. It did exist in order to be void of life.
That's a presupposition.
Where's the presupposition?
There's nothing that clearly says it was already there.
Except for the word create means to reform or repurpose something. There's no presupposition in this.
I can respond a little bit. Go ahead. Do you want to say something? Well, I was going to say that I'm not sure if you're referring to the word replenish, which I don't find very convincing is to be a refilling of a earth, but maybe you mean the text, the part that it talks about, like that John Walton would speak to about his model with the temple inauguration, where it's saying he's forming it. It's not about material creation. It's about purposing. He says he'll affirm that God created everything, but he thinks the point of the text is to put things in its order, right? Chaos into order, and so that's the main thing. I think he's partially right, but the thing is, it seems that it says in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. That seems like a merism, which is describing the possibly or likely creation ex nihilo, or at least creation period.
But that's the problem. It definitionally cannot mean it. Those words do not mean creation ex nihilo.
Well, Richard, can I ask, where are you getting your definition for creation?
Well, you get, I don't know how much you agree that the most thorough compilation that's most well confirmed is the Greek lexicon. Do you agree with that?
Well, I'm looking at the Oxford Dictionary and the definition of create, and it says...
I don't know why you would, though.
Well, I was just questioning where you got your definition of creation.
From the word that's most confirmed that we consider to be the most original possible text.
In the Greek?
It's not Greek because it's not New Testament.
You could look at the LXX and see how they translated it in the Septuagint, but I think it's bara, right?
The Greek lexicon comes from older collections. And in this case, it would have been from the original Hebrew. If you look it up in the Greek Lex and you look it up in Strong's and you even take comments from Jusinius if you want to, but the word there is to reform or repurpose an existent thing. That is the word creation right there.
Well, I'd have to research that. I don't know much about that subject.
Everything is a repurposing of energy or power from God anyway. So
that's a good point, Jungle.
I just thought.
As to the plate hydro theory, if you look into the words fountains of the deep, you'll find it's part of the etymology of what comes out of the fountains, the waters that are emitted, is the waters are noisy by crying. Water doesn't do this. If you look into the word fountain, it means an eye-shaped hole in the landscape. Now, the Hebrews didn't even refer to natural springs this way. They referred to childbirth this way. And beyond that, the Bible gives a definition for the word waters. It gives only one definition for the word waters. You can find it by looking up the whore that sitteth on many waters. These waters that you have seen are peoples and multitudes and nations and tongues. Not like, not similar to, are. This is what they are. So it makes sense that the fountains of the deep emit forth waters that are noisy by crying. As in a womb.
There's even that language in other texts. No doubt that Hebrew has similar language used to describe peoples and waters. God spoke.
Sure.
That speaks with the voice of many waters, right?
Precisely.
And we see
that's not gargling, right?
It talks about the flood and that, like even with the Roman army. Sorry, yeah, go ahead. Or did you say Jungle?
Yeah, he refers to armies as floods often as well. I'm sorry, Jungle. I spoke over you. I didn't mean to.
You're roboting too, Jungle.
Flood. I mean, that's how you're explaining the flood. Is the water from the flood is not water?
Name any aspect of the flood narrative referring to the waters.
The fountains of the great deep burst forward, and Peter connects
I just did that one.
But Peter connects it with the great deep.
Yes, the great deep. That's right.
Now,
this also makes sense of the Spirit of God moved upon the waters, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's the same great deep. Peter clearly connects it to that. Psalm 104.
And Jamie, you keep stopping and starting again. Okay, so just like Dark Matter 2525 made fun of this, where the one who would be God should have noticed that all he's in charge of is a big lake or ocean, and should go, wait a minute, this is stupid. And he raises a good point there. Why would a God be fascinated by water? I mean, isn't carbon equally important, or perhaps phosphates?
Yeah, I think I would say God's going to make his people or whatever. He sees all that, the dominion that he's giving man, and etc. And so I don't totally discount some of the illusions you're seeing. I would just want to say,
what's more than an illusion when it gives a definition for the word?
Well, yeah, but I don't want to crush your dreams or anything.
Well,
Not
tell me a
trying to-
different definition in the Bible for the
Well,
word waters. Give me a contrary definition.
I didn't mean that to sound cocky, honestly.
You're fine.
I just don't
I
want
love you, brother. Go ahead.
I think the mistake there is not understanding that although we take the Bible as a whole, and I think people should, and you test scripture to scripture, right? And then you need to harmonize it. You have to take
say things like that.
But is the point you don't believe in the global flood? Is that what you're saying?
No, there was definitely a global flood, and there is today. It's people. Name the aspects of the flood. What did the flood do? And it exactly fits our society today.
It covered the highest mountain. The water covered the highest
Do we have a
mountain.
space program?
What do you mean?
Is there an international space station higher than Mount
But
Everest?
Richard, that wasn't my question. My question was whether or not you believe there was a global flood. I'm not talking about your interpretation. I'm not talking about your interpretation of the global flood. Was there a global flood the way what I'm referring to, water covering the whole earth? Did that occur?
We definitely see huge scarification of bedrock across the planet in multiple directions. So if you're talking about stuff like that, there was a big bunch of water moving all the same way a couple different times.
The greater conformity, you know about that, right?
Don't know the term.
Yeah, you just said
guys, real quick interjection. You guys can keep going. I have got to go to sleep, but appreciate everybody for joining us. George, great talking with you. Super Redeemed Energy, Jungle, Jamie, Richard, everybody. I've had a great time. Appreciate all the super chats from everybody. George, thank you, sir. And folks, as you listen throughout the rest of the night and all things that go on after I trundle off to bed, I hope that you will contemplate everything through the prism of what is logical, plausible, and probable, and make sure that you have rational conclusions at the end of your worldview. But
amen.
Have a great night, everybody, and hope you have a George, you especially, sir, stay safe in the madness of Australia. I know you're in a.
Yes, we gotta be praying for George.
Don't leave, George. Don't leave yet.
It's you guys can keep staying and keep talking. I'm going to bed. So good night to everybody.
Good night.
Good to see you.
Can I just good to see you, John? I just wanted to finish my point about responding to what I think is a misinterpretation there or misapplication. And I would just say, because although we correlate the Bible as a whole, understanding it's from God, I think that principle is laid out. All scripture is profitable for doctrine, reproof, correction, so that the man of God is fully prepared or equipped or whatever. But I think line upon line, etc., all those verses. But I think we have to understand that the books have different genres, right? And so we would expect in the book of Revelation there to be the symbols which are being utilized in that book because of its type of literature would be as in the book of Daniel, we get definitions for the harder things so that we don't misinterpret it. And so I don't think you can back catalog that definition into the whole entire scripture other than as secondary allusions, in my opinion, but that's kind of my own kind of thinking on it, not so much a standard Christian view, but and that's why I can appreciate some of the insights you have. I just think you got to be careful how you apply it.
Well, I think that, as you pointed out, Jesus isn't gargling when he speaks for the people. I think most of us have the general idea that Christ is a lawyer or spokesman in front of God for the people of this earth. I think we all agree upon that. I think that we all agree that Christ is the natural leader of people in a spiritual sense and thereby walks upon the waters. It makes perfect sense that Jesus should reply, "O you of little faith," when Peter falls back into the waters. That is, he lost his faith. That means become a commoner, no longer above the waters. That the word waters there is a fact of reality today, that religious people elevate the ark. They hold it up on a pedestal, and the ark is literally above the waters, raised up by the waters, even right now as we speak. In fact, I don't find a place you can't apply this. If you'd like to point one out, I would hear of it.
Richard, you mentioned why does God place so much emphasis on water and not carbon? I mean, it's God's word. He says the earth was formed out of water and by water. So why would you want to change God's word? That's what he said.
Can you quote me the part that it says the earth was made out of water?
Yeah, there's a verse that says
I think
Peter or something.
I think that's creative interpretation is what that is.
No, it's in the. It's not.
2 Peter 3.
I'm sorry, what?
2 Peter.
I think it was 2 Peter 3, probably 5 or something like that.
Hold on a second.
Oh, well, what I was asking about was whether or not that I guess you should be aware that there's fossils buried in sediment layers deposited by the global flood.
We should expect that, yes. Does
Yeah,
it necessarily mean the global flood that in the time span and in the way formed that you guys are saying that it is? Possibly, but possibly not. 2 Peter 3, what?
Something like 5, I believe, something like that. But I thought it was pretty well.
For this they are willingly ignorant of that by the word of God the heavens were of old, that one, and the earth standing out of the water and in the water. That says formed out of water.
There's another verse that actually does say that.
Whereby the world that then was being overflowed with water perished. That one.
I'll find it. You keep talking.
Well, I'm obviously not in the right section.
Yeah, they're easily confused. It may be like even 1 Peter that one we're thinking of is. I'll look too.
Okay, I just like to see that the word water's there. Look, I think you guys would agree with me, most of you. Not everyone would agree with anything, of course, but I think most of you would agree with me there's no shell over the earth. And there's no way to support waters above the firmament.
Well, the only way I could
I finish the thought, Jungle, before you object?
Oh, I mean,
could I finish the thought, please? The word firmament there is identified in the next line as heaven, uppercase, and waters being large groups of beings, not necessarily people on this earth. It makes perfect sense that the water's not above. The actual word there is throughout, like filling the heavens, would mean angels, which are also beings of some kind. We can argue that, but some kind of beings are throughout the heavens, uppercase, and then we're on the outside of the earth, and yes, those are the words there, that we are on the firmament below. And that is exactly how it's stated. However, there's not a shell above the earth. There never have been. We can theorize that there could have been, but we have no evidence of that to support a flood of water in outer space.
Okay, you know what we do have evidence of, right? We have evidence that the atmosphere can hold water, and when the atmosphere,
that's not above the firmament.
When the atmosphere loses pressure, that's when the water comes out of the.
Is that above the firmament?
What do you mean above the firmament?
Is the atmosphere above the firmament of the atmosphere?
I'm not saying that it was. I'm not saying it was.
Okay.
You said it was a part of.
If that's logically true, then the waters are above what you're describing.
We'll read the text.
It's like saying clouds in space, bro.
Read the text. What does the text say?
I've studied it thoroughly. I'm telling you, if you go and you look into the actual words, what you just said would require clouds in space.
No. Heaven is where the birds fly, right?
Yes, and it says, okay, quote it to me.
No, I'm asking you to read it. I don't have it.
It says in King James, I don't know which one you read. In the King James, it says above waters above the firmament and below that, and they were separated. And they were separated by exactly that situation.
Yeah, water's
So what
above
does
and water's below.
above the firmament mean if firmament means sky?
Well, it's where the birds fly. So there's above where
What's
the birds fly, there's clouds.
above where the birds fly, and what's above where the birds fly?
Clouds.
There's not clouds above where birds can fly.
Well, there is, yeah. I don't know if you've ever been in an airplane of 25,000 feet, and you have to fly higher to get up over the clouds.
Yes, you can fly above the clouds. That's my point.
Well, do you remember my answer?
Yeah, but there's no birds up there. That's what I'm saying.
So, we've seen Revelation the saints are on the sea of glass.
I think that's a presentism fallacy. Jungle. Hold on, sorry, Jamie. Sorry. I think it's a presentism fallacy to the Bible is dividing the atmosphere into how we do today by the sea level and then these different layers. I think you're making a presentism fallacy there.
It probably was a lot different back then too, but that's basically what it would be. It would be the atmosphere holding a lot of water, and when the atmospheric pressure decreased, that's when the water.
Just define the word above for me. Just the word above, Jungle.
Condensed out of the atmosphere and fell.
Can you define the word above, please?
I mean, above is above. I don't have to define it. What are you talking about?
I mean, what does that mean, above something?
I mean, it's over.
Over top of, in consideration of what direction?
Down below.
Would you agree with me? Away from the core of the planet.
What's your point?
To be above the firmament would be further away from the core or surface of the planet. Yes or
What's
no?
the point? What's the point?
Where the stars
There's no water in space, dude.
That's what I'm saying, but in the atmosphere there is water.
There's water in the atmosphere.
Yes, and what's above the atmosphere? Come on, guys.
Well,
Space, man.
Again, you don't know, but the atmosphere is way above where the birds fly.
Okay, I'm pretty sure that what's above our atmosphere is lack of atmosphere.
Well,
because it's atmosphere until you run out of atmosphere, and then it's something else.
But you don't know what it was at the time anyways to begin with. But even if it's today's atmosphere, it's a lot more than where the birds fly.
Yeah, I take it as
I think that's a presentism to divide the sky into parts, which they didn't do in the text.
Can I go back to the first part so that we can sort this out? In the NIV, 2 Peter 3:5, and other translations also confirm it. Says, but they deliberately forget that long ago, by God's word, the heavens came into being, and the earth was formed out of water and by water. ESV says, for they deliberately. Hold on, Richard. Don't interrupt me, Richard. Don't interrupt. Come on now. Give me a chance.
They're all going to say the same thing.
Oh, well, that's my point. They're all saying the same thing. So why are you questioning where does it say it?
Okay, so I read a few of them, trying to find out the one you meant. Now you've identified it. Thank you. I'm not being rude.
So you're playing games, are you?
I'm not being rude. What game is this? Is the one you were talking about? What kind of game is that?
Well, if you knew the answer, why did you ask?
Dude, I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
I said that at the beginning, didn't I? I said that the Bible actually states that the earth was formed out of water and by water.
Brother, you are unnecessarily upset.
And you said, where does it say that? And you already knew the answer, yet you made me go through the process of actually finding it.
I did not know the chapter and verse. I'm not good at remembering number sequences. I apologize that I have some kind of a defect there, okay? It's not your fault. You don't know that about me.
But you knew a number of the Bible verses actually said that.
Yes, I do. I was asking the one you referred to. You've now identified it. Thank you. Can we talk about it? I'm not trying to upset you. I'm trying to have a conversation. Okay.
Get to the point. Can you get to the point?
How similar is the ESV to the NIV? I'm curious.
They're all similar, bro.
Is it pretty much just say the same thing, George? There, I don't have.
Can we look at the words right there? In 2 Peter 3:5, as you quoted, standing out of the water and in the water. That's what it reads, yes?
And I quoted you a number of other translations that say formed out of water and by water. And the King James Version says, heavens of old and the earth standing out of the water and in the water.
That's perfect. Okay, can we talk about that?
So what does that mean? Standing out of the water and in the water. Hackett, explain that.
Never mind the King James specifically, but if we could look at the original words, if you don't mind, going back to the Greek lexicon that this is based on, and this part written in Greek being New Testament, yeah?
Yeah, I think it's connecting the creation waters with the flood waters, which actually helps.
I do too. I do too. Okay, so when we look at that you just read from several places, which I agree are okay translations, are absolutely fine. Would you guys agree with me that angels had some kind of participating acts in the formation of this earth when it comes to putting plants that were in heaven onto the earth, putting animals onto the earth, putting man whom he had formed out of the garden into the garden, or not?
Can you define angel?
Okay, well, I'm speaking of good angels, angels of our God Yahweh.
So it's God's power.
It's God's power,
so,
but it says that they act.
Yeah, God does things by his word.
So if a large group of beings such as angels are participating in a physical act, is it not true that the waters did this?
But there is no power that it's not of God. That's my point.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. But isn't it true that in this same exact context where you quoted from 2 Peter 3:5, if the word waters there means angels, and the angels did participate, as we agree, I think we agree, in the creation narrative, as they will throughout the text,
so
that they are the hand of God acting on reality and can be referred to in that same context as waters.
So water means angel, though?
I said it means groups of beings, large group of beings. That's all it means. It can be people. It could be angels. I suppose you could even stretch it into demons.
But can it actually mean water?
Well, it could, except that makes the context inconsistent within the Bible. In other words, you'd have to decide where the context changes, and then apply the same word differently in other places, and that's going to be actually more difficult, which is why people have these arguments.
Well, I mean, there was water covering the surface of the earth, and then the land came up out of the water, right?
But it doesn't work like that.
No.
Unless everything is a volcano. Was everything a volcano? Is all the crust above the ocean volcano?
No, who said it was a volcano?
You said it came up out of the water. How else did it do that?
I mean, it could easily, by, different pressures inside the earth, come up out of the water. Yeah, absolutely. Without being a volcano. It doesn't have to be a volcano to... I mean, the continents are floating on top of the crust right now as we speak.
Okay, if a balloon is half inflated, does it have a smaller surface area than when it's fully inflated?
What's that got to do with anything?
I'm about to show you. I'm about to show you. If you'll just be patient for just a minute, I'll show you. If there were water on the outside of the balloon, it could soak into the balloon, forcing up plates. Would that change the surface area of the balloon?
No.
Putting water inside of it made it bigger. Would it be bigger?
The Bible says that the land came up out of the water, and that is a clear, obvious possibility and probability that's what happened.
Would you agree with me that angels have participation in the formation and ruination of the planet?
Again, we're just going back to the existing powers of God.
Jesus created everything, not the angels. Where are you getting this from?
I think I've already explained that, actually.
Well, the angels had nothing to do with the creation. It was Jesus that created everything.
It says for, by, and through. Yes?
Yeah, and you're going to put your interpretation that by through you mean the angels.
No, it says for, by, and through Jesus. Yes?
So is Jesus an angel?
Look, Jamie, thanks for that link, mate. I'm going to have to click on it so I can save it and watch it later. So I don't want to play.
So you guys can go back to your echo chamber. Have a good night.
I don't want to play these sort of games, okay?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, no worries, no worries. I just don't want you. I wanted to just hear what you thought. That's all. That was plenty. Richard, you can come back if you want.
No, that's all right. I don't mind. He's given his ideas. I don't mind talking about it. Just it's got to make sense. That's all.
Yeah, I think I've discussed it with him before. I think some of the things you could point out that are interesting in the text, like the day 2, where God's creating the earth and he separates the waters above from the waters below, right, to make the firmament or this expanse for the bird, where the birds will eventually fly, right? I think it's interesting that that's the only day where God says the refrain, and God saw that it was good. That's missing there. I think that's kind of interesting. All the other days have end with God saying, and God saw that it was good, but not day 2. And that could be alluding to right this second day of, if a day is 1,000 years, you could say. And this is all secondary. Okay, I'm a young Earth creationist, and I take the primary reading like pretty much everybody else. But I'm just saying it could be an allusion to the history of God's major acts that are recorded in the Bible. So if that's the case, we see it doesn't say very good. It could be the undoing of the separation of the waters above from the waters below, and then they come back together and flood the earth, and that's God's grieved about that or whatever, that he had to do that, right? So he didn't see it.
Why did he have to diss us and say that we're an echo chamber?
Oh, because that's the stigma of a young Earth creationist, I guess.
No, I was trying to be patient and talk to him, but
yeah, you were. And it was just tensions were getting flared. I mean, a lot of people are offended by that kind of talk, and I get that.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, you got your own interpretation. I mean, at least you got to present it in a way that somebody can understand it, or what you're saying, and not be hiding what you're trying to show or whatever until and spring it on us all all at once is like we're supposed to.
It's really easy to get caught up in your own interpretation. I'm trying really hard not. Like I think it's a mistake from my own experience. If there's anything to things I think I see that are I try to think of them as secondary and take weight in the history of the church and the interpretation of a majority of Christians. Because of my belief that God is working in the world.
For all I know, Richard might have something valid to say, and I'm just wanting to see if he has something valid to say, in one way or another. Either way, we'll probably might be able to learn something,
Yeah, I actually agree with him. The things he's seeing that where there's like correlation or relationships are legitimate. It's just a question of what is that, and what do you do with that? Do you chalk it all up to a limited vocabulary of the Hebrew? Do you chalk it up to similar language because some of those ideas are adopted later in the same spirit of the way things work, right? I just don't think you can go back and then from a Revelation and apocalyptic book, which is literally giving you specifically a definition to in apocalyptic literature like Daniel as well. And Revelation tells you it's a symbol.
But then there's context too, which tells you what the meaning of the word is that they're talking about. And the Hebrew scriptures repeats saying the same thing in different ways so that you know what the context is.
That's right.
And it repeats and repeats and repeats and goes over and goes over and goes over, so you can understand what it's actually talking about, even if the word has, various meanings or whatever.
They tell you, scholars will tell you, like as you advance in Bible study or whatever, like, and you start to do word studies, and then you start to learn the text at a point where things are familiar, like in a general sense, then you start seeing connections, and some are maybe illegitimate and some are legitimate, but you see similar language being used, and then that really makes your faith grow, because you can see and study out whether or not certain things are meant to be related or not. And so that's can be really healthy, but you got to be careful.
And the main thing is that you have to understand what's going on yourself, regardless of what you hear or think somebody else is saying. You have to understand what's going on. And the whole idea is for you to be able to understand what God is telling us.
Yeah, not just receive what someone who you like says, or someone who's has authority in your mind says, and then you take that and then you blindly defend them like a little twerp. I'm not going to get specific, and I don't mean anybody in this stream.
I actually have listened to so many different people. It's not like I have one person that I idolize or anything, because I've listened to so many different people teach and speak, and I believe that they all had something to say, at least.
Amen.
To a certain extent,
Most of them, right? Some more valuable than others, but that's where I got the big blessing, when I was like, I'm just going to listen to these old earthers and see what they have to say, and try not to be scared, and just see if they have any insights, because they do. I think they over apply some of them in an attempt to dislodge our classic belief about
my fear would be that they would be weak in theology, and they seem to be a little bit weak in theology. I mean, but they look at things too and see things and how God is in control overall and everything. But
yeah, clearly some of them are actually trying to be faithful to reality and what Scripture insists or does not insist we believe. Now, I think they're wrong. And I think there's other factors going on, but I don't think they're necessarily liars or compromisers only.
A big thing is that the ark is a picture of salvation. As you enter into the ark and you're saved, through the water. But if that's not the case, that people didn't have to be in the ark and survive the flood without the ark, then that's not a very good picture of salvation, only going through Jesus. If you know what I mean.
Yes, that's one of the main great points I'd say to say to Richard. And it seems I don't want to judge him falsely about why he thinks what he thinks. He could have many reasons that are good, whether they are to him or whatever, or like seem plausible or likely or reasonable. But yeah, there's so many ramifications. I have to wonder if some of his conclusions at some point, if they might have been dubious because he saw connections or illusions or things that seemed related, and then he ran with it and then kind of made a system out of it and then was going back to prove it, which isn't necessarily wrong in that you could be doing that with good intention and trying to solve a problem you see. But it just seems like, yeah, there's just too many like blatant things that get ruined that seem to be plainly taught in Scripture if you go too overboard with that. Like, because he has certain ideas about judgment, I think, and I don't fully understand it yet.
He's into angels doing different things, or ascribing to angels different things, or doing different things. But
yeah, I don't take that view. But that is a scholarly view of people that are actually like dedicated, believe in the inspiration of Scripture, believe in, like Michael Heiser actually has that view. And Richard doesn't give a damn about what any scholar says. unless he's changed his view. But he really doesn't moved very hard by any particular individual scholar has to say. But there are legitimate people, I would say, are brothers and sisters that are scholars, impressive scholars even, that will take that view based on what Elohim means, and how to parse all that out. I don't think you can make a really solid case that when it says "let us make man in our image," that is for sure talking about the Trinity. I think that's a little dubious, maybe, although I'm open to that. I just haven't heard any really solid arguments to insist that that's what's in mind there. Now, you can not think that's the Trinity and still be a Trinitarian and still hold to all the, normal doctrines that most, Orthodoxy accepts, and still think in trying to be honest
what would it be? What would it be if it's not, different?
If it's not just the Trinity, you mean?
Yeah, either Trinity or whatever. What would it be?
Well, it would be God's servants basically doing His bidding and Him supplying the power, I would think. And so the question is, it depends on whether you're open to there being angels before the creation, which I actually am, although it doesn't have to be the case. But I don't tend to think it's the angel thing is going on, but I don't totally say it's impossible. I think depends on what you do with that and why you're saying that. I mean, some people want to say that because they want to like downgrade Christ, but it's like, okay, the word of God, right? He spoke and they stood fast because he created with the word of his mouth, right? But then later we're told that, well, the word of God is the eternal Son of God, which is Jesus. So all things were created through him and by him and for him. So then the question is, well, did he speak and they stood fast, or was that an illusion? Was that a metaphor for it actually being the one who would be called the Word of God? And do we have the right to make that him speaking stuff into existence? That's how I take it.
But you know that Jesus is described as being the creator, though.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and I accept that totally. But the question is, it sounds like, because we'll affirm like, he spoke by the breath of your mouth, the stars were formed. You spoke and they stood fast. At your rebuke, the waters fled, etc. So
by the word of his power, the power of his word.
Yeah, which is Jesus, but not necessarily his voice that's doing it, right? But yet we all seem to think, no, God spoke, Jesus spoke things into existence, and that's the view I currently hold. I'm just saying it's not so cut and dry when you ask the question of like, well, what did it mean when it said the word? Do we have the right to say it was both meaning Christ, the person, and literally his voice that did it? I mean, maybe that's kind of what I think. But I'm just saying it can get slippery a little bit in the sense of like, is it telling us to think both things or not, or just one of them?
I guess it depends how you define voice, or like. Is it the vibrations or the power or the moving or whatever, But I wouldn't get caught up in that. It's just that everything is by his power. The power of, God.
Yep. And that it was through Christ. And so it's not necessity that he spoke in that sense necessarily, but I hold that view. But don't you think, I find it interesting.
He commanded, he ordered, he, made it happen,
Yeah. I find it interesting that Psalm 19 says, by the one where it says, day by day, their message goes forth, not like in words or whatever, or the certain language. I wish I could pull it up, but
the power of God, right?
Yeah, and then it says, but the breath of your mouth, the stars were formed, the planets were. I forget how it goes, but I know it says, from the breath of your mouth, the planets are formed, or the stars were formed.
Yeah, because he spoke and it happened, or he ordered it to be to occur.
Right. It's poetic, but I find it interesting that after Christ rises from the dead, the disciples are locked themselves in the upper room, and then when he comes in there and he breathes on them,
Holy
You know,
Spirit.
like, yeah, well, that's what people say. They say it's related to Pentecost and all that. And I think there's kind of like is in Revelation, the saints are on the sea of glass. You know, like the stars, kind of like from Genesis, like the stars, and they shine forth in heaven forever, right? Like the stars. God likens the descendants of Abraham to stars. Count them if you can. Angels are alluded to as stars all through Scripture, right? You see that in extra biblical writings as well, like the planets, because they wander in the sky and they didn't necessarily know the difference between a star and a planet. That they were the fallen, or the watchers, right? The planets, because those were the gods that the other nations worshipped. And so there's like a relation to the fallen angels, and there's this idea that there's like the angels in God's counsel, his divine counsel. You see that throughout different scriptures in Job and First Kings and stuff, where God's talking to like these other spirits, right? And on his counsel, and then some of them sound kind of bad, or he threatens them in Psalm 82. So you'll die like men. He tells some of these beings, right, that are called Elohim, by the way, meaning divine being. And so God seems to be like, and that we have these Satan falling from heaven like a falling star, right? The stars will fall to the earth, sort of thing. I think there's a theme that's saying God's going to replace the fallen, who are angels, with us, the redeemed ones, Christ's bride. And there's all sorts of metaphors of that. So I think, there's all sorts of interesting.
Well, you'd have to define angel or fallen angel there as to exactly what it is, or
I would say it's a messenger or a divine being that's like a spirit, and the idea of it falling, it fell from heaven, right? And then it's kind of a metaphor in the sense of like in Revelation, we see like Satan falling from heaven like lightning, or the bright and morning star is Jesus, like a messenger, etc.
I think it's heavily associated with imagination, or things that exist only in the realm of imagination, and they're powerful only if people believe in them, and but then with the truth, they just vanish. They just fall like lightning. They just disappear.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, I mean, like they're non-corporeal, right? But do you believe they're actually?
Because they only, the evil only exists in this realm of fabrication, where there's imagination, where we actually create these things in our minds. We create these concepts in our minds, and they only have power over us if we believe in them. And it's like they're real, but they're a real fabrication, but there are
right. I've thought about it too. Yeah. But then it's like how far you want to take that, though, because like God says they exist.
Then would you also say that that the devil is just a figment of your imagination, or is he real? It's like
the devil.
Yeah, the devil.
Right. Yeah.
He's a created,
created
being. In a sense, your imagination is a created being. It's a created.
Yeah. You can apply that, but then you have to ask, like,
but is it real? What
about God, though? He's a spirit.
Because everything that God made he gets the credit for. But did he create the evil? He created us who imagined evil. But then that's our fault. That's not really God's fault.
Well, read it like Isaiah 15 or whatever, and Ezekiel.
And of course, he brings evil too. He brings evil on the nations because as a matter of judgment, and it's kind of like, when my company Continental was taken over by United. To me, it was unjust. It made no sense. It wasn't right, because we resurrected the company, the Continental, from being like the worst airline that there was to being the best. And me personally, I didn't do anything. I didn't change anything myself. It was all upper management and what they did. But But anyways, the company was doing good and it was like profitable and everything. And here comes this other company, United. It's not profitable. They have horrible aircraft, horrible maintenance, horrible work ethic, horrible disposition as far as their people are concerned. And they come over and they merge with United. But who is in control of the company? Not the United people. It was not the Continental people. It was the United people that were in control of the company, and it just made no sense. It was like, but in a sense,
To the
they,
shareholder might have.
in a sense, the United, even though it was a a falling giant, you might say, it still had more pull, I guess, than our company did, and so they just took over our company.
Filthy lucre, the love of money. Soldier of God, I'm sorry I can't let you in because it's not my room, and
Yeah.
the owner of the room has gone to bed. So we're just if we once we go, it's gone, and we can't let anybody in or out. Sorry about that.
Yeah. But in the same way, it's like country back in the day, you think it was so terrible. You have all these nations rising and conquering people. They rise up. One nation rises up, then another one rises up and takes their place, and another one rises up and takes their place. And but in the meantime, you have people and civilizations happening, and the people and the civilizations they have no say over who's conquering who or who conquers what. They just live their life as much as possible. They might get wiped out or annihilated or something, but that's just the the nature of the beast, I guess you might say. But it's the same thing, and it applies today too, with all that's going on today in the world today. Is just if because God warned Israel time and time again, straighten up, or else you're going to lose the land. You're going to lose the land. The land is going to spit you out. And of course they didn't always listen, and they were kicked out of the land. First Israel a couple of times, and then Judah was kicked out too. So now they were kicked out of the land, and most of Israel exists outside of Israel.
Would you say so? Here's one of my big hangups with the common 7-year tribulation, rapture, the Jews are left for God to finish up with the Jews sort of thing. I don't think there's a 7 years at least from Daniel's 70 weeks. I think that's basically, I think that's atrocious to rank that away from the 70-week prophecy. But
did you hear the discussion about Kent Hovind and CJ?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
My problem is, go ahead.
Well, yeah, I wanted to hear what your problem.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's that I don't really think you can feasibly put a space in there and remove it to some okay. Because here's the thing: everybody agrees the whole prophecy is about Jesus, right? That's how it starts. 70 weeks are determined upon thy people and thy holy city. That's clearly his brethren, Daniel's brethren, right? A nation of the children of Abraham, and about Jerusalem. And God says 70 weeks are determined. Now, to remove one of the weeks and have an indefinite period of time kind of defeats the whole purpose of what it's saying. Okay, not to mention the one mentioned that brings in everlasting righteousness is cut off, and it says after 69 weeks, the Messiah, the Prince. So it's clearly still talking about Jesus that everybody agrees upon, is after the 69th week, after the 62 weeks, which is after the 7 and 62, right? Most people agree with that. Some people will quibble over that, but it seems to be saying the 62 weeks is after the 7. So when it says after the 62, it means there's been the 69 of the 70, okay? So it says after the 69, he gets cut off. Now, the 70 weeks are determined to do something, bring in everlasting righteousness, seal up the vision and prophecy, put an end to sin, etc., right? That's clearly talking about Jesus' sacrifice. And I'm going to say, obviously, it's to bring in the new covenant,
Yeah.
which is the covenant that he makes with many for 1 week. So, but he's cut off. But everybody makes that about the Antichrist. Now, if the 70th week is put off into the future, that means if Jesus is cut, which everybody agrees is cut off, he's the one being spoken of after the 62 weeks, right? It's Messiah the Prince. Not the prince of the people who is to come, but the prince, the Messiah. It's clearly referring to the one that the prophecy starts out talking about. If that's Jesus, and you understand that he's after the 69th week, but the 70th week is future, like some indefinite time into the future, then you just put Calvary outside of the 70 weeks, with or without it, without when you put a gap in, because it's after the 69th week is over and the 70th week is in the future. That means you literally just took Calvary out of the prophecy of Daniel. That's a huge problem.
Yeah, I'd have to think about this some more, but I think there's a lot of vague things with eschatology, and people come to all these conclusions and everything. But I think you said something about Israel. I wanted to know how you defined Israel.
Oh, it's what I was going to say is it seems like, okay, the distinction, Paul, this is something I recently kind of thought of. And I really have no spite, or I actually appreciate, and I think we should defend Israel as a country. I think democracy needs to be upheld there, etc. I hope as many Jewish people are saved as possible, obviously. I really do. I have no problems with Jews. Let me just lay that out to say I really that's my position, okay? But I think regarding what the Bible says, so when Paul's making these distinctions between, this is right after the gospel goes to the nations, and the Jews who are elect, that is the Jews that accepted Christ, and they were preached to only for the 70 weeks, the 3.5 years after Jesus died. Even they only went to the Jews, I would say. So here's the thing: that means they got, those people at that time got a chance to believe the gospel. They even saw his miracles, and then all throughout history, since the Christian church started, any person coming out of the lineage of those who rejected him could choose Christ at any time. But to say like God's preserving this group of people that are literally defined by the fact that their ancestors rejected Christ when he was here, and that their religion is literally defined as rejecting Christ at this point, I think that's what it means to be a Jew, is to believe the Bible but reject Christianity. So it's like I think the people always, Judaism as we know it now, and so the people who God's people always were looking forward to the Messiah, like the children of Abraham, right? Up until he came, and the ones who continued to accept the true message that was always the promise, right? That is the seed of the woman. They took on Christ during the first century when he was here. Okay. And so the people of God have always, in a sense, if you get what I'm saying here now, is that they always believed God. And that is, to believe God is to accept Christ or have your hope in Christ, right? Just like we have a hope in his returning. And so to make these people that literally reject that, they're not like it's not like the Jews are a monolith. It's like people live and die as time flows, right? They got the determined 70 weeks, and every year since then, the gospel has been available to anybody as they live and die, as a Jew or not a Jew. And so to say it's replacement theology just makes no sense to me. I think
so you would have a problem with replacement theology.
I guess I am replacement theology, but I think that's kind of like a really dumb argument or whatever. Like, it's just like to silence people.
But you would agree that we're grafted into Israel, though, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So then you'd have to define which Israel is God is talking about. And
well, I think that's like the foundation, right? It's like the people through which Christ would come. and those people of God are our lineage. Abraham is our lineage. So it's not about taking away from other people like their lineage. It's about the promises and
Because
what God did.
the interesting thing at this point is that we're all basically descended from Abraham and
Yeah.
even David and them. So we're all descendants of Abraham and David and Judah.
Yeah. Does God have a cutoff point for like what qualifies you as a Jew? That's
Yeah,
silly.
exactly. What defines a Jew? Aside from whether you believe or not, what defines a Jew? It's at this
Right.
point it's kind of murky as even being able to define a Jew, because there's the Palestinians that are Jews too. There's people in Iran that are Jews with the Judaic, origin.
So that
And
seems untenable, right? Because the Zionist or a dispensationalist will say, well, those aren't Jews. The Jews are the Jewish people that live in this, the land or whatever, right? But it's like, well, so you can't define it by like percentage of DNA or something. That seems insane and not possible, because, like you said, those other people would be Jews. So what is it? Is it rejecting Christ that makes you a Jew? That doesn't make sense.
Right. And I mean, there's, you could even make an argument that there's other people that are more Jewish than maybe some of the Jewish people. It's not much more, not a whole lot of people, but some people could be even more Jewish, but they probably don't even know they're Jews.
Yeah. And then I think the person who wants to advocate for dispensationalism ought to take serious note on what these issues potentially of it. And then it's like there's so much kind of like shut down things that people will say at this point, like, oh, you're replacement theology, or oh, you're bigoted against the Jews, or it's like there's like this wall that's been put up, and it's like, look, the Jews are the people that live in the nation that have, that make claims to the ties of to Abraham, and look at all the things that happened, in the 20th century that God did, and it's biblical, and it's just like, no.
The other glaring thing is that Christianity is not even a Gentile religion; it's a Jewish teaching. It's not even. It doesn't even have an origin in any of the pagan gods or anything. Its origin is strictly from the Jewish people,
right,
to begin with.
Yep. And so people will say, well, oh, you're an Adventist, so like some of my tradition holds more to a Jewish like covenantal theology or whatever, and so I'm a ripe target to be considered like, oh, you replacement theology. It's like it's not about that. It's like, I think the people of God, let's call them the people of God, right? God's people are a mixed multitude, always were, and we're always God's people through the promise of the seed. And so to outright reject that after the 70 weeks have been determined and given, and then to continue to be just preached to alone because you're the promised people who brought him forth, and to still reject it, and for it to be open through history all since then for anybody of that lineage to come to Christ. There's no replacement theology.
Then the other thing is, it doesn't, but statistically speaking, it doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter if you're Jewish. Doesn't matter. It's always the same percentage that believes in Jesus, no matter what race or background that you're from.
Yep.
So it doesn't being a Jew doesn't even have any bearing upon it.
Yeah, if anybody out there's listening and they think I'm missing something, I really haven't heard anybody even really try to answer this idea. It's like, are you going to define the Jews as just whoever happens to live in the land, or a certain percentage of certain kind of DNA? That's not going to work. And then, or is it like literally what Jewish means at this point in history is like you explicitly reject Christ, and that doesn't seem right considering what John wrote about, if you have not the Son, you have not the Father. So,
and the other thing is that most Israelis are not even religious, or a lot.
Yeah, they're not even of a Jew. They're not even of a Jesus hating religion. They're like they're secular. So what does that mean?
Secular. Yeah, they just speak Hebrew. which is speaking Hebrew in itself is a pretty miraculous thing. It's
Sure.
never happened in all of history that a ancient language was resurrected. But so that in itself is interesting to me. But
Yep.
yeah,
Well, nobody really thought to take. I mean, like the vast majority did not take the kind of reading we see today, or especially in the last 100 years since Israel became a nation. And so people kind of thought, well, this is just too uncanny. The nation's been reborn or whatever. But the question is, if you know, Paul says over and over in different ways, it's like, you are the children of Abraham if you in Christ. The promises were in Christ, and it's like, and God uses the language of the Old Testament prophecies in a spiritual way. Now, do you want to say, well, yeah, that's the thing.
Then again, his love for his Jewish brethren was very apparent.
Right. But the question is, who are those people now? I think it could be anybody. And so this gets into the whole question of like how your theology is and all that.
It doesn't really matter because Paul was the apostle to the Gentiles, and to him, I think to him, everybody was potentially a descendant of Abraham.
Yeah. I think they did their due diligence for the 70 weeks. Christ was cut off halfway through the 70th week, and he confirmed the covenant with many for 1 week, but was cut off halfway through. Not some future Antichrist, which there could be a correlation there, but the context, I think, is talking about Christ the whole way through, right? But I think
I'll have to look at that. I've never been interested in eschatology, so that's the reason why I don't know a whole lot about it.
Well, there's all sorts of interpretations. I've been studying it for a couple months now, and I think I shifted one view. The Prince, this is 9:24 through 27 of Daniel, but like the most important text in the Bible, I would say. But like towards the end, I think it's 9:26b or 9:27. It says, "But the people of the prince that will come." Now the question is, up to that point, there's really no context about the Antichrist. It's about the Messiah, the prince. You could read that as saying
it depends who that is. You have to define the people of the prince that will come.
Yeah, and so in Daniel before that, we see the statue with the 4 kingdoms ending in Rome, right? And we know in 70 AD Rome destroyed the temple, and that's what's described here: the people of the prince that is to come shall destroy the city, etc. So it sounds like this has got to be Rome, right? That's the last kingdom. Rome comes in with Titus, and it fulfills Jesus' later prophecy in Matthew 24 that every stone will be turned over, right? That's like a historical fact. The gold melted in between the stones, and every stone was turned over to get the gold out from between of the temple. So, but I would say that is true. But the people of the prince that is to come are the Jewish people, because it just told you Messiah, the prince, is Jesus. We all agree on that. Then it talks about the Messiah, the prince, and then it says the people of the prince that is to come. Well, who is the prince that's to come? The context only speaks of Jesus. Everybody agrees that it's talking about Jesus before that. The only reason people think to make it about Rome is because, well, is this talking about like a figure of the Antichrist because Rome comes to destroy it? But what if you consider it this way? Why did the temple get destroyed? Or another way to put it is, if the Jews had accepted their Messiah, would the temple have been destroyed? I suggest not. I suggest that the abominations that came out of that eventually destroyed the temple, which is why like scholars like Michael Brown, who are pretty neutral on this whole disagreement about the text, will say, well, everybody agrees that like the Messiah had to come from Daniel, had to come before the second temple was destroyed, and he did. And
because they had already lost their autonomy anyways.
Yep. And so when they rejected the Messiah, that brought about the Roman armies, which came in later outside of the 70 weeks. And so that's why it kind of goes on a side trail there. It's like saying, wars and desolations are determined or on the wing of this. The wing of the people of the prince who is to come to destroy the city. On the wing of it, the things are determined: wars and desolation, etc. And so I think it ultimately the ones are the people of the prince, the people of Daniel. They rejected the Messiah, and that brought the judgment. Jesus even said, "Your temple I leave to you desolate." He knew he was fulfilling Daniel, right? Because he obviously said that before he died. So he knew what was going to happen, right? In Daniel. And I think like when there's all sorts of stuff I could go into about it, but I'll try to shut up here. Anybody out there?
So the tribulation, you think the tribulation is something that the Christians will go through? Then it's not just Israel that goes through the tribulation.
Yeah, I think so. My view is that there isn't necessarily a 7-year tribulation, because that really, there's other things you can point to, like in Revelation, but it's symbolic, I would say.
So you're saying there might not be necessarily a 7-year tribulation.
Right. Yeah, it depends on how you take, because there are Revelation verses that talk about like numbers of days which equal 3.5 years, and so but I think that's actually historical. But I'm open to it being a future thing. I just don't think you can't say it's definitely going to be, because there's 7 years left from Daniel.
But practically speaking, we should be ready to go through tribulation.
Yes, I'm a post-trib, or I believe that we go through the Great Tribulation. But I would say the dangerous thing that other people, even other post-tribbers, think is they think that Christ will return and rapture the church, and then whether it be Jews or other people, just period, right, that get a second chance and have to live through the Antichrist, and many of them die or whatever, but they still get a second chance to believe. I don't think that's true. I think when Christ returns, that's it, in the sense of everyone in history at that point, it'll be the end. That is, he destroys the Antichrist, and he raises the dead.
Well, it says when he comes back, everybody will know when he comes back.
Yeah. Right.
Everybody
so it's not a secret rapture. There is no secret rapture. Every eye will see him. I believe that the ones who are not saved, who are dead, will remain dead. The ones that are alive that are not saved will be killed at the brightness of his coming, along with the Antichrist and the false prophet, or whatever you want to look at that. And
but of course,
the saved people,
everybody's going to be raised, though. The righteous and the righteous will be raised.
Yeah, I just think it's the righteous that are raised. So I think the dead are killed or remain dead, the ones that are not in Christ, and the ones that are in Christ that are alive are changed or raised from the dead.
Because there is a verse that says that he will raise both the righteous and the righteous for judgment.
Daniel 12 too.
Both the righteous, both the righteous and the unrighteous will be raised. Everybody's going to be raised. Everybody.
The question is it one event or two? And I actually think it is two, because Revelation 20 says the rest of the dead did not awake until the 1,000 years were through. And the sea gave up the dead, and they were judged according to their works and thrown into the lake of fire. And in Revelation 20 also speaks of the first resurrection, which I correlate with Christ's return, his next appearing that we're waiting for. So because of my views about death and stuff, right, I think when you're dead, you're just not alive in any sense. And so
but if you're going to be raised again, then what?
Yeah, that's for the judgment after the 1,000 years. So I think Christ takes the saints that were dead, raises them, raises the dead who are in Christ are raised. As Paul says, we won't precede those who have fallen asleep. And then the righteous are changed in the twinkling of an eye. And then we're gathered together and meet the Lord in the air together. And then we'll be with the Lord forever, right? And then I think there's the 1,000-year millennium. And then when the 1,000 years is up, Satan is loosed, I would say, because the lost people that were not saved are raised back up to mortal bodies, not like the immortal bodies the saved got. And then Satan gathers them from the four winds of the earth. And that's the Gog and Magog war, where he encompasses about the holy city. That is the New Jerusalem, which we see coming down out of heaven in Revelation 20. He gathers them, all the lost people, and they try to attack the city with the saints. And it literally says
you mean like zombies or something?
No, I mean like how we are now. like in mortal bodies. So they're just
No,
raised like,
I'm just kidding.
yeah,
You say,
that's what praise always says.
everybody gathers and goes up against Jerusalem or something like that.
Yeah, Christ kills them. And I think that's like a final straw for God to show us like why these people are lost, which we've been learning about for the 1,000 years. And then we see that when they're destroyed, we're like inside the city looking out as they try to attack. And then Christ judges and destroys them in that sense. And we see they're doing works according to their, who they trusted or whatever. They allow Satan to lead them to their destruction. And that's when Satan, I think, is destroyed as well. But that's just my view.
I have to agree that I've neglected the study of eschatology, but it's because it never, people arguing this way, that way, the other way, never, it was never anything concrete anyway. So I figured that I'm not going to make any predictions myself.
Yeah, most people freak out when they hear some of these ideas because it's so different. But I'm trying to learn more about it better and better, so I can try to make a case and deal with common objections that people have, especially in this community. Yeah, Doki, Walter Veith. Yeah, I'm describing his view because I share the same view as him. In the sense that this is what he would teach. You can look up the Millennium from Walter Veith if you want to try to understand him. Or I wish people would at least kind of understand the rationale of Adventist theology. And
but why is it got to be somebody else's teaching? Why can't it just be straight what the Bible teaches?
Well, it's very complicated, I would say. Like I like that idea, that thinking, but I think making sense of all the verses throughout the Old Testament and the New Testament, and especially in Revelation, if you take this, my opinion is if you take the attitude that you can just read it straightforward and it's chronological and linear, you're going to make all sorts of mistakes. And so it's a difficult book. I like to see you can read the Bible and just understand it. There's a reason we have so many different groups with many overlapping things we agree on, and then reasons to not agree based on the way we read it. And I think often people who tend to think you can just read Revelation and understand it have kind of a simplistic, unsustainable, I guess I would say. I'm not trying to be rude or mean, but I think it's a little simplistic regarding, the complexity of the type of literature it is and the sophistication it has. You'll see that if you just simply go ahead and read it yourself and then actually take the time to look at the verses that are being referenced and try to make a coherent picture. It is not linear and chronological. Nobody can make it that way. It wouldn't make any sense. There's things like parallelisms and chiasmus because it's a literary style they use. And if you look at the texts that are in view and understand what apocalyptic literature is in that genre, you see that you can't just take it straightforward, or it would be silly to do so. Okay?
The thing is, Jamie, it has to be God who shows us, because when you read the book of Daniel, he was always referring back to God, who would have to show him what the meaning was, and it's the same thing with anything else in the Bible, whether it's eschatology or whatever. It has to be God who shows us.
Amen. Well, have you heard the story that a guy was drowning in the ocean, and he was a very pious man, and he said,
well, wait a minute, let me finish my thought.
I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
So when we have all these different views, obviously somebody or all of them, they're all speaking of their own initiative. It wasn't God who showed them what the future was or what the meaning was of the text. So go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I actually agree with you. I do agree with that. I like something I've really thought a lot about the last couple of years is like I'm not willing to say that like all the Pentecostals who like do really strange and ridiculous things, in my opinion, are not sincere seeking after God. I just can't. I don't believe that. I've talked to too many of them. So like this is complicated because it's like, yeah, I like you believe God is not the author of confusion, right? God, the Holy Spirit can and will lead us to all truth. So what's the hang up here? I don't think I can judge that other than,
So that's because we're not supposed to be speaking of our own initiative. And so if we're we're saying, oh, this is going to happen like this and that and the other. And if it wasn't God who told us that or explained it to us or enlightened
Right.
us, then we're speaking of our own initiative and we're glorifying ourselves.
True. I think it's easy though to take that view and do the same thing. Not that I disagree with you. It was what I was going to say was like to try to make the point of what I mean is the story about the pious man who found himself drowning in the ocean, and he only wanted God, to show up and save him. And so he's drowning away, and a helicopter flies by, and the guy's like, "Do you need help?" And he's like, "No, God's gonna save me. I believe in God." And so the pilot says, "Okay," drives off, and then he's still all dying, just about to die. A boat comes up and says, "Hey man, you need some help?" And the guy says, "Nope, God's gonna save me. I don't need your help." Then the guy drowns.
This
And
goes
after
back.
resurrection, he goes to heaven, and he says, "God, why'd you let me die?" And God says, "Well, I sent you a helicopter, then I sent you a boat, and you wouldn't get in." And so that's what I'd say.
But this goes back to the truth or the statement that there's no power that's not of God. All power is of God.
Yeah.
And,
You have to have use of discernment.
And he's given us power. He's given us power, so now it's our responsibility what we do with the power that he's given us.
Yeah.
But it's still his power.
Amen.
Even in regard with salvation, he gives us the will and the ability to choose to do what's right and to tell the truth, but it's still his power. And it's because of his word anyway that convinces us.
Yep. That's why we have to take the lessons from the New Testament about conduct and stuff really seriously. And I know I fail at that.
Yeah, but it's all by his power, and I mean the Bible goes, through great pains, I believe, to encourage us that we can do all things through Christ. It's just a matter of us wanting to. We have to have our will changed by the truth of God's word.
Yeah.
But
Amen.
it's still God's power. So this thing that, whether it's God doing it, whether it's us doing it, can't be but it says to let your service be, as it were, by the strength that God supplies. So even your works are by the strength that God supplies. So it's still it's by his power that you're able to do anything anyway, to begin with.
Yep. How can he be saved? How can I be a work salvationist if I think only thing good that I can do is through the power of Christ?
I mean, everything, every ability that you have is by the power that God gave you.
Yep. And God resists the proud, and those who humble themselves and surrender are the ones
who succeed at doing what God requires, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. And we're going to be judged according to our works.
Yeah, being charitable and being surrender and being humble is not. I'm afraid a lot of people think that this is being weak or something, and it can be. It can be a cop out, but the real, true humility is, you don't let people walk all over you, but at the same time, you cannot have your pride first. And I know I fail at that, and have shown that I fail at that before people that listen to these these online talk things or whatever. So don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to say I have it figured. Get it all right or whatever. I just think it's so easy to get caught up in your pride in so many different ways. And so,
I have to say,
helps you not look like an idiot.
I have to say, as a fundamental Bible believing Baptist background, or non-denominational, that as a kid I did have quite a bit of pride, but that's basically the kind of way I was taught, which you could say maybe it was a cowboy mindset or something. But as far as being a Christian or whatever, I look back and I know I had a lot of pride, but to me that was just what I learned from other people. But I don't know.
Yeah, that's kind of how men are, I think Baptists are that way, but that's not necessarily always a bad thing. There's a lot of good things about that, I think. But you still got to humble yourself.
But then again, Paul says, "Be imitators of me as I am of Christ." So yeah, like you said, I mean, they probably do have a lot of good things to emulate, from fundamental Bible believing Baptists, because they do study God's word, they do believe in it, and they teach it. Uh, you know, but it doesn't mean they have everything right.
Right, because there's an application to like being the pastoral application on how to deal with people, and then there's like an application of like just preaching truth and true doctrine, and so often that can look different, I would suspect, and how you deal
Yeah.
with
Well,
people.
then that's a whole different thing, because you get true doctrine, true teaching, but then again, you have to be able to meet people's needs. You have to be able to, and if you want to be a pastor, the office of the pastor is not an easy job. It's
Yeah.
hearing everybody cry and moan and complain about this, that, and the other thing. That's what I'm not saying that's the perfect setup or anything, and I don't think it is, but that's the reality of it. You get, and then on top of that, you have to be teaching true doctrine and showing a good example. At the same time of meeting everybody's needs or whims or wants or whatever.
Yeah. That's a big responsibility often.
It's not an easy thing, and a lot of pastors get discouraged because of it.
Yeah, you can see that, like, especially if they're over burdened by all the,
And then there's political things too, where sometimes the pastor is not even in charge of the church. The church will take them in for 4 years and say, that was interesting. We'll get somebody else. And they kick them out and have listen to somebody else for 6 or 4 years or whatever. There's that too, which
Yeah.
happens a lot.
Who makes that decision? Oh, well, God, through the I guess
the elders.
And there's always one elder who's like real strong-headed, probably, and who's bald and about 60, right? Everybody respects the guy.
So and of course, not all churches are set up that way. Some churches are founded by the pastor and led by the pastor, and everything is done according to what the pastor says.
I wonder if that's how Steven Anderson runs his church. I suspect he's the pope of this church. Although I don't, he's so Baptist.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to crap on him. I think I wouldn't be surprised.
Probably he's like the main elder or whatever, or something like that. I don't even know. But
yeah, I would suspect he's tries to be biblical, but it would be hard if you founded a church and then you've spread all these churches under your model, and then to not have the last word would feel a little bit, I suppose, could be a little bit strange.
Yeah. See, that's another thing. There's some of them that they go planting churches all over the place, and they're in control of all of the churches, and all of the churches have to send money back to him or whatever,
Yeah.
or send the money back to him.
So,
and then
in those circumstances, they better be really transparent with their finances if he's going to do that model.
Yeah. And in Brazil, there's churches like that where they go all over the world, the Hispanic countries, America, Brazil, and who knows where else. And all the churches send their money back to the main church or whatever.
I mean, I kind of get it. Like, it just, you better be like a really, if that's for God, if they have like mission ideas in mind, and they're transparent, they show the finances, that's fine.
Which is the same thing as the Catholic Church, basically, or the Presbyterian Church and stuff like that,
Yeah, it can be, I think. So that's the funny thing. All these non-denominational, even Baptist breakoffs or whatever, they're like wanting to, not conform to these these organizations, yet it's like inevitable, to be
But
your
you
own.
have
Your own is your own.
you have all these churches. They're basically supposed to be teaching the same doctrine. They have all the same doctrinal beliefs, but they're set up completely different, from each other.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
And
People complain about that too. Like a lot of Baptist churches don't have like rules about what you have to believe to be a Baptist, and I think I see a lot of interesting in like let the Word of God and the Holy Spirit, speak or whatever.
so
But
what's
you gotta have unity.
What's the Seventh Day Adventist Church like? Is that set up like that?
It's like this. It's like there's a president, right, who's voted in, and then but he's just running like the world, or because there's like a general conference which is like out of Battle Creek, Michigan, I think. Then there's general conferences like the Washington and Oregon and Idaho conference, and then of course some countries are just one. There's just one conference, you could say, with presidents, and then they deal with the world conference or whatever out of Battle Creek, Michigan, where the church was founded. Okay, but as far as everything's open to the public, people are asked to pay 10% tithe if they're members. It's not like you get disfellowshipped if you don't, but that's how they support missions, right? So, and then our pastors are salaried, I guess. We have lots of medical institutions and schools and facilities like that, and so we're big on schooling and that in college and university, and also medical. That was something Ellen White insisted that the church do, right? Anyways, so as far as doctrine, any doctrinal change to the fundamental beliefs, which are like the statement of faith that you sign, essentially, if you get baptized, you affirm the fundamental beliefs, right? And then every so many years they have a general conference in Battle Creek, and every single church is allowed to send come up with their views if they want to make a change or whatever to any fundamental belief or reword something. Every church can send a representative to the general conference, right?
So is it change over the years? Has it changed?
It has a little bit, just with wanting to change emphasis or clarify things that are like, there was a few small changes recently to try to help reflect, the majority of how people understand certain things. And it didn't really change a doctrine. It just said, it was like the emphasis of the pressure from people complaining on the outside about the difference between Seventh Day or Ellen G. White's inspirational writing and the difference between it and the Bible, because a lot of people feel like it should be worded differently to help clarify and things like that. So they vote on it, and if so many votes come in from the representatives, then they have a hearing, and then there's proposals for the change, right? And then those are voted on, and then those representatives vote, and if it gets a certain number or whatever, it's changed. So it's kind of, in that sense, they would say it's voted on by the entire church. In that, but
would you say that basically that you would be teaching the same thing that the Bible teaches?
Yeah, absolutely. The Bible is the creator. I mean, you can go online and look at the 28 fundamental beliefs of Seventh-day Adventists, and like everything is supported by Scripture only to make it. There's a few doctrines that are not common, and so you could call it heterodox, I guess, from like evangelicals or whatever, like the Sabbath, obviously, which I just don't get how people don't see that if they believe the law stands. And if you don't think the law stands, then you're basically like that weird preacher dude that goes around saying you cannot sin.
But that's not the only thing with the Seventh-day Adventists, though. That's different.
There's investigative judgment and soul sleep. Those are the main things, and a particular view of
what kind of judgment?
It's called the investigative judgment. So even among the church, there's different ways that this is understood. So, I mean, it's like basically saying that it's a certain particular interpretation to describe the Great Disappointment from 1844, which Adventist Church was formed out of, when they thought Jesus was going to return in the Millerite movement, and then they ended up, a group split off. Adventist means, the advent of Christ. So people that still believed that Christ was coming soon formed groups, and they were trying to figure out what happened and what they got wrong and how they should understand it, right? So then the Adventists are formed out of that. And so the way they understood what happened in 1844 spawned this idea of the investigative judgment, which means, like, essentially they look at it like typologically that in 1844, Christ entered the final phase of the judgment before his return. Okay, so in the heavenlies, right? Like, you can refer to the book of Hebrews to make the case or whatever. And so it's very misunderstood by other people, for one. But
I mean, he's already made the judgment. It's just a matter of us understanding his judgments, you know.
Right. He comes, right. He's going to come to judge the quick and the dead. He's coming, and his reward is with him. So if that's true, then there really shouldn't be that big of a deal. But people get hung up on like the language that was used when it was written about in the early 1900s, the late 1800s, like, because it sounds like people will say it sounds like you're saved by works, which
so it's a little bit semantical, you know.
Yeah, exactly. I think so. I don't think it's a big deal in the sense that I look at it like, yeah, God's going to look at you to see if you're saved or not. And
even soul sleep could be a little bit semantical.
Yeah, it can philosophically speaking, like, so because we believe in soul sleep, makes more sense out of the investigative judgment, because it's like God's going to judge you before you die, because you're not, and then that's going to be executed upon his return, whether you are saved or not. So, because that's another part of that, we believe that is eschatology.
So then if you're wicked and not righteous, you'll just evaporate or something.
Well, you'll be killed when Christ returns, but then you will be raised again. Like, I think Jehovah's Witnesses think like if you're lost, you die and then you're just dead and that's it. But no, we might take a more standard view that Christians see in Revelation 20. That is, we do believe the wicked will be dead. That is, not conscious or alive, because death is the cessation of life. But they will be raised up to be judged and thrown into the lake of fire, which we would say is then a second death, like the Bible says. You die a second time, and that is permanent. So it's eternal destruction. You are dead forever.
Because the problem with unbelievers right now is that they're dead. You know.
Right. Spiritually speaking.
Yeah.
But yet Paul also says flesh and blood is a reprobate, right? So people that are lost have dead bodies and dead spirits, yet they're walking around alive. That's my whole argument against what people think teaches you're alive when you're dead, or whatever, however you want to say it, that your spirit lives on upon your death. Christ alone has immortality. Look, this is an argument I thought about today. Tell me what you think. Okay, it goes like this. I'll be quick. Okay. If Paul is teaching essentially that when he talks about your spirit and the body and that distinction, if he means that like literally in the sense of like how you are created of parts or whatever, like anthropologically, or the nature of how you exist, and not, I'd say he's applying spiritual language, or he's looking at what it says in Genesis and then using it as an analogy to describe eternal life in Christ. Okay. So look, if you take a dualist view and the life that Christ gives you and you have, because if you lost it, you wouldn't be eternal life, and God would be a liar, or God would be a spiritual abortionist, right? Like people say. If that's true, and then that means your spirit, like the new man, right? The spirit is made alive and eternal. Well, does that mean it wasn't? I thought your soul/spirit was already eternal, and it was just the body that died. That's what people tell me when I quote Old Testament verses that suggest that you do not have a conscious existence outside of your bodily death. Well, people will say, no, your spirit doesn't die, your body dies. They just think your body's dead. So that means then that you already believe your spirit is eternal. And so when it says Christ gives you eternal life spiritually, you already had eternal life spiritually. Just depends on where you're going.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's like the angels of the Garden of Eden. They closed off the garden from Adam and Eve so they wouldn't eat of the tree of life and live forever.
Exactly.
in their state that they were in. So the
Right.
whole point of salvation is to be transformed,
Fit for living
and,
forever.
and be born again, from the inside out, to have a new life in Christ, which
Yeah.
is an indestructible life.
Right. So how much sense does it make that? So Adam doesn't exist. God makes him alive. So he has life. He didn't have life before. You can't say he was dead before, because dead means you were alive and then you stopped being alive. At least it means that, right? Or
Well, when
something.
he sinned, they died when he sinned. When they sinned.
Yeah, in dying you shall die. Like they brought about the process of beginning to die, which would lead to death. That's how I would say it. I think that's the best scholarly way to put it, because we all agree that it's a physical death at least. Okay, that you suffer. But you could make a case, but it just makes it confusing. But you could say there's a spiritual death in the sense that you're separated from God. I'll actually say, yeah, that's true. But that just confuses it, because later on people will use that to say, your spirit never dies, blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, look, how much sense does it make for God said, hey, I'm taking away that fruit that makes you live continually, like live like when you started living when I made you, and how you didn't live before that. I made you without sin. Now you've sinned. And so I'm going to take away that thing that gives you perpetual eternal life, because I don't want you to keep on living for days without end in sin. So we got to fix the sin problem. You're going to have to fade away and die. What sense does that make if you don't say,
well,
it's the end of the life?
But the wages of sin is death. We all
Right.
sin, we all die.
Right.
But
away the tree of life, which gave eternal life.
But the hope of salvation, the message of the gospel, is to have a transformation of the heart and to be born again, which is
Amen.
by God's power, by God's word. And it's by believing in God's word and his truth. And that's what changes our lives, rather than getting worse all the time. And
Brady says something funny. Sorry, go ahead.
Rather than becoming worse all the time. I mean, progressively, deeper and deeper into sin, you can break out of sin, and have eternal life. And
that's the power of the gospel.
Yeah.
It's not just getting you out of hell. Look,
right,
we die because we sinned, right? And so God's trying to fix the sin problem, which forces us to die.
Yes.
Sin brings death.
And
Christ
the word salvation, I think, has to do with salvaging, what's left.
Oh, that's a great point. That's an interesting point. Yeah. I was thinking about that too, about the word inheritance, the promises, the inheritance. That seems to give a connotation that salvation is finally executed. Like when Paul says at the last trump, then death can be said, where is thy sting? Then the last enemy is destroyed, when we're raised incorruptible. Not now, but I still agree that we have eternal life now, if we believe and are in Christ, who is eternal life. Christ is the eternal life. Look, 1 Timothy, 6? It says, the beloved, or the blessed and only potentate, King of kings and Lord of lords, who alone has immortality and dwelleth in unapproachable light, that no man has seen and lived. Look, Christ alone has immortality. Now you can say, well, that's just talking about the spirit of the body. The Bible doesn't make those distinctions. You're adding to the Bible. That's eisegesis.
Because of the fact we just came on the scene. So how can we be eternal if we just came on the scene?
Well, that too, yeah. But I think it's literally saying it's always about Christ. Christ has the life. He is the resurrection of the life. You have it when you're saved and justified. And he who started a good work in you shall bring it to completion. I would say if we continue in belief, because it's always in reference to the believing ones. That's the gospel.
And so we're supposed to have the Spirit of God.
Don't deny the power. It's all God. It looks different for everybody, I would say. I'm not trying to take away people's confidence, but your confidence should be in your connection with Christ. And how can you really complain about me saying that? It's like, look, it's all him, man. It's all about Christ. And if you want more assurance, then cling to him harder and abide in his love, which he calls us to do. So it's not about taking away, like saying you can lose and gain your salvation, or God is fixing the sin problem so that we can live forever with him without sin. Now, to say he's just saving us from hell from his own rules, and he doesn't really care if we actually have a change of heart, but he's just going to get us out of it with the sacrifice of his son, I think that's a very unthought. Like, you better be a Calvinist then, because God allows evil to let this sin play out, and he wants a remnant, meaning he wants people who agree with him and love him, and that has to be a free choice. So if he can just zap you and make you sinless, and that's fine, and you can somehow have free will that way, then why did he allow evil in the first place, and why didn't he just zap us way back when Lucifer fell? I think you're just abandoning your whole soteriology or your whole philosophical underpinnings if you're not a Calvinist. If you're not, because we have to choose Christ to actuate salvation. You already believe that. I'm just saying, yeah, you have to continue in that. It's not that big of a deal. It's nothing you do. It's what Christ does. And if you're not a Calvinist and you think you have to on your own be compelled by the gospel to believe and make a confession, then that's no more or less of a work than staying in that mindset.
Well, if it's God's word that transforms us, then it would make sense for us to continually be in God's word and among his people to become a stronger flame or whatever.
Yeah. And look, I still consider people who are like hard OSAS or whatever, I think, especially if I see them actually, caring about the Bible and the word of God, and they love Jesus, like I'm not gonna like condemn them, and maybe that's just me being weak, but I think it's Christ that saves you. So people that can be saved, I just think could be dangerous. But
it is once saved, always saved, because it's Christ doing the work, right?
Yeah, it's just a question of the ones who are truly saved are gonna they'll know who they are when they have eternal life, when they have immortal bodies, and then we'll look back and say yes. The ones who were justified were sanctified and are now glorified, and that will be the case. So I think it's like a God view there on those verses, and so ultimately I say yes. I'm just worried about the people who think they're saved, who are not saved, and who say, Lord, Lord, in the last day. And it's not going to be just the people they were saved by.
Those are the people that don't believe in sanctification. They don't believe. They just think that it's a once done deal, and it's not a work. It's not a work that God does. They don't see it as a work that God does in you.
I think there'll be people in that group that think they were earning their way to heaven, but it'll be obvious that they were not doing the will of God, because they weren't doing works that are God's love, which are the 10 Commandments. They were doing, other things in Christ's name, like casting out demons, which isn't a commandment, and doing other things that were not a commandment, I would say. But they were trusting in themselves, and they weren't focused on Christ. So it'll be both. It'll be people that the thing they'll have in common is that he never knew them, which I think is a two-way street. So it's atonement, right?
Well, that would be the peoples that said the prayer or whatever and thought they were saved and didn't progress from there or something.
Yeah, I would say they didn't even actually really believe in the first place. They weren't justified, because I think the ones that are saved will be look back and say, yeah, they're obviously. So the question is, was anybody justified at some point and then not justified? And maybe that makes me OSAS. I don't know. I would tend to say no. And in the end, the ones who were justified end up being glorified. So
yeah. Well, see, I wanted to know, early on, because I've been around the Bible and the church since I was young. Early on, I wanted to know exactly, everybody's talking about being saved, but it's not. It seemed to me that nobody could really put their finger on exactly what it is to be saved or who.
Yeah, born again. I'm born again. When were you born again?
Yeah.
It wasn't when you wrote your
born.
name in the Bible. It was when you actually were a new man, a new creature. I think that's the way I read it. Anyways, I could be wrong.
Yeah, he said to Nicodemus, right? Don't you know that you have to be born again? And Nicodemus didn't know what he was talking about.
Yeah, I think like with the way Kent Hovind says it, I wouldn't say it the way he does. I don't really care if he does or whatever. I'm not gonna like totally crap on him for it. But I don't think born again is simply
that's the more traditional.
no matter what.
You mean the more traditional way where they say you gotta be born again?
Well, yeah, it's like a name it and claim it kind of thing. And maybe that's right, I guess. But I tend to think
you do have to be born again, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's not just as simple as saying a few words or something. I mean, it's
Right.
not something you do anyways to begin with. It's what God does. But I had to investigate it, so I looked into it and studied all the verses on salvation. I found out it's by the Holy Spirit. It's a work that He does, and He convicts us and transforms us, and that's how we're saved. We're saved through sanctification by the Spirit, believing what's true.
Brady, yep, absolutely, I agree with that. Brady D, I'll try to review what you were saying. Maybe, amen, Jimmy. Yeah, thank you, Janet. We live by every word of God. Yes, amen. I like what people are saying in here that I could see that I've seen so far. I would.
So I guess, in summation, maybe the Seventh Day Adventists are not all that. See, I haven't really studied up. I mean, I didn't study up on the Seventh Day Adventists to find out exactly where they're wrong or what they're wrong about.
Yeah. I mean, I think.
But out of all I think they're still considered a cult, the Seventh Day Adventists. But
some people
out of all the cults, I'm not sure that it's quite as obvious. Well,
I'd say look at what Walter Martin spent a great deal of time with all the scholars for a long time, and you can watch a thing on John Ankerberg. It's on Rob's channel. I know he has a copy of it, but on Sentinel Apologetics. But just look up, or you just type in YouTube, type in Walter Martin on Seventh Day Adventists on John Ankerberg. Okay, and he'll tell you what his conclusions are, and that is he removed Seventh Day Adventists as which I don't really even care. Like he could have left him in for all I care, in the sense that he would have been wrong. But I think he came to the right conclusion, and the reason is there's core orthodoxy that holds, generally what most people, Calvinists, Presbyterians, Reformed people, 4 or 5 point Calvinists, Southern Baptists, Independent Baptists, all these different groups that tend to kind of get along, and consider themselves all evangelical. Like Adventists hold to the core doctrines that hold those groups together in that sense, right? We believe in the Trinity. We believe in the deity of Christ. We, then you have similarities with some of the groups and not others. They hold a traditional, young Earth creationist view. It's all sorts of stuff like that. I explained the ones that are basically considered outside of the norm, and that's the Sabbath, the state of the dead, and the way the judgment works. But that's all intertwined. But there's a few other little ones that aren't really that consequential too, that are different too. But I won't get into that. But anyways, he says they're not a cult because, like, Jehovah's Witnesses don't believe in the deity of Christ. They're obviously disqualified, or Mormons, obviously. But people always used to jumble us up with those two groups, and it's like they really shouldn't, because we don't have any of the obviously heretical views.
Well, so what it is, you have this doctrine about the state of the dead and the judgment, but you also believe in the Sabbath.
Yep. The state of the dead is what people call soul sleep. The technical name is state of the dead. That is, we don't believe souls are sleeping. We don't believe in immaterial souls. We think souls are, you right now are a soul. it just means a living being. You're alive. And so a soul is, you can talk about having a soul because you have a life. You have a life and you can lose your life. That's the sense where you have a soul. But technically you are a soul because you are alive, a living being. Before you had a spirit, Adam had a spirit, he was not alive. So took the body with and God putting the spirit or breath of life into that body, then he became a living soul, a living being. It's that simple. You weren't alive before, the two were together, and when they depart, you return to the dust, and the breath that God gave returns to him. The breath of every creature that has the breath of life in its nostrils return to God when they die. And you, made from the dust, will return to the dust. Not your body, you. That's what God says. You return to dust. Are you going to say God was wrong? He was
yeah, but you have to, again, you have to define what you is and what the body is and everything. You have to define your words as to what it's talking about.
Well, I would say if it's God who made you is saying this, which it is, he's saying you. If dualism's true and I would suggest that perhaps Adam was alive before his spirit was put into his body. If your spirit is alive outside the body, then we have no idea. Maybe Adam was alive before and so pre-existence and all the Mormon stuff and what Praises talked about is true, because I think that leaves the door open.
Well, was Adam alive in the sense that he was made in the image and likeness of God? So it was God that was alive.
Well, it says he became a living creature or a living soul. So that would, to me, would suggest he's created right then.
Right. Yeah, physically, yeah. So
Right,
that's
right.
what I mean. You have to define what you're talking about.
Well, I would say he was physically and just in every sense right then, because I think God just gave the thing that makes life possible to the body.
He breathed the breath of life. Yeah.
So think about this. If dualism were true, let's say dualism's true, you and your spirit can live outside its body, right? Once it's instantiated, you could say like it didn't, people can say you weren't alive, Adam wasn't alive beforehand, but once he's instantiated by having a spirit and a soul that was embodied, now that essence of his self can be conscious or living outside of the body. Okay, that's a little more reasonable to say that, but I still think it's wrong because the text doesn't really teach that anywhere. It's a philosophical
they got all kinds of scientific observation of people observing things that they weren't physically able to observe.
Yeah, there's some mystery for sure, no matter which view you take. I don't discount out-of-body experience. I just wonder if it's your spirit, the life force or whatever in that sense. That could be demonic stuff going on or God doing some wanting to move you without moving you. And so I think, take you somewhere without you going, like physically. So what would that look like? Is that a vision? Did you really go? It's like, those are questions we can't be sure of. I think people overemphasize those verses, like in the body or out of the body. I do not know. That doesn't have to be out of body spirits thing going on. And I won't get into it, but I just think if God made you, let's say dualism were true, God would know it were true, right? Because he made you. And so when God says early in the Bible, the breath of life returns to me when you die and you return to dust, for dust you are and dust you shall return. That's pretty heavy language. Like, you're done, buddy. You're no more. I'm taking my breath back, the life force I let you borrow. And now I'm not denying spirit has more connotations maybe in the New Testament, but still.
Well, that's not, I mean, that's a reference to the physical body.
Well, right? Why? But if when you die, your essence, your consciousness, who you are is the spirit which lives on, then I would think if that were all true, when God says the breath returns to me and you, buddy, go back to the dust, you would not be the body. You would be the spirit, not the body. Because it's God speaking. He made you. If dualism is true, you are not merely your body, especially to God, right? So when he says you go to dust, that seems to be, he's saying, look, you're not going to be alive anymore.
But the thing is are you, does that define you, that you are just chemicals that are from the ground and you'll return to the ground? Does that define who you
Oh
are.
no, that's not your ultimate end, but that's like the predicament we were in, right? Because of sin. And so I'm saying, like, when God uses this kind of language and stuff in the Old Testament, he's trying to teach the reality about sin and death, that it's really serious, permanent. And so he's setting you up to say, look, you're no good. You are not worthy of living. And so you need, something has to be done about that.
Yeah, but the chemicals are neither good nor bad, though. It's what you choose to do that's good or bad.
So I would appeal to the idea.
And was it the chemicals that chose to do what you did?
No, I would say God is so amazing. He can create a physical world, which was his intention, right? Before that, it was not a physical world, right? There's spirits, angels, or whatever, if you take that view. But so he makes us to be physical beings, right? Jesus has a resurrection body. It's heresy to say otherwise. We will be raised like him, and we will live on a new created earth that is physical, maybe super physical or more than physical, but it's physical. It's going to be a restoration, right, of the physical world. And we're going to have physical bodies. That's our hope, not
we're clearly more than physical, because we're making choices between right and wrong.
Well, sure. I think you're sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
The physical chemicals don't have that capability. They're not able to do that.
Right. And hydrogen and oxygen isn't water until they're put together in a certain, so I would say God is so amazing that he made us. So I'm not a total physicalist. So I think this often is part of the problem. People defend against metaphysical physicalism or materialism, and as they should, because any Christian has to believe
but who's to blame?
Spirits.
Who's to blame? If it's not the chemicals that are to blame, who's to blame for what you choose to do?
You are.
Yeah, but you said you'll go to the dust. You said you'll go to the dust, and that's it.
Yeah, because you are mortal. You are dependent on God for life, on his breath. And so I would say God is such an amazing, this is what I've been trying to get to. I'm not a metaphysical physicalist. I'm a anthropological physicalist. That is, the nature of humans are physical. But they still have the breath of life from God, the life-giving force. We don't even know what life really is. So, and I would also say God is so amazing with his designs. He can design a whole universe and world with all these amazing elements and ways they can fit together. And then he can build and make and design things that where their free will and consciousness can be emergent from his design, not from the natural world, but emergent out of design.
But if you're making choices, I would say that you're physically alive, not necessarily spiritually alive, but physically alive. If you're making choices and making decisions,
The unregenerate person's flesh they're dead in their flesh and their sins and trespasses.
Right. But they're still making choices too. So
right.
They'll be judged by they'll be judged by the choices that they make. And God is not going to say, you bad chemical. He's going to say,
that's right. Because we're in that sense, I would agree with some of the arguments that a dualist would make against, say, a atheist materialist who's a metaphysical. That is, there is nothing but physical stuff, right? Then those people go all sorts of crazy with saying we don't even have consciousness, it's an illusion, or it doesn't exist at all, stupid things like that. But that's not me.
And they also say they don't have a choice in the matter. They just act.
Right. Determinism. Yep. Hard determinism.
Which is nonsense.
Yep. So you
put a pin underneath their seat, they'll have a choice,
Yeah, and they won't like it when they find out you are the one that put the pin there either. They won't say that was all determined from the foundation of the world in the sense of dominoes all the way back. They'll be mad at you. But that would be irrational if a rationality could even exist in such a world. So Brady D, email me, jamierussell2112@gmail.com. Or Janet or Cheryl, you could give it to him. I know you guys have my email. Or if you're still here, I could try to answer what you're asking. But I do like hearing what other people have to say about it. I just think the Sabbath, because Jesus said the law stands until heaven and earth pass away. And I think some of the ordinances and things that were pointers, the shadows of Christ, are done away with. But
well, I mean, go back to the beginning, Jamie. Doesn't it say that the Sabbath is for us forever?
Yeah, I think in the sense that God makes the Sabbath God makes the Sabbath holy because God himself. This is why I always say all young earth creationists should be Sabbatarians at least. You don't have to be a Seventh-day Adventist, but because God made creation in actual 7 days, and then he rested on the seventh day. And that is why it's sanctified and made holy.
But it actually says that the Sabbath is to keep forever.
Yeah. So,
doesn't it?
The case. Yeah. Well, it says is a sign between me that I'm your God and you are my people. Now, are we grafted into Israel? Yes. So I just don't think there was a Sabbath before the earth was created. In other words,
long story short, if you give me a day where I don't have to work, I'm not going to complain about it.
There's so many things about it that are illusions. Like we're grafted into Israel. Christ made the new covenant with Israel. We are
not illusion, illustration.
Right. Yeah. I just mean like there's all sorts of evidence. And so, yeah, there's this couple verses where it says, let no man judge you. Well, that doesn't really, if you think about that over days or whatever, like, is that really talking about one of the 10 commandments, the moral law? Is it saying, okay, I'm going to make all my workers work 7 days a week? Is that moral? Is he really saying, no, you can do that now because Christ is our Sabbath. So you go ahead.
It says when they regard one day above another, it wasn't specifically talking about commandments. I mean,
not at all. It was talking about they were discussing days, which day to fast on. And Paul was saying, look, God doesn't care what day you fast on. There's no commandment to fast on this day or that day. One who does it this day does it to the Lord. Another this day. Let each man be convinced in his own mind. It's not saying change the Sabbath all you want. It's saying God doesn't care about fasting. If you fast on this day, do it to the Lord.
Well, from what I understand, that the Christians met on the first day of the week because it was the first day of the week. It was like the first day of work.
Well, I would say if there is a sense that they did, and they definitely did. They definitely made it a doctrine within probably 100 years after but they did not change anything. They were still keeping the Sabbath in Jerusalem after the Council of Jerusalem, which is after when they were working out what the new converts that were Gentiles had to do. They kept keeping the Sabbath. Now, I can send you, anybody who wants it, an article. Like, this has been proven now. That this guy found it in the archives of the Vatican, really old documents regarding this. Now, here's the question. If the early church from 150 years after Christ, almost, there was always somebody keeping the Sabbath that was Christian, but the vast majority of leaders, etc., and it was even before the Catholic Church kind of codified this idea. Okay, there were Christians, Justin Martyr, etc., that were speaking against the Sabbath because of anti-Semitism in the sense of, wanting to differentiate themselves from these Jews that didn't believe in Christ. But the thing is, the apostles never stopped keeping the Sabbath, and neither did the very earliest church fathers.
Which I wanted to explain after you got finished with the monologue. No, I'm just kidding.
No, it is. I have that problem. Sorry, I just want to be clear.
No, it is true that the Gentiles did kick the Jews out of the church, and they kind of like basically took over the church, and as part of their separation from the Jewish people, they seem to have left the Sabbath observance, and they went more on the first day observance.
Yep. And that was really early. So it did change. It was changing before the Catholic Church codified it, but they really codified it. And look, Daniel says the lawless one will seek to change laws, times and laws. Think about that. Now, is that just talking about like some worldly, nation and some kingdom, or is it talking about God's law?
It could be. It could be the motive for changing from the Sabbath observance to Sunday was an anti-Semitic one.
Well, yeah, that's part of the motivation. But the prediction in Daniel is, in my mind, it's about taking He like, what did Satan say he was going to do? He wanted to be like God, and he'll take. So people laugh at the idea that the Sabbath thing is like this, the mark of the beast. But just think about it. It's about worship. That's what the angel says in Revelation. Worship God, not the beast. And now, and in Daniel, the Antichrist says, look, I'm not trying to convert you to Adventism. I'm just trying to help you understand our view or whatever. But it just says, look, it's about worship. And there'll be the people that worship God. Your hand and forehead is your thoughts and your actions, okay? You can verify that in the Old Testament, that concept. So who will be God's people and who will be worshiping the beast? There's two groups. So where's your allegiance? Now, in Daniel, it says the beast power, the one everybody relates to the Antichrist in the final time, will seek to change times and laws. This is clearly going to be God's laws. What's the only commandment that has to do with time and law? That's all I'll say.
There could be a lot more of that going on besides just the Sabbath day.
Oh yeah, there's more to it than that too. That I think too. I don't think Sunday keepers can't go to heaven like through history. I think that it doesn't matter, but there'll be a decree, right? It'll become clear. It'll get obvious. God's people will see this. And so it's not saying if you go to Sunday church now, you're lost. Although I do think you should start going to church on Saturday, or at least trying to obey God anyway.
I never regarded Sunday for me always was the day where you go to church and all day or whatever. And it wasn't a particularly good day for me because that was the day they gave us Daraprim for malaria, and it made me lose my appetite, and so I could never eat lunch on Sunday. And it wasn't the best day of the week for me.
Well, I mean, if you're on missions, I'd say I would think if you were literally living out in the mission field, I would suspect you are keeping the Sabbath if you're living out there.
Well, that's what we said. They said that basically it's the same thing, only it's on Sunday. So it was never a problem for me the day, because we would go to church on Wednesday too, or maybe Friday.
I just mean if you're doing missions, or like you're living as a missionary, I would say you could continue to be a missionary on the Saturday, on Sabbath, and you would be fulfilling what God expects of you on the Sabbath day, working as a missionary. So, because I don't think God intended for you, you cannot work no matter what. Like the things the Pharisees were saying was wrong.
I see what you're saying,
yeah. So I think it's not really that complicated. It's look, just focus on God and acknowledge Him, because dude, look, think about it. If everybody remembered the Sabbath from the very beginning, I don't think there would be any old earth creationism, would there? Every culture has a 7-day week around the world still. Think about that.
Yeah, but we still have 7 days, and they still believe in old earth. But the thing, ironically, when I was on the mission field as a kid, Saturday was the day of work for us.
Right.
So not only was it not a day of rest, it was the day where we wouldn't go to school, but we would do manual labor. We would do work on Saturday. So that's how I was raised.
Well, that's usually what you have to do nowadays too, because if Sunday's the day everybody wants to do their thing, or Saturday's the day everybody tries to do their thing, because Sunday they'll, it's even people that go to church on Sunday, they don't really. The Protestant reformers used to keep Sunday as a Sabbath, but no one really does that anymore because they recognize it's a terrible argument. If you're going to say that you keep it, then most people will say no. Sunday is not. There's Presbyterians or some weird Reform people that will basically make all the same arguments that Seventh-day Adventists and Sabbatarians will make, and then they'll just say, but it applies to Sunday.
Yeah,
insane.
Yeah, that's what they were saying.
Yeah, Saturday is legit. God said the law wouldn't pass away, blah blah blah. But then they'll say Sunday is Sabbath, and that's ridiculous.
Because the disciples met on the first day of the week. That's the day that they meet.
Right, but that verse is really, really, really. That's a really a bad argument in the sense, like, and I don't mean to like say your people were bad or something. I just mean like it like literally says like on Sunday, on the day after the Sabbath, like gather the money together and like to pay to like help the widows or whatever. And it's like that's all it is. It's not command. It's just like it just simply says like they would meet on Sundays, but it also says they would meet on Sabbath in the synagogue and hear them preach from the Jews preach, and they would preach to the Jews on every Sabbath. So it's like I doubt they give it tradition. Jesus didn't.
For me though, it's not important which day. For me, what's important is what you do. But I don't have a problem with not working on Saturday. So.
Yeah, right. Exactly. That's what most people say too.
And technically speaking, I am probably direct descendant of Jacob anyway.
Well, then you definitely have to keep the Sabbath or you're lost. I do think it will become an issue, and I think that's the final test. But I would say this to the way you answered that. I would still say you should care because God made the day holy. I think it's a memorial, like for the final millennium rest that we have, the saved ones have, right, that are taken to heaven. I think that it's a type of that, or what that rest that would come in Christ's return. But God made it holy. Who made it unholy? Who made it not a holy day? Well, God makes holy, no man can undo.
But I can tell you what the position of the Messianic teaching is, at least some of the Messianic teachers, is that, well, some Messianic teachers will just plain keep the Sabbath, everything Jewish, right? Everything, or Judaic, whatever. But there's a lot of Messianic teachings, or that they don't attempt to change the day of worship from Saturday to Sunday, but they will keep the Sabbath, in their own way or whatever.
Right, but they'll have a service on Sunday. Yeah, I think
they'll have a service. Yeah, they'll have a service on Sunday and on Wednesday and on Friday.
Yeah. I think that's. I wonder what made the Baptists and stuff, the early Baptists,
but then again,
do the Wednesday thing. Why Wednesday? So just
then again, right? Yeah, but then again, what's Friday, Jamie? You should know.
Friday? It's like the Islamic day, right? No, it's Friday sundown.
Friday sundown is what?
Friday sundown is the beginning of the Sabbath.
Yeah.
The beginning of the seventh day.
They're keeping the Sabbath by observing the sundown.
Right. No, right. Well, it's funny too, because like when I talk to like people in Australia, like Rob or like Graham or Gavin, like I believe it's like Saturday night is their Sunday, I think, and so
yeah,
here is their Sunday, so it's funny.
They're tomorrow all the time.
Today is tomorrow. My nephew used to say that when he was little. He would ask for something or to go somewhere or like something he looked forward to, right? Whether it be a thing or a place. And he would say, "Can I have this?" Or "Can we go here?" And they'd always tell him tomorrow, maybe tomorrow. And so he would come up the next day and he'd say, he'd tap on your shoulder and he'd say, "Hey, is today tomorrow?" That's what he was told. Like, yeah, today's tomorrow, buddy. Technically, no, but I know what you mean. Kids say the darndest things. Anyway, I got to work in the morning, so I'm probably gonna.
Yeah, I think we're good.
I appreciate your disposition and not getting all freaked out about it. I mean, that was a nice conversation, and I'd like to have more conversations like that. So, God bless you, brother.
All right. God bless. Take care. Draw near to God, He will draw near to you.